BBC stereophonic sound for the home is recorded on 2 separate tracks, each one giving special emphasis to certain sections of the orchestra. As heard from those.
Seconds from some. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first game of the day of the HND Overwatch Invitational Qualifiers #1, brought to you by TeePublic and Lioncast. That's quite a mouthful there, eh, Razor? Color with me, as he just introduced himself. Color, Razor Cuts. I'm Lafon, your play-by-play caster, and we're going to get right into this actually, as we just finished the map draft between Bodosaka and Singularity Gorillas. What are you looking forward to in this match, my man?
Well, what I'm looking forward first of all, I would like to say that they decided to play on Nepal, Dorado, and Hanamura. It's a very interesting choice of maps, because usually these teams, at least in the previous tournaments, always wanted to play on King's Row and things like that. But it seems the teams are starting to learn these different maps, because in many other tournaments, at least the Blizzard sanctioned ones, you have to play on the maps they decide, and it probably was about time for teams to learn how to play on other maps, and that's why they probably were more comfortable at picking Hanamura, Dorado, and things like that. So I'm looking forward to see how 2CP Hanamura is going to work out for both of teams. The first map is going to be Nepal, so we'll see what they will pull off.
I mean, from a caster's perspective, it is very, very much fun to be able to cast different maps that you don't always see, right? Like, I mean, when you keep casting the same map over and over and over again, and at King's Row, I'm looking at you, it can, I don't want to say get boring, but some of the strats become predictable, and
Exactly, yes.
it loses some of the flavor that you get on, you know, some of the plays that you can see. And actually, one thing I want to take your opinion on here, as we know in this current patch, dive compositions are very, very strong. What do you think the teams are going to come out with? Are they going to come out, you know, with that dive? Are they going to come out with, you know, maybe something more akin to a death ball? What are your expectations here?
I mean, if I'm correct, Team Singularity used to play quite a lot of dive, if my memory serves me right. So perhaps they will go for a dive composition, something like with the Winston and triple DPS even, but we will see, because like in this map, if I'm correct, it's called Village. You have a small like top choke kind of where you can go dead ball with the Reinhardt from both sides and get some damage picks rather easily, I would say. So perhaps both teams will go with the Reinhardt on this map at least. So we'll see how that will turn out.
As we load into the attack here, we see that on the side of Bodasakin, we see the dive composition. On the other side, we see the death ball with that Reinhardt, Roadhog, Zarya. So that triple tank and a Mei, interestingly enough. And we see that first fight being taken off. The dive composition forces the fight early. And they do, in fact, get the first kill off as Tracer takes down Syndustries on that Lucio. Sisti will get the Winston, rather, I should say, but the brawl keeps continuing. Pharah raining damage from above, but Mei gets a great right-click off to take the fight early, and this is looking very, very strong right now for Gorillas as they walk 2 point. But as I say that, Kanga and Bok 1, they're fragging out. Sisti gets a nice hook off on Kanga. The Genji going down, Syndustries on that Lucio from behind the point, and right now it's the point being captured by Bodasakin as the stragglers trickle back in. So initial fight 1 here on Village by Bodasakin.
Yeah, this is very good for Bodasakin because at first it looked like Team Singularity was slightly ahead, but Bodasakin was able to stabilize it, win the fight through. Now they will have the Pulse Bomb available. Also Zen will have Transcendence very soon available, but it's not like Team Singularity has Ultimate yet available.
A huge Pulse Bomb attached, but Reinhardt just ignores him completely, and Sisti comes back in and takes up the first kill. The Nano Boost comes out on Shax. He's going to go in trying to build that Graviton Surge early. Trance comes out to try and keep the team alive. Barrage comes up immediately out. He's going to get 1 kill. Whole Hog comes right back out. Leos gets a second one and a third one. A big play from the fire here. Shax gets 1 kill off and Bok 1, the Zenyatta player. Mei doing all she can. Kanga coming in huge for the cleanup though. And the point is still going to stay in the favor of the blue side Bodasakin as they tick up 60% and higher.
Exactly, but now Team Singularity, they do have the Graviton Surge available, so they should be able to do something about it, especially now that Bodasakin does not have Transcendence, because Zen just used it in this fight. So if they go aggressive with that Graviton Surge, they would have possibly a chance. However, they have to do it fast before Pug gets his Sound Barrier available. Otherwise it might be much more difficult.
Here comes the Dragon Blade from Kanga in that backline. Ana goes down dangerously low. Snill gets another kill off, and Kanga comes in for the cleanup. That's a 4K right there for the side of Bodasakin, and they are going to win this fight pretty handily as they tick ever closer to that first point capture, 90% now. Here
exactly.
we see...
sorry to interrupt you, Lafon. So like I wanted to say now, Team Singularity... wait, there's another fighter right now.
This is very unfortunate right now from the side of Gorillas, as they just get picked off early, and it's going to be the point captured by Bodasakin here, taking it 100% to 0 here early on Village.
Yeah, this is very convincing from Bodasakin, even when Team Singularity had kind of, in Ultimates at least, opportunities to do something about it. But it seems they were just like... how should I say, Bodasakin did not let Graviton Surge from Team Singularity be that effective as it could be for Team Singularity to win that fight.
Absolutely, and here we are on the second map, Sanctum, I believe this one is called. Nepal is one of those maps where I get the map names confused, or the point names confused, so hopefully I got this one correctly. But we see a bit of a change here on the side of Bodasakin. They're now choosing that Death Ball composition, that triple tank in fact, the Zarya Reinhardt Roadhog.
Exactly. At this point, it's going to be at the death hole, or so how we say. It's going to be a bit interesting who's going to... Oh, there's a charge.
The first charge comes out, but he hits the wall and not Reinhardt, so... Slightly out of position for a couple seconds, but recovers pretty easily. The counter charge comes out, but it is in fact the red side, and Gorillas who takes the first kill. Pagminster very, very weak there as he was purpled. The biotic grenade coming out from Ana, but no effect able to be taken out. So right now, Gorillas is just going to push towards point. The shoulder charge comes out on Pagminster though, but the bigger grenade comes out from the side of Gorillas, and they will capture this point early as 2 tanks go down. Snillo comes in huge, picks up the Roadhog, but it's not really enough. The hook comes out though from Snillo on the backline. That's going to be a pick-off later for the next fight. Can they stagger it enough? Kanga is doing work as he's been a pain all game long on the side of Gorillas. Even so early on as he's been nothing but fragging out. And right now they're just going to push that team fight as Snilla comes in huge with a double kill supported by Kanga and Bach 1 at Ana. And they're going to give a 60% advantage only on that point and capture back.
Exactly. Well, now Bodesokken, they do have still advantage going on because they have the nano boost. They're going to have also the tactical visor ready. However, Team Singularity will also have those ultimates available, so the fight could go either way. However, Bodesokken still holds the point, the percentage goes in the way. Even if something goes wrong, they can delay it, get as much percentage going on. But it's also going to depend on the hooks. Which Roadhog will be able to get the clutch hook and get someone out of position and things like that.
Absolutely, and Gorillas forced a very, very late engage. Oh, a great hook off as they pull Snillo off the map. But a late engage forced as the early pickoff was done. The Earthshatter comes out, but blocked by Zarya, I believe. Sisti will get the kill off. Here comes the Kanga with attack visor and the nano boost combination. He's going to come in clutch, pick up 2 kills. Will he be able to get a third? But here comes the tactical visor, nano boost combo from the other side, I recall. And that's going to just be Gorillas taking the point as they win the war of attrition. Pug the only one left alive on the side of Bodesokken, and that's going to be a point capture as the tanks start trickling back in on the side of Gorillas, and the two teams will reset and take the engage in a bit.
Yeah, this was very good for Team Singularity. At first I thought they were going to do a dry round because they were not using any ultimates at all, but then they wanted to go with Nano Boost and Tactical Visor. They wiped up Bodesokken and got the point, so it's really good going for them.
Here comes a big Graviton Surge out from the side of Gorillas. They're going to take this fight early. The whole hog comes out in a complete exchange, and that's going to be a team wipe. Bachman gets 1, but the shield breaks on the side of Denaya. And that's just going to be a hold from, a Singularity Gorillas. Tongue-tied early is this caster. And we see them reset and take for the next fight.
Yeah, so now for Team Singularity to keep this point for sure, they really need that Earthshatter from Pug Minister to land it, so Bodesokken cannot get that Graviton Surge going on with Wall-Hawk combination. And here's the fight.
Here comes the Earthshatter, but the Graviton comes out on the other side as it was blocked by Bodesokken. The big purple grenade comes out. Is that going to be enough to win the fight? Right now, Zarya coming in huge. Oh, but Sisti gets a great pick off early. Pug comes in and gets kill off on Reinhardt. And the boop comes out immediately after. That is very impressive. And that's going to be Bodesokken 71% on the side of Gorillas, so not shabby.
Exactly,
but they
like
are not winning these fights consistently.
Yeah, like I said, well, for Team Singularity, it was very important to land that Earthshatter, because Earthshatter got blocked, they did not stop the Bodesokken advance, and they just got the Graviton Surge rolling in, and they won the fight, basically. And at this point, they have 3 ultimates to rotate, especially the Nano Boost Tactical Visor. They should be able to relatively hold the next point with ease, because Team Singularity does not have the right ultimates that they need.
Oh, a big Earthshatter from Denias. He was hooked in and slept, but does not matter because Kanga will come in with a follow-up, picks up 3 with the tactical visor. A 4th one is killed by Zarya, and the nano boost, of course, on top of that. And a high charge Zarya. Oh, that's a big play, but I don't think Shaq's making a tactical error there.
I mean, it might not be an error at all because look at the percentage. You don't have time. It was very unfortunate that Team Singularity was not able to get the tactical visor and nano boost combination together. Basically, I think it really came down in this round to that Earthshatter. Because that Earthshatter got blocked, the whole situation went reversed for Team Singularity into a really bad spot for them. And that's when Bodesokken started to rotate with their ultimates and simply keep the point. So let's see how it's going to go on the next round. I mean, at the moment it looks very convincing for Bodesokken, but I would say like Team Singularity is doing quite alright, but when it comes to little things, they kinda slip up. Like I said earlier, I can't stress enough for that Earthshatter, for example. If you fail to do those little things, details that you actually have to do, then it can really turn against you, snowball, and it happens like this. But let's see how it's gonna go now. As we can see, Bodesokken is going with a dive composition, sort of. Like, they still keep the soldier just to have that hit scan guarantee if Team Singularity has something like a Pharah or things that you need a soldier for.
Interestingly, the Death Ball is the same composition they've played all round long, so Singularity Gorillas not really changing up their strategy. Kanga goes in, forces the grenade out. Will he be able to get out? Very, very weak, no, and the first 2 kills will go to the side of Singularity Gorillas. And they are looking very in an advantageous point here on Shrine. Early, as Bakuan is going to go down to Shax, that wonderful Helix rocket, right-click. And point gets early captured here by Gorillas. And one thing to note about this point is often the first person or the first team to capture this map, more often than not wins, just because of how hard it is to retake.
Exactly, and the thing of note is that now Vodasok, they're not running with Ana, they have the Zen, so the first team fight they had, I don't think they benefited that much from Discord Orb, at least from what I've seen, they were not hitting the correct targets who were discorded, so that's why they kind of lost the fight, because you don't have that Ana sustained healing. And also, another thing of note is now Team Singularity is getting close with the Nano Boost and things like that, so it might become very difficult for Team Singularity to retake this point.
But here comes that big fight, as we mentioned, Winston jumping in, but immediately taken down. Here comes Attack Visor Nano, but blocked out. Kang coming huge with a big triple kill on that sword. Craigy's gonna get 1 kill off on the Lucio, but goes down immediately after Kanga, and that's a full team wipe.
Exactly, this is really good executed from Team Singularity, because the Genji, Kanga, he only had the Dragon Blade against the Tactical Visor Nano Boost, and he managed to win that. This is a very, very good advantage, I would say. Basically 1 ultimate for 2 in a trade, if you think like that. And now, Team Singularity has this Transcendence, so they can survive the aggression from Bodysok and guaranteed next fight, unless if they get Biotic Grenade.
Here comes a big trance coming in from the side of Singularity just to keep the team up, but purpled as they are. They're jumping in, forcing the fight early. Winston put to sleep, but Primal Rage is right out of it. Here comes the Sound Barrier and the Tactical Visor as well. Shax discorded. Will he be able to survive? Doesn't get much kills from anything. Here comes the Tactical Visor from the other side, though. Leos gets the first kill. And right now, this side, looking for the side of Bodysok, and the Graviton comes out, Big Hole Hog comes in, and the fight looks like it has been won by Singularity Gorillas. Bakwan's going to get 1 kill, but it does not mean anything, as the only one left alive now is Tracer in the back line, and he's going to see if he can get out, as the point goes to Singularity Gorillas.
Exactly, the thing was for Team Singularity is that Bodysok, they used the Transcendence. They did not have Transcendence available anymore. He used it earlier at the start of the fight because he was forced to kill multiple people. He couldn't keep them up. And after that, Team Singularity had 2 choices. Either wait for the Zarya ult, which he got in time, use it next fight, or in the same team fight and win.
Absolutely. Snow gets an early pick off. The Earthshatter comes out, but not too great against the dive composition. It catches absolutely no one. Here comes the Dragon Blade again as Kanga coming in huge. Fok is fragging out, picks up a triple kill. Craigy's gonna get 1 kill, but it does not matter as Singularity Gorillas is all as a man. Or team dies down to a man, and that's gonna be the point back again for Bodysok.
Exactly. Now Bodysok, they have the Transcendence again, so they're relatively safe from Team Singularity aggression. However, 1 Biotic Grenade for mana can change the whole game state very, very quickly. So it's very important for Denia to block that Biotic Grenade with his barrier.
Here comes that trance again, but there is no Graviton this time, so it does not matter. Craigy suicides, and Syndustries is killed off as well. There is Gorillas, I guess, attempting a dry push, but not much coming out of that, forcing only trance, I believe.
Well, it's still good kind of for Team Singularity because they will have the Nano Boost and Tactical Visor. Meanwhile, Bodysok does not have the Transcendence available anymore. They do have the Sound Barrier, but it might not be enough. So the fight could go either way. This team fight could go either way. Let's see how it goes.
And here we see that Tactical Visor Nano Boost combo. It picks up 1. The Sound Barrier comes out immediately, but also from the other side. And the double kill comes out from Shax, so looking pretty good early on for Singularity, for Singularity here though. Kanga takes out 1 support. Shax goes dangerously low. Primal Rage comes out from Winston. Sisty picks up a kill on Leo as the soldier going down. As does Winston. Overtime tick in effect now for Bodysok, so looking good for them. Snilla picks up 1 kill, picks up a second one as well. Kanga goes down to Craigy, now on the Tracer into the Zarya. Sisty picks up another kill on Snilla. So Tracer going down, this point is going to go to Gorillas.
Yeah, that might be a mistake from Bodysok, and they did use the Dragon Blade when the fight was already losing. Perhaps Kanga thought that he could make a play, that he could get some picks, but they still had 1 potential team fight, so perhaps it would be better if he saved the Dragon Blade. But here goes the Tactical Visor.
Here's the last fight of the round, forcing the point. So interesting play here, as we wait for them to retake the point, yeah? getting into a better position perhaps, but here comes a tactical advisor out from the side of Budasakin. Here comes the whole hog, picks up 3. Oh, a big play as the deflect comes out from Kanga, picks up a double kill with the fire strike, and that's going to be Budasakin winning this map a perfect 3-0 as overtime ticks out, and Kanga has been massive on this map all game long.
Well, Leo Deeds was also doing very good, especially in the last team fight. He went on high ground, the soldier with tactical visor, uncontested, spraying down people. But one thing of note is also Team Singularity backed off the point. Perhaps they were scared that Budasakin had more ultimates than they actually had, and maybe that's why they backed off a bit. But we'll see how it goes in the next round. It's either going to be Dorado or Hanamura. I would personally like to see some Hanamura, but they will probably play it safe and go Dorado, like a payload map. I don't think they're going to go for Hanamura right away, at least.
And as they say that, it immediately denied by you as we hear the captain of Singularity Guerrillas, I believe, call for Hanamura instead. We shall see. But it'd be nice. I don't think we've casted in an HND tournament Hanamura yet. So this will be a HND first, I believe. As we wait for confirmation from our referees, hear that Budasakin will in fact defend first. Singularity Guerrillas will be in red, Budasakin in blue. Get ready for next map. We may be waiting a couple seconds as we might have a couple of technical difficulties, but we will get back into gameplay as soon as possible. But yes, in fact, it is Hanamura, and Budasakin will be defending first, so that is correct. What are your expectations for this map?
My expectations, Hanamura, well, probably the offensive team will go with the dive composition, triple DPS, Winston, try to get the point in the first push if possible before any ultimates from the defense team can be gained.
I mean, the one thing about 2CP, 2 capture, is that they are very snowbally. So
well, they did change it this time, so they changed the system that the more people are on the point, while more attackers are on the point, the higher respawn times are for the defenders. And with this change, it's much more probable and possible that you can literally cap both points on the first push, especially if you play a dive composition. So let's see what teams will decide to go for. I'll take a quick look at Budasakin. If I'm correct, they're the defending team.
Correct.
I do not think they will go with the Widowmaker. Like, it's a bit, I would say, ballsy or slightly risky. Torbjorn, it's much more probable. It could work, but nowadays with dive compositions, they can just play around very easily. So I'll actually take a quick look at Team Singularity instead. Both teams haven't decided yet what to pick. As you can see, you're obviously not going to play Symmetra on offense. However,
are you telling me this is not like plat matches where attack Symmetra is totally a thing?
I mean, in solo queue ladder, Symmetra attack can work, it's possible, but in a coordinated 6 versus 6 tournament type of game, these things will not work, so...
Everyone's favorite Symmetra mains not welcome here.
No, I mean, you can be Symmetra main, it's nothing wrong with that, so okay.
Not...
Yeah.
But we do see that Widow actually staying on... Or no, they're switched to the...
Yeah, well, as you can see, Budasakin, they decided to go with the Winston and D.Va, surprisingly. The thing is, why they're not playing Reinhardt is because Budasakin, they expect that Team Singularity will play a dive composition, and Reinhardt is kind of useless against the team. They're just gonna straight jump on you at the point, because you're not really gonna defend the choke that much, and also the dive composition does not run a Reinhardt, so you're not at risk of getting earth-shattered to have a shield or block for yourself to block it. So, but now let's take a quick look at Team Singularity. They have the triple DPS, but they decided to go with Mercy instead of Ana. This is pretty good, actually. Very aggressive. They will go straight for the point, and there should be a fight going on right now.
Yeah, Hagminster jumps early on, followed by Genji on the soldier, forcing him off the high ground. Still gets the first kill on the defensive side, though. Tracer picking off Syndustries, the Lucio player. And the fight going on point now. Fire Mercy less effective here inside a rune.
Yeah, well, Farah is also less effective slightly because of D.Va. D.Va does block rockets, Farah does less damage. It seems that Bodesoken was well aware what Team Singularity is gonna play, because the composition that Bodesoken is playing counters pretty well Team Singularity, what they are running. So I expect that Team Singularity might make some changes. However, they have the ultimate percentage going on, so they might not want to swap yet. However, the lineup of Bodesoken, pretty much they secured the first push, which is usually the hardest, because now Bodesoken will start to get the ultimates, and with ultimates it's much easier to hold these 2 CP maps as well.
Absolutely. Here comes that next fight. As we mentioned, the first kills come out from the side of Bodesoken though, and that's going to be a defensive hold yet again as 3 go down. Taylor forced to pull out the gun on Mercy, but taken out mercilessly by Kenga, and Shax will just suicide off the map.
Yeah, the difficulty now exactly. The difficulty now for Bodesoken, for Team Singularity, is that every minute that passes, every single team fight that they lose, Bodesoken is stacking up ultimates. And at one point it's going to become that Bodesoken will simply start rotating ultimates and hold the point simply indefinitely. But the problem still could be for Bodesoken a Mercy Resurrection. Like a well-placed Mercy Resurrection from Team Singularity could change everything. And there's another
almost
pick.
guaranteed ended here as the Pulse Bomb was stuck on Pagminster, and then he was mercilessly executed by the D.Va, Leo Dets, I believe is the correct way to say that. But that push is ended, so they will just retreat and reorganize, getting ready for the next play.
Yeah, the thing is now Bodesoken has to play around Mercy Resurrect. They probably think the Mercy already has Res, but she doesn't have it. But they have to use that tactical visor down and boost very smartly to play around the Resurrect.
Here comes that first pick off. This time Craig gets the kill early on. Kang will pick up one. Snow will get up another. Here comes a Primal Rage on the side of the defensive squad. But there comes a Revenge Primal Rage. The two monkeys bashing at each other in a small room. Kanga picks up another kill, who's been huge all game long. Pagminster's going to get another one. But I don't think it matters at this point, as it's all defensive side and Pagminster's bullied out of point.
Yeah,
and he goes down, and he's going to be killed, delaying the push even further.
Another interesting thing from Bodesoken is when they use Tactical Visor and Nano Boost, the Tracer from Bodesoken, Snylo, he immediately went for Mercy, killed her, so she couldn't res after the Tactical Visor Nano Boost killed already some people. So even if Mercy had res, it wouldn't help there. If you think it like that. But now let's see how it's gonna go out, because they do
early kill comes out from Kanga. Sitsi goes down early. Pagminster as well. Very, very weak. Shax goes down, picks up one, but the res comes out immediately. Kang gets another kill off. Pagminster goes down. And right now Leodaz gets another one. Here comes a Dragon Blade from Sissi. Will they be able to do anything here? Mercy going after Ana with the surprising amount of damage. Craigie comes out, gets a kill off. Sissi gets the Swift Strike off on Ana. So right now it's looking better for the attacking side of Singularity Gorillas. But 20 seconds left on the clock, so the defensive squad coming back in perhaps to stabilize. Soldier running back to the point. Here comes a self-destruct from the defense, but the shield goes up by Pagminster. And Pagminster will kill the pilot D.Va while the self-destruct is happening. Here comes another kill. Craig comes out on Denia. That's going to be the point A. With 1.4 seconds left on the clock and overtime is in effect.
Exactly.
Before they get to point B. And they had to use a lot for that.
Yeah, the thing is, Bodesoken was holding quite a lot. But the difficulty that came for Bodesoken is the Mercy Resurrect. The Mercy Resurrect gave tempo for Team Singularity, and the only follow-up for Bodesoken after the Resurrect was the Sound Barrier, which is sort of a more like defensive ultimate, I would say. They didn't have any other aggression ultimate, anything to kill them after the Resurrect, and that's why Team Singularity had the momentum and they got the point.
A big Pulse Bomb comes out from Craig. He takes down Kanga early, as in the causing a lot of damage as Pagminster on that Winston. Or I should say a lot of harass, not really a lot of damage, but forced out of mech is the D.Va, and then immediately executed by Craigie. Snilla comes in big, Deny gets another one on Mercy, so it's looking better for the defensive side right now as Primal Rage comes out from Denia, and this point is almost certainly just going to be, this push rather, is almost certainly over for the attacking team, in fact, as Sisti goes down.
Exactly, now it's going to be much more difficult for Bodesoken because, much easier I would say, because Bodesoken had the problem at the first push of the second point is where the attackers, Team Singularity, had the momentum. But because now Bodesoken managed to stabilize it, they will have some ultimates to rotate, especially Tactical Visor Nano Boost next team fight. However, they still have to play around the Resurrect every single time, or get the Mercy along with it, or things like that. So let's see how it goes, and here's the fight.
Absolutely. Again, pushing up high ground early are the two dive characters in Winston and Tracer. Here comes a Tactical Visor Nano combination. That's going to pick up one early. And there's the second one, and that's just going to be a team wipe with two ultimates.
Exactly. One thing of note is if Team Singularity Mercy was able to leave, and if she was able to resurrect people after this Tactical Visor, they had so many ultimates they could literally win the fight. However, because Mercy got picked, because Boda Soken is really focused on getting the Mercy kill so she doesn't get that comeback res, they're doing really good. However, now, Team Singularity has so many ultimates to roll, they should be able just to steamroll the next team fight, and it might be very difficult for Boda Soken to hold this, so they really need to get some picks or a really good pulse bomb.
Pushing the high ground is Winston, catching Ana extremely out of position as she was all by herself, put to sleep as far, but it does not matter. She's going to go down early. Zanaya picks up one on Syndustries. Shax comes in big again. Here comes the resurrection from Mercy to pick up the downed heroes. Diva forced out of mech as they start to use ultimates now. Here comes the barrage, but goes down. It picks up one, and right now the point is not even ticking yet as they have not been able to get a team wipe to get the timeout. Here comes Kanga, forced to use Dragon Blade as the spawners come back in. Here's Winston and Pug as well to support him. And yeah, right now this is not looking good for the attacking side as they don't even get one tick out of all those ultimates.
Exactly, it's very unfortunate because Team Singularity had a really strong ultimate showing, and they should be able, at least according to the ultimate ratio from what they had in Defenders, they should be able to win because they also had a really good tempo res, but it seems when they were on the point, Team Singularity decided not to use the Dragon Blade immediately. If Genji used Dragon Blade slightly faster and get picks earlier, perhaps the teamfight would be much more different. But here's another little skirmish going on.
Sisti caught out slightly by himself. Will he be able to escape as he faces a Tracer? No, he will not. He goes down early. Shax gets one, but Denai comes in and picks up Mercy as well. This is not looking good for the attacking side as they yet again end a push, and they only have one attack left as 30 seconds. The defensive side are just going to push up to spawn.
Exactly.
And
now
attempt to prevent them from coming back.
Exactly. Now the problem for Team Singularity is like they have the res, and they all have to bank on the res because now Boda Saken, they bunkered up. They have the ultimates, they can wipe them easily. It all comes down to the proper res that Mercy leaves, gets the res off. That's their only chance of winning this fight. If they don't pull that off, it's over for Team Singularity in this.
Not a whole lot of offensive ultimates on the side, and that's not good as Syndustries goes down very, very early. Tac Visor comes out, picks up a kill. Here comes the res, but Self-Destruct comes out right away. Forced to Primal Rage to survive in the last moment, but he takes a boatload of damage, and that's going to be it for the attacking side of Singularity Gorillas, as they will only capture 1 point here on the attacking side of Hanamura, and we get ready to see the attack from Udasaka.
Exactly, the problem with Resurrecting per se is like that a good team can play around the Resurrect, especially when Boda Soken had so many ultimates. Like when you have 5 ultimates and you're defending a second point in 2 CP, and you're playing against the Resurrect from offense, it's actually quite easy to play around it. They had some ultimates to follow up after the rest, especially Self-Destruct on the point. People got rest on the point, but the Self-Destruct was about to explode. One got caught. Like there's not much you can do because even if you get resurrected, you do not control your movement. You just resurrect on the point you died. So people can just place the ultimates where you're about to respawn on that location, and you kind of get screwed. So I'm not sure how well it worked out. Mercy, like she did work out at least for the first point with the resurrect, tempo resurrect. It did work, but on the second point they were not able to pull that resurrect. And I personally think it would be better if they decided to went with Anana for the second point because the resurrect was not working well there for them, and it was kind of like they were banking a lot on resurrect. So we'll see how Team Singularity will be able to hold on defense now. They probably won't go with Hanzo, Torbjorn. Yeah, this is like, they decided to go something more, I would say it's kind of safe. However, I'm not sure about the Reinhardt pick because they should be aware that Boda Soken is going to probably play dive composition. As you can see, very, very aggressive with the Zenyatta. They will probably go Monkey Genji. They will try to go on the top left, high ground, step, and Tracer maybe sneak from the right side, from their perspective, from the attacker perspective, of course, in the little room, health pack room. So we will see how it will go. However, Torbjorn can be very annoying for certain divers like Genji. So if the turret is in a solid, decent position and can do poke damage to Genji, or even force him to not get in correctly or properly, that could help them a lot. So it's really gonna come down to the first attack. If Team Singularity fails at the first defense, it's gonna be very difficult for them to hold even the second point, because Bodesokin will have the momentum. And
here, a hyper defensive setup here as Winston goes on the high ground. Craigie goes down very, very low early. And this is going to look very deadly for Shax, as he's going to be focused early on. He goes down very quickly, as does Sizzy. This is not looking good for the defensive side, as they are crumbling apart here.
Yeah, and Team Singularity decided to play something super defensive. However, Reinhardt here is not that good when the enemy team plays a dive composition that just dumps on your teammates. There's no choke to hold at all, and that's why it kind of failed. So, however, now Reinhardt is getting maybe that Earth Shatter, but it's very unlikely that he's gonna have it for next team fight. And also thing of note is now that Bodesoken, they will have the ultimates available for this fight, and this should be a snowball. Like, they should 9 out of 10 win the next team fight. If they don't, they probably get outplayed or something like that. But
absolutely.
On paper, this should be Bodesoken team fight to win.
Looking for Sisti here to get a great early pickoff to try and stabilize early, but they're going to first force the fight on the point. Craig gets the first kill off. Here comes Pagminster with the second one, so this is looking better for the defensive side. Snillo gets one kill off early with the pulse bomb, but it's not going to matter, as well done to the side of the defensive side. But Snillo and Denai coming in and trying to prove me wrong here, as switching back to a Fire Mercy for this second point is the defensive Singularity Gorillas, as they're going to hold off early. So
yeah, the thing is, Bodesoken did have a massive advantage here on the first push, but now Team Singularity will manage to bunker it up somehow with Nano Boost, Tactical Visor, so they can deal with that Dragon Blade. However, they do not, Bodesoken does not have the Nano Boost yet, so their next push is going to be much weaker. And another thing of note, in the previous team fight, Team Singularity was able to get one pick off from Soldier. So here's another fight.
Here's that bullied Roadhog, as he's going to go down very, very early. Here comes the Nano Boost out on the side of the defense, and as Tactical Visor comes out, but D.Va in his face and besieged by a Primal Rage. That is not good for your health. Here comes Kanga on the Dragon Blade. Shax comes in huge, picks up the 2 kills on the supports, as Kanga fights a tank with the Dragon Blade, which not recommended, as this is going to be another defensive hold as they shut down 2 ultimates.
Exactly. Team Singularity was able to shut down the Nano Boost Visor with Primal Rage and D.Va block. That was really good. However, because Bodesoken did not have that Nano Boost, that extra pressure damage on the Dragon Blade, it was not enough, and now it will become much more difficult for Bodesoken, because Mercy Resurrect here, it's very hard to deal with. She can literally be camped in spawn if needed, or in a really weird position for the attackers to get in, and she gets a free safe res, or at least a tempo res on 2 players, which can change the tide of the game. There is some poking going on, but now Bodesoken will establish the high ground, and it might be slightly more difficult for Singularity.
We now see a Reinhardt instead of Winston, and a McCree instead of the Genji on the side of Bodesoken, switching up the comp a little bit, as they used a lot of ultimates in that first, and they're going to start the tick on the point. They already have 1 tick, and I believe that Singularity Gorillas just gave up a second tick. So here comes the res, as Sisti is the one who goes down. Nano Boost comes out here on the side for Snillo, as a Tactical Visor will come up, and this is looking very, very good for the attackers, as they are contesting with a hair's breadth left on the point, and it is all right now, Bodesoken, as they will capture the map 2-1. They will win 2-0 against Singularity Gorillas. So 2-1 in map score, 2-0 in 2-1 in round score, 2-0 in map score. Bodesoken wins.
I would like to add for this last team fight, Bodesoken was able to establish high ground with a Reinhardt shield, and because they were on high ground, they had massive advantage where Team Singularity could not exactly fight back, and also Bodesoken played around the Resurrect. They were playing around the Resurrect, so they had Nano Boost and Tactical Visor after the Resurrect, so even the tempo res was not enough. And because Bodesoken played correctly around the opposing ultimates of Team Singularity, they were able to win that fight, and by having the high ground uncontested, because Team Singularity was not up there at all. Bodesoken just came up there for free, and it was basically in their pocket, almost.
Absolutely. And with that, this match is over, so we will get ready for the next one, so stick around for that. Just a reminder, of course, we are sponsored by Lioncast. You can get, I believe, 7% off their wares with the well, you can get a percentage off with a code, which you can find in our description on Twitch. Of course, we are also with T Public, and the same can be said for them. You can find these codes in the description for our Twitch channel. Stick around for the next match.
symphonic sound for the home is recorded on two separate tracks, each one giving special emphasis to certain sections of the orchestra. As heard from the...
truth is, all these bruises, all these scars, that's me. I'm better bleeding, better screaming. I don't mind, this is what I love. That's me. So blame my past, blame it on my heart, blame the fire burning in my lungs. Take me, love me, please don't get me wrong.
DC stereophonic sound for the home is recorded on 2 separate tracks, each one giving special emphasis to certain sections of the orchestra.
I can talk. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our HND Overwatch Invitational Qualifiers. Up there. LaFawn back on play-by-play, and with me, Robert as my co-caster. How's it going, my man?
It's going all right. I got sun outside, so I'm please sitting my ass inside and not having any of that.
I have to say, I'm looking out my window right now, and it is a very lovely. So, what better time for Overwatch than that?
Exactly, very good. So we're bringing to Owly 6 against Shooting Stars right to you, fine folks at home. And I have to give a quick little notice here. If you have anyone who would like to watch some quality Overwatch gameplay, please do link them on our social media stuff, or just directly to this here. It would be fantastic, because we would like to have all you fine folks enjoying much more quality Overwatch content. Now, we've had one game so far here, LaFawn. What were your thoughts on those proceedings?
I mean, we had a rather strong showing from Budasakin on the side of the winning team. Singularity Gorillas, maybe not the best play for them, but they still have a chance to show themselves. But, I mean, there was some good play. We saw some great, combinations, some great play from certain players. Ult usage was phenomenal on certain sides. Like, we saw some great Dragon Blades, for example. Always an exciting, encounter.
Oh yeah, that can just smack.
Like, I mean, you go in, you see a sword ninja. What more is there to say, But I mean, yeah, I'm
there's
excited.
there's just certain concepts that just really draw gamers and just people who are in reality just children in their minds, just like me. And whenever you say sword ninja, I'm like, yeah, I'm down. Yeah, that's nice.
I mean, like, exactly. But we're waiting here again as we get ready for the next game between Shooting Stars and Owly 6, as we mentioned earlier. Just waiting for the map draft, sort of see what's going on. I guess this is a great time to mention our sponsors, Robert? Lioncast and TeePublic. Tell me more about them.
All right, so Lioncast has been with us from the very beginning, it feels like. Now, this time, you can go to lioncast.com to receive a 7% off on all Lioncast products. Just use the code HND Gaming. Well, and as we've said before, Lioncast is one of the manufacturers of gaming accessories with the highest quality, cool design, and sophisticated technology, so you can be part of the game. That's lioncast.com for you. And TeePublic, a new little snap from them. And then you tell them a little bit about the TeePublic there.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, we're partnered with TeePublic, or sponsored by TeePublic for the first time here at HND Gaming. So, I mean, super excited to have them on board. But you can get I believe, is it 30% off at TeePublic right at the HND shop by using the code HND301 at checkout. So that's another thing you can do. And that's all sorts of merchandise from the HND Gaming shop on TeePublic. So shirts, which we've got original designs there, some, maybe cups or mugs and so forth. So yeah, go ahead and check them out. And that's, of course, at you can find that at shop.hnDgaming.com.
Now that we've got all the formalities out of the way, let's start to get into the map draft here. We're seeing some popular maps being head out, and I'm super excited to see Kings Row, Numbani, and Hollywood just being banned straight out from Shooting Stars, and that makes me all kinds of happy. Because you know what?
That's the second time on stream that we've had those three maps banned.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like a total 180 from previous tournaments. Where, I mean, there was one tournament which Razor Cuts, who viewers will fondly remember, but who I think we had at one point, he was complaining that we had Kings Row for literally every single game.
Yeah, it was like that. And every time it was like, we started out with like, we saw Hanzo pick immediately. We're like, all right, so we try for a pick and see you. Okay, well then, yep, Kings Row happened. Very good.
we at a certain point, you gotta kind of say, just what more is there to talk about? We've literally talked about everything.
Yeah.
But no more of that this time, as Kings Row is banned. So actually, one thing we saw earlier today was we saw more for the first time actually a 2CP map in Hanamura, which I don't think I've seen before in an HND tournament.
No, absolutely. They've been really seldom and few and far between, as they're, just generally in tournament standards, they're really few between because they get so weird with all the snowballing effects. Was that a very snowbally match there?
Actually, no. I mean, yes and no. On the defensive side, the defense stabilized a couple of times. So, no, the snowball wasn't really that big a deal, but both teams banked ultimates, and then it sort of, went from there. Actually, we're looking like our last two maps are going to be between Dorado and Route 66. So, I mean, we could see possibly Route 66. Dorado, the first map. So right now, our three choices are Dorado, Route 66, and Eichenwald. So I mean, hey, that's a good map pool.
I'm excited for that. A little bit of hybrid there, and I'm really excited for this pure escort Dorado. They can get really weird. I mean, just looking at lately in the Overwatch scene, we've seen the uprising of some teams that do really weird positional magic with a Mei. We're maybe not going to see that kind of stuff here, but I mean, every time we bring out the weirdness of Overwatch, people get really creative. That's what makes me super excited. That's what I want from this game, and maybe these teams can deliver.
Waiting for the team's captains to pick sides, so attack, defense. Shooting Stars elects to attack first here on Dorado, so they will be the red team. Owly 6 will be defending first. Get ready here for our first map between Owly 6 and Shooting Stars. As we get ready to load into the map here.
What do you think about Dorado as a map here, LaFon?
Dorado is one of the more interesting pure payload maps in that the first point is actually really hard to capture, and the middle part of the map is the least tough part. If you look at other pure payload maps, like Gibraltar, for example, the first point is actually relatively easy to capture so long as you don't get stuck sort of in that server room area. And Dorado's sort of the opposite, where it's got this choke point that acts almost like a capture point in that it's super hard to break into. So some teams, they get sort of stuck at that first archway, and they never really make it further than that. So I'm always interested to see how defensive sides, sort of take advantage of that here as we get ready to see the two picks of the two teams. We do have a slight
we got a little bit of
error.
back
I think we have a slight technical error, yeah.
Don't worry about that. We were going to send a little bit back. Let's talk a little bit about these teams that we're speaking. We're still in like a very tank heavy or dive, like the contrasting meta game. And these players, they've been doing super well. There's a couple of these players I'm looking forward to from Owly 6. Zhao playing a really strong Zarya Tracer and Soldier. Got some really really solid kills from that player. So look out for that. And on Shooting Stars, there's a couple of really strong players as well, of course, and all these teams are really good. I'm really looking forward to see some play from Numi. I mean, Roadhog, Soldier, and Widowmaker characters he's played the most, and those characters just make me excited. So that I'm just looking at that Numi, looking at that Widowmaker pick.
The one thing to note is when we speak about compositions that are available here on current patch, like you can run your standard 2-2-2, right, where you're Reinhardt and then you flex out another off tank or something. And will we actually see? No, that's not.
No, it didn't look like
Orisa. I was hoping. Just a reminder to our viewers: Orisa is not banned in our tournament. So if teams want to play her, she is available.
That is
the new tank character, of course. Coded is an anchor tank by Blizzard, sort of a Reinhardt like character. I mean, the consensus among the community is that you actually need to play her with Reinhardt, but hey.
Which is the weirdest thing in the world. I mean, Blizzard been trying so hard to try and replace Reinhardt as a character there, but didn't seem to.
I think the attitude is correct, because you don't really want to replace a character, right? Because if you replace a character, then what you've basically done is create a better version of that character. Look at Mercy and Ana, right? Ana is basically Mercy, but better in every way, except she has no defensive ultimate. And what happened to Mercy? Ana sort of, killed her. But, so when you have a replacement character, it means that's kind of interesting. We see that there's running defensive dive composition here. Matt goes down super early to Numi as the Widowmaker comes out clutch, picks up a big early kill. Look at that Tracer v Tracer action going on. And Numi is coming out huge, picking up an early double kill and another one, a big triple.
Man. That is
This
just amazing.
defensive team is just going to have to back out early as Numi just carried this first choke point basically single-handedly.
That is just the most beautiful thing in the world. I really, really enjoy that. Like just those super skilled players doing what they do best. And now seeing Numi now going around to the flag there, trying to get an angle. Unfortunately, he missed there. Has to go around the long way to get in the fight again. But
And one thing to note here on the attacking side that we didn't mention earlier, they don't have any tanks. They're running quad DPS and 2 supports. Tazao takes down Mercy early, but Numi doesn't care. Just takes out her supposed counter in Widow. Math finally will stabilize here on the Widow as they get a kill, as they don't have the health pools to survive that Genji dive. But, I mean, look where they got that payload through, basically on the first push.
Oh, absolutely. Matt there doing some serious work as Genji going in, because against the squishy characters, that Genji can do really good work. And again, Matt is a strong player. Let's see if they're now electing to choose a different strategy for the Shooting Stars as they're going Assault again. Still going for that quad DPS strat, going above the high ground with the Farrakstein, creates some
And
opportunities.
again, Numi gets a big pick off here to start the fight. This is a huge early play. And I mean, look at the ult economy right now. Defense can't stabilize very early as Zik is just coming down and picks off another character. Zik goes very low as Zhao will go in, but Nuja just comes in and picks up Nair as well. Numi does go down, but again, the attacking team is taking the fight pretty advantageously, as right now the only 2 contesting are Lucio and Winston, and Nuja just doesn't care.
This is amazing. This is amazing. Seeing this like weird skirmish going on in a super high level game, because the fights are super segmented. They're not like clumped up. They're not death falling. They're barging on, separating the team out. And he received Genji, Nuja, Dragon Blading. You have to clear out the point, create the cap. What is this game, Lafon? Tell me.
I mean, if you look at it, they're doing something pretty interesting. They're not taking a fight. You know, when you run like a dive, or you're running a triple tank, or you're running a 2-2-2. You basically say, okay, both teams are going to fight here and now. But what this team is doing instead is they're saying, okay, we're going to create small skirmishes, and we trust our players, you know, mechanical skill enough to take these 1v1s and 2v2s, or even better, create 2v1s for them, and say, we're just going to win the fight based on mechanical skill, and they just skirmish their way through the point. I mean, right now, and it worked for them really well, especially with Numi popping off on the Widowmaker. But right now, Zhao switching off to from the Tracer to a D.Va, so running in double tank instead of the triple DPS defensive dive.
Oh yeah.
Numi now switching off the tank to a soldier, or sorry, off the Widow to a soldier. My bad. Here comes the Nano Boost Tac Visor on the side of Nair, and he's going to pick up double, but Numi's going to take down the mech, and this is going to be a team wipe here for the side.
Oh, Mercy coming in from the sideline. They're picking up the entire team.
Math is going to come in, the Sound Barrier comes out, it's not fast enough to save Numi, and this is going to be a Dragon Blade that's going to get values, it's going to pick up a double kill, and Claw's going to come in for the cleanup. Cal picks up 1 on the Ana, but right now this is all the defensive side, as they're going to pick up another 2 kills. Here comes, Cal comes up with another kill, but Nair just going to clean up the remainder, and the defense is going to back out, sorry, the attacking side is going to back out and give the defense time to regroup.
Oh, look at that cute play from Zhao and covering his Genji. So Genji can just poke out, create some opportunities, see what he wants to do, but still being covered by the defensive matrix from D.Va from behind. It's really, really, really cute. Now we see Tracer coming in, trying to create an opening for their team, going behind the time, poking out at Winston as Winston goes in on the point there. Oh man, Dragon Blade, ultimate smashing down for all directions here. Primal Rage, just trying to clear out the point, and does so successfully here.
I mean, the defensive side is looking much, much stronger. They have the health at this point in the Winston to try and just sustain themselves through certain fights. And still not running a tank is the side of Shooting Stars here on attack. So, interesting strategy. I don't know how much more they can carry it out, as they're just not fragging out as hard as they were in point A. And you kind of need that. If you're not running a tank composition, like if you don't have a tank in your composition, you need to be fragging hard enough that, you know, you don't have your health pools are not really an issue. And I don't know, it doesn't seem, and we finally see them switching to Nuja to the Hog.
I mean, that's a weird pick for me. I think it's because Hog creates some of the weird disruption tactics that might work well against like an organized ball. And he was picking up the claws on the Winston there. He just immediately jumps out, of course. Still, you see a little bit about that disruption technique. I think it's really cool.
he did. He was forced to retreat and forced to use his shield early. And that's going to be a pick off there as Nuja gets a kill. Cal kills himself. Tac Visor comes out from Numi. Here comes a self-destruct sequence on the high ground. Will it get anyone? No, it won't. And Numi's going to clean up with the Tactical Visor. Picks up 3.
Cool play. We see like on the ground there, Roadhog trying to clear out out Matt on the Genji and trying to go for some supports. Meanwhile, Numi goes on the top and just wipes out the defending team's entrenched position. They're really good.
I will say Numi is having an amazing game so far. He's really done really well here on the side of Shooting Stars. He's been the entire reason they've done so well so far. But here comes the Attack Visor from the other side as Nalir comes out with the Nano Visors. And that's going to pick up a triple kill as this is going to be the defensive side. And 30 seconds left on the clock by the end of this fight. So last push here for Shooting Stars is can they contest point? They have 0.85 meters as the payload slowly starts to roll back.
They have they might have time for this. To that Reinhardt pick that might be essential for the last push here. A lot of ultimates were used on the last defense by Owly, so we might just see them getting steamrolled into this final push here as we're gearing up with 10 seconds left on the clock.
But they do have Pulse Bomb coming up, and they do have Dragon Blade, so the chance is here for something to happen. But look at the nano boost coming on the side of the attackers. Zik goes down early, so they will not have the Pulse Bomb here for this fight. Holhog comes out. Here comes the Nano Boost on Cow just to keep him sort of up as he's very weak. And they're going to brawl it out on the point. Nalair's on the high ground doing work. Will he be able to do as much to keep his team alive as the two supports are the only ones left alive on the point? As Cal is sort of swinging at air, which is kind of interesting. We usually see Dragon Blade do that. Zik misses the Pulse Bomb and then dies to Ana. That is very unfortunate. This is going to be the end of the push here as the attackers all fall.
That was like an interesting final play there. We see the team going around the flank on the right side to come in from the high ground. Unfortunately, Gage didn't end up picking up the soldier from Team Owly, which was really that ended up like taking down the two tanks at the end. Meanwhile, the soldier was going around the high ground on the opposite edge, confronted Genji, took him out with an ultimate to create some push. Unfortunately, got picked off before he managed to really get some work done here. All in all, it was really cool game. I want to see more of Team Stars. They're doing some weird, interesting things. Let's hope they are really just as good on defense.
I mean, they're running more traditional defensive comp here, as they're running triple tank Mei, or triple tank Soldier now. Elect to lose the Mei. You need some of that more consistency. But
yeah,
as we get ready here, it looks like a dive composition from the attacking side as Owly 6 gets ready to attack. Numi on the hog now.
What do you think about the defending team setup here? What do you think? Like the Zarya pick? Is that something that's set up to you? Or
it's a very safe pick. Like I mean, this is triple tank. This is the match. Sorry, this is the picks from last patch. This was the comp to run as it was super safe. And even in the current patch, even though Ana was nerfed a little bit, she still has that massive healing output, and as a result, she has the ability to keep these tanks up really quite easily. So, I mean, is it the strongest team comp out there? No, but it is definitely a safe team comp, and it really has a strength in that you can sustain yourself through some of the more drawn out fights.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now, looking at the team from Owly, that dive composition that we know so very well, with Winston as a forefront, they're getting in and doing some serious damage. Nalir there with the soldier that hopefully can create some really great plays. Now, Ana in this composition is super important. You know, you want to create those big moments with biotic grenades. Using them offensively to create super high pressure can be vital for initiating team plays and getting that done. Nalir almost gets hooked there at the top high ground as he tries to poke out damage. And that's a scary situation there against the Roadhog. I see them gearing up on high ground or waiting for engagement here. Now we're still waiting for the teams to really make contact as Team Shooting Stars are just backing up a little bit towards, like, after they didn't even contest the arc there, but now they're starting to like creep up on the payload to not give it all away for free. That'd be unfortunate. I mean, for a team.
The attacking team really hasn't engaged either. I mean, they control the entirety of this push as they have, the more successful initiation tactics with the dive composition they're running here. And they're kind of not really forcing an engage yet, which is kind of interesting here.
Still just like a poking back and forth pause there as Winston hasn't jumped in. He's like...
This is like the polar opposite. This is a polar opposite of the last round.
Ah, here we go!
As we say, the first engage. Here comes the Pulse Bomb out. It's not going to get any kills. Or by mistake, it gets one kill. And Sal's going to clean up Reinhardt right after Tactilizer comes out.
this was just beautiful, just absolutely orchestrated. It didn't even feel like an engagement, you know? The Claws just jumped in together with the Tracer, bombed on the Roadhog, didn't get the kill, but meanwhile, the team goes in and just pushes in a wedge between the team that just absolutely gets kills and gets capture point. Really well done. It's like a super cool and controlled attack. These guys have been practicing this comp for a while. It's just super obvious. It's good.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, Owly 6 is looking very strong here as Winston dives on the Ana. She gets shielded by Zarya though. Nuja goes down very, very quickly, and Winston causing a lot of havoc in that backline. Matt will get killed though as Numi is coming out huge yet again. Primal Rage comes up, picks up Ana, knocks Reinhardt off the high ground. He's just going to go after Zarya as she's fighting 1v1, and he gets the kill with the
I just
jump hack.
absolutely love this play. They're, you know, because we're like playing this map. You're coming in after the first capture point, and you're on the high. As a defender, you're on the high ground, just waiting for the team to just walk into this death ground. This Winston going up at the Primal Rage and pushing everyone around is a brilliant counterplay to that high ground strategy. That's just really enjoy it. It worked out super well for the attackers and Team Owly. They're now established on the high ground and might just be able to take the first game here with no additional hassle.
I mean, here is the last team fight, but Sal's going to have none of it as they're going to get an early pick off. Numi comes in huge though, picks up Matt H, and this is going to be the last contest, but Nair on the high ground picks up a great Helix Rocket, takes down one, Trance to get the remainder of the fight out on the point. Graviton Surge comes out, it's going to capture 3, Whole Hog comes in afterwards immediately, but I believe somehow, Nair got the kill off early.
Yeah.
Sal is going to kill off Ana, and the Tactical Advisor from the high ground means that this map will be closed out pretty much safely as Winston comes in for the cleanup. This is it. This is all but over right now for Shooting Stars as they cannot contest as Tracer tries her hardest. Numi getting the carry for the team, but really cannot get back in time. And that's going to be match 1. 2-1 final score as Shooting Stars goes down to Owly 6.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a really, really cool game. I really love like the casual positioning, like really like sort of orchestrated work from Team Owly 6. Shooting Stars had some really interesting ideas in the first match. Didn't really follow through them, but I'm looking forward to see what they can bring in the next match. Let's look at the play of the game here.
Play of the match.
I'm going to guess it's that Pulse Bomb stick on the Hog that got a kill off on Soldier, and yes, indeed it is.
Wait for it.
Oh, beautiful little accident there.
That's why it didn't kill him, as it survived the shield, the Zarya shield survived just long enough to get the energy, but Soldier in out of position right beside it gets ended without much effort indeed.
Oh yeah. So now we're looking at either Route 66 or Eichenwald as the next map that might be final depending on how Team Owly 6 performs.
I mean, I'm excited. I hope it's Route 66. We haven't seen a lot of Route 66 in general, and seeing it here, second map would be huge. So, personal pick would be Route 66. But I mean, Eichenwald as well it's a great map to cast. We haven't seen a lot of it either. I mean, the PTR changes haven't gone live yet, of course. So there is that solo initial point A choke to go through. But I mean, it's definitely a fun map there, as defensively favored as it is. But,
yeah, we're looking at, we're going to have Route 66 as a pick here. Now, what are your feelings about Route 66 as both defenders and attackers here?
I mean, this map is one of the more interesting ones. It has some interesting play where you can create more defense for or more defense time for yourself if you take an early initial fight, right? Like you go up to doors, for example, of spawn. But most people, they play, on that defensive, on that gas station, Big Earls, as it's called.
I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I wasn't made aware of this fact.
Yeah, it's Big Earls. So
it's probably it's a giant sign, right? It's just I should have just read that. Oh,
yeah, you can actually see it in the map picture. Big Earls is just right there. Yeah. But
we're gonna have Owly now again as the beginning defending team. So we're gonna see how Team Shooting Stars are gonna behave the attacking, which I'm really, really excited to see what kind of shenanigans they're going to be pulling out. I wonder if this is like part of the inheritance that we've seen, like from, is it Meta Athena, the team that really just went for like the creative, weird strategies?
Yeah, absolutely. Off the back of Libero, who is considered one of the best flexes in the game at this point. He has a hero pool that is so massive, it's actually unbelievable. So, I mean, when you have that many players. Or a player that can have that many roles, I should say, it's easier to play more interesting tactics. I'm kind of interested to see how Shooting Stars does here. Or sorry, Numi just popped off in the first point. I mean, it didn't work out so later in the second point, but first point specifically, Widow coming in with a huge 3K by himself, and then later on picks off another 2. That's big.
Yeah, but I wonder if that's just, I mean, if that's a bit of like a surprising factor, if the Owly 6 wasn't entirely prepared for that Widowmaker really just, because it's a really violent start of the map. They're really going in high octane, high action, and then sort of like, and then it takes time to react to that. And so I wonder if they're going to be more prepared for that kind of stuff here and not be in near sightlines and more be a little bit more entrenched in the start position here, so that kind of widow play wouldn't be as effective. But I mean, still, just watch seeing if Newbie can get some shenanigans in would be really, really cool. I'd be super up for that. Now, was there any players who caught your eye on team?
On Owly 6's side, I mean, nothing so much, but they worked, like, I mean, I didn't see anyone that stood out for me super much, except maybe Nair on the Soldier.
Oh, yeah.
But the one thing they did well is they played well as a team, right? They did not go in 1v the world. It was a very much a team effort, and they played off of each other. But I have to say, Nair was exceptional, that Soldier. He had some great plays.
Yeah. And it's super strong. I feel like, well, at this level, the technical skill has been absolutely just almost maxed out. You're just like, look, skill tree, that's just like almost perfect. These guys are just insane with a mouse and keyboard. But the big differences, I mean, it feels to me as an absolute casual. It seems to me that there's this situational awareness and positioning and just timing ability that just is so strong. These players, they're so good at just picking the moment where they want to unleash an ultimate, where they want to like stand in front in terms of their position relative to the team and the opponents. They're just so good. I mean, case in point with Claus on that brilliant Winston play against High Ground on Dorado last map, that was just really, really, really impressive.
Yeah, again, we're seeing a defensive dive here for Owly 6, so that's an interesting play. I mean, they've run this back-to-back, where they're running defensive dive, and not only they're running defensive dive, but they're running defensive triple DPS dive with the Genji, Soldier, and Tracer. I mean, this seems to be something that they're choosing to run. This is, considered, I guess, the rogue strat, where they're running, like I said, triple DPS dive. So Genji, Tracer here, and Soldier, which I'm repeating myself, but the point is, it's kind of interesting to see how quickly they can move and rotate the defense, through the point. And choosing a very aggressive position here as they're crouching inside the middle, and a dive composition here, again, triple DPS on the side of Shooting Stars. So mirror composition.
Isn't this just a straight mirror?
It's a straight mirror. Winston diving the high ground, but put to sleep and then grenaded. Cal going very, very weak. Matt's going to get the first kill off as Mess goes down, but Nucha comes in, picks up Nair on that Soldier, and Kib is going to get a final blow off on Winston. But then look at that, the two Lucios trading off on the Winston kills, and the attacking side looks very, very strong here.
Yeah,
as they're going to take the first fight.
Absolutely, just took that first fight there. Absolutely.
But the benefit of taking that first fight so early is that they're going to have a chance to take a second and possibly third fight here on point A. So they're going to be able to delay at least a little bit here as a team. Get ready to see a point right about when the payload gets to Big Earls halfway through.
I mean, as they're engaging here, we're going to see ultimate ready very, very quickly here as Klaus just jumps in from the higher ground there, tries to engage on the squishies, get some really, really good action on the Tesla gun there, backed up on Mad Age, just get oh man, Shooting Stars are not clumped up. When it clumped up like that, it's half the team just goes down instantly. Klaus pumps Primal Rage, clean up that Ana, and just solidifies that hold. That was just, that was unfortunate for Shooting Stars.
And I mean, look, that's the benefit of taking that fight so early. Look where the payload is. If they'd waited to take the fight when it was at Archer or at the first choke, for example, the payload would be a lot further. Right now, it's at a perfectly manageable halfway point. So the first fight went in the favor of the attacking side, but now the defending side took the second fight, and this is looking a lot better for them. Claus caught out.
Claus being out position there, gets taken out, unfortunately. Then we have a 5v6 in the scene.
Yeah, so right now the attacking side looking very, very good as they're going to take down 2. Winston does not miss his jump. Tactical Visor comes out from the lair, is forced to get with an angry monkey. Tactical Visor gets the nano boost finally, but a little too late. I think as Cal's going to come out and get a kill on Soldier. He's going to delay him very, very late, so that's going to force the team fight to come out late. Claus is going to come in, try and contest a little bit as Genji with the Dragon Blade on the side of Shooting Stars gets 1 kill with it.
We see Owly now backing up, trying to gear up for the last team fight for this point. Maybe. Let's see. Claus now
here comes
jumping
the sound
in,
barrier from
getting in back.
waiting for the sound barrier to evaporate before the Tackle Visor Nano Boost comes out. It's going to pick up a kill on the Ana. Lair gets one kill, but kills himself in the process with that Helix. Rocket Pulse Bomb comes out, misses everybody. And right now, the defense looking very scattered as these squishies on the high ground are just raining death on the defensive side. Shooting Stars in complete disarray. They're going to lose this point, but they did decay the time to 1 minute 15. So 3 minutes 45 left on the clock as we go through point B.
Now, Shooting Stars are looking really good on this map here. They're showing strong positioning, except for like the one team fight where they got a little bit clumped up. They've been really, really good at like getting Tracer and Winston in on the position where Ana and Soldier was. Trying to get them fixed there. Now, Nuja again falls, unfortunately, for just for the team fight.
With that pick, they're going to take that team fight right now. Here comes the Primal Rage from the defensive side. Mufu very, very weak and hit with a Biotic Grenade, so he's going to go down. But Zhao comes in, cleans up the Winston, and right now the Primal Rage put to sleep, but it does not matter. This is going to be a team kill.
Oh, Claws! Oh, you're in trouble, buddy. Oh, there we go. Poor fellow just caught in between like a boulder in a hard place. And now this team fight just flipped on its head. Looked like the team Owly were gonna like really hold that defense there, but
they did stall for a minute almost, and it's going to force the Dragon Blade out of them, so they won't have that for the next fight. So ult advantage is in favor of the defending side. So it's not the worst team fight out there. And like I said, they're forcing those team fights early and often, and that's going to allow them to take more and more of them, which forces the attackers to spend more ultimates and stall more time. Here comes Matt with the Dragon Blade, but he was immediately assassinated, and the grenade goes out. Here comes the Tackle Visor Nano Boost from the attacking side, and that's going to be much, much bigger for them as they're going to come out big and pick up a team kill.
I just want to like highlight Mess there for 2 seconds. That Ana play, just standing on the high ground, getting the Biotic on Winston and Genji as they were just engaging was brilliant. Absolutely fantastic play, allowing no healing, and in additional, just doing serious damage and creating some pressure on those characters.
And now we see the defense sides coming out with a more standard team composition, 2-2-2 with the Genji Soldier, but then comes with Zarya and Reinhardt. So we're seeing a different change composition. We're looking at Tracer perhaps switching off for the attacking side, and Nietzsche goes back to spawn. Switches.
Both teams here going for the Reinhardt.
Yeah, we see a Hog come out from Numi, so interesting. Maybe we get to see some great hooks coming from, which we did see in the previous match as well. Nugent causing havoc on the high ground, but shielded is Zarya. Tracer, so Nair comes out with the Tactical Visor and Nano Boost, and he's going to come in, picks up 1 kill. He's just going to cause a lot of harass for the rest of the team as Nuja gets the kill on Matt, so Genji showing superiority over the other. Numi gets a great hook off from Lair and gets a kill. So that's going to be unfortunate. And Cal's just swinging that hammer around. Oh my goodness, the defensive team is in complete disarray. Owly 6 is rolling through this third part of the map.
Was an angry German and some serious hammering. That was very good. Like, really, that assault from Team Shooting Stars was super good. Managed to, again, to like drive a wedge between the team on Owly's side. As we're like heading into the next team fight, Owly, where both teams are clashing together at near the end of the point here. Nano boosted Soldier on the high ground. There's going to be really, really tough to deal with. That Zik just deals massive damage.
Never hook first is the adage, and Numi proves that as he's going to take out Lair, but the other Roadhog's going to go down.
Yeah, we're seeing like a little bit of like a disjointed fight here just at the end, as both teams are trying to struggle in and be on the point so that the tap happens or doesn't happen. Cow now fighting Ana at the end, at the offside there, gets a kill as he goes back in, trying to like fight on one-on-one with the boss there, see which Reinhardt gets off.
The defensive team, though, has the advantage for the moment, although Cal comes in with an Earthshatter, and Zik just providing that constant harass in the back line is going to cause the issues. Here comes the Graviton, picks up 3. Is it going to get any follow-up? It will not, but it does stall for the meantime. Zhao has the Nano Boost on him now. Does kill the Roadhog, is there on that Sombra. Big Earthshatter comes up, misses everyone as Cal manages to get the block off. Cal shoulder charges away from the point, and that's going to be a goal for the moment. Pulse Bomb used, I don't know if it was necessary. Nuja is caught out of position, will die.
Yeah.
And they're going to delay a little bit, so a minute left on the point, but they did get it quite far, 1.09 meters, of course, from the final capture.
My EMP is charged.
Now, the last few meters here are just really tough to break, even though you've traversed it once. So I'm excited to see if Shooting Stars actually manage to get to the point here with just 1 minute left on the clock, as Team Owly are really getting entrenched in the high ground here, just getting set on where they want to be.
To get ready for that next team fight. A Pulse Bomb comes out, does not capture the 2 supports it was aimed at. Sombra gets killed by Newman. Here comes in the whole Hog to force the Reinhardt out of position. The Earthshatter comes out. that is going to be the end of the map, I believe, as they sectioned off the two teams, and that is
Yeah, that
indeed
was
going to be it.
super strong.
36 seconds left, so I mean, it's not the greatest time out there, but it's also not awful as they do in fact finish the entirety of the map.
0 to 3.
Oh yeah, I mean this map is just, I mean the last part of that map is just super entrenched. It's really really hard to break through, and I've really enjoyed the what the Shooting Stars like managed to do there, where the Reinhardt of Team Owly, which is of Owly 6, which is blasted into space and wound up on the like entirely wrong side of the map, and then Roto just wound up that whole hog and just deteriorated that shield, got the kill, and then there was no tank there for Team Owly 6, while the 5 other team members just waltzed in there and laid down the damage.
I mean, even more advantageously, you didn't even need to kill Reinhardt. You just need to blow him away from the point so that the shield wasn't there, and the Earthshatter came in and did the rest.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there was a really good like orchestration of ultimates at the end there with both Earthshatter and, of course, like the tactical visor from Soldier that just does like absurd amount of damage when he gets some hits in there. Now we're seeing like the other team Shooting Stars are going to be on the fence here. They're choosing a little bit of a more traditional setup with Cow on that there Reinhardt. I'm really excited to see what they managed to happen. I mean, I play a bunch of Reinhardt, right? So I'm super excited every time someone plays a good player can play Reinhardt, so I can look at and see how absolutely utterly shit I am at the character.
I mean, I like to believe I'm the best player in the world. It's not borne out by facts, of course, but I like to believe it.
I mean, it's all what we believe, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, just as like a side note here, if you want to have questions directed to answered on stream, you can just post them at the Twitch channel, and hopefully I'll be trying keeping an Argus eye up on that.
Oh yeah, we read Twitch chat quite often. I personally love Twitch memes. Unbelievably hilarious.
You personally love Twitch memes? I don't know if that's true. I mean,
you're right. I'm lying. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I can't help it.
Oh, man.
We see the attackers. The attackers come in with a dive composition. They're forcing that fight early again, though, so interesting play. Numi goes down very, very weak, forced to take a breather. No! He somehow survives for a moment, gets one kill off, but then just dies.
Then just dies.
Zik on the high ground, supported by Mess.
Oh god. Again, we see like the Shooting Stars here going for like engagement that allows for the stall and then still being able to contest it back when on the point on big girls. I think I really like that development. Instead of like hanging out on big girls and waiting for things to happen, this is more of an active approach to try and stall out, because then you find that you really have time enough to get back in the second team fight there before the payload is captured.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as Overwatch evolves and becomes more and more of a practice game, we'll see more strategies like this. I think instead of being passive in the play, you'll be more active in how you take fights. So I'm excited to see the future of Overwatch and how it goes. But here comes a Dragon Blade from the back line, and Sal gets one kill, but Zik says absolutely not. Just absolutely dumpsters him, and down he goes. That was a very funny play to see. 1v6 you cannot Genji. This is not solo queue ladder. Do not do that. Claw's doing what he can on the payload. The payload is still moving though, so Mess will get taken down by Zhao. Great pulse bomb stick. And Claus is now going to go against the Soldier and win. Numi gets a play and takes a kill, but Claus will finish off. I don't think that sound barrier was needed. I don't think they can win this fight.
No, yeah, absolutely. That sound barrier was probably like tremendously wasted. You had only 2 characters left on the payload, and that point was going to be captured regardless. So unfortunately for Kim, that was probably a waste. Now heading into the next team fight here, we also see the ultimates being fairly widely distributed, with especially that Transcendence being ready. Let's see if I'm super excited if Mess can manage to get some Biotic in there to counter. Let's see how that development goes. And we're heading into the next team fight now.
Claus on the high ground will get the sleep off, but then he gets woken up immediately, and man, is that a feels bad, man. Zik with the tactical visor nano boost comes in, doesn't get any kills, but Numi on the low ground just says no thank you and kills everyone else instead. Hilaire will get a kill off on Nuja, but Numi just comes in and cleans up the remainder of the fight. Does get taken down by Zhao, so that's unfortunate, but Pulse Bomb comes out, and Cal is going to be very, very weak. Will he be able to survive? No, he won't.
No, he gets destroyed.
Says the Discord Orb is a hell of a drug.
In case you didn't know, this is actually the meme stream. I mean, let's just pause the game and some Dragon Blade shit is happening. Don't worry about that. But we're actually the meme channel, so just post all the memes you got in chat. It's gonna be fine. We'll just incorporate that into our blood. And a quick note to Tarua Gaming, we actually know how to read. rumored to be capable of that. Now back to you, LaFon.
I mean, as we see, the payload is just pushing forward further and further. The Dragon Blade, I think, was a bit of a waste, as they didn't get much value out of it. But Matt has proved that he is able to build it very, very quickly. So perhaps I am wrong here. But as we get ready for that next team fight, Cal rotating around the back, they're going to force a behind the play, and Claus gets very, very weak. Zix gets the first death, though. Earthshatter comes out, picks up picks up 3. Whole Hog comes out immediately after, is going to get up another kill. Sal, though, cleans up. And this is looking very good for the attacking side, as the only one left alive, I think, is Nuja. And that is just going to push through.
Or does this match feel a little bit strange? I mean, it feels like if you feel like there's lacking some sort of like energy to it. The players are the things are happening just more or less as it should be, but there's no vigor in the fighters here. I'm so hoping that Team Shooting Stars can just sort of get some of their energy and bring it into the final push here.
Both teams have posted fairly similar times through the map, so that's kind of interesting. Cow is going to go down early as Sal picks a very great pulse bomb.
Oh wow, this is really aggressive push here of the Gen there, just trying to create some space for the payload to be pushed around the corner, which is really just rough to get in an ordinary circumstance. But I'm looking forward to see like the Team Owly just absolutely just inching forward here towards the end of the map here. Claus now backing up to try and stick out with the team as reinforcements are arriving. Matt on that Genji, and Claus just hanging out on the window there.
Interestingly, we're seeing some Numi switch that Winston instead of the Hog he was on before, so interesting choices.
Code word interesting. Yeah, that's code word for today. Interesting choices.
I mean, it's Canadian slang. Matt comes in huge, picks up a great.
Oh no, Tao gets absolutely demolished there by the Roadhog inside.
But I don't think it's going to matter as
no,
get back in time. Quite. Oh, they do get back just in the nick of time, but. Man, this is a lot. This is looking a lot better. Transcendent's gonna come out to try and keep the fight alive. Here comes a tactical advisor from Nalair. He's gonna pick up one on Mess, and Zik goes down very, very low. Will he survive? The Earthshatter comes out, picks up big, but it's not gonna capture. It's gonna capture a whole lot, but there's no follow-up. And right now, the attackers look all but guaranteed to take this map, as it's just Lucio on the point and Winston Primal Rage doing what he can, but he's gonna be taken out summarily. And that's gonna be the map captured. 2 minutes 36 final.
Complete.
That was impressive. That was Team Owly with an impressive performance again here. 3-3, better time here for Team Owly by far. Now we get 1 minute to attack here from Team Shooting Stars, if I'm not mistaken.
Indeed, 1 minute for attack Stars, but 3 minutes on the other side. So this is going to be a close finish, perhaps.
But I mean, I just love these ends of the matches because I mean, now you really get to see how these players react to more stressed circumstance. Because the first 2 matches they were really just orderly and fine, but now we might actually get to see the true mettle of these players, as we've seen teams being completely demolished in the first couple of rounds, and then just being super cool and calm under the extra round, and managing to push the payload entirely from start to end on overtime. And that's just the most amazing stuff. That's what games are made of. And I'm really excited to see if Team Shooting Stars can really sort of sum up that exceptional play here and take that into the final round of this map. Because if they lose this, they lose the match. They're down 1 to Team Owly 6.
Indeed, so this is do or die situation for Shooting Stars as we get ready here to see their attack. Dive composition here, again, triple DPS dive. So, I mean, 2 things to note. Last patch, triple tank was a thing, but now triple DPS is a thing this time. So maybe the magic number is 3.
The magic number is 3. I mean, we heard that from Firetails from since we were little, so it seems like that's the case.
Could be
now,
indeed. So
yeah,
play more defensively.
Absolutely, just backing up a little bit more than they were before, not engaging on the pre and then the. As Cow on that Winston diving in, getting some serious damage. Claus is not interested in that Winston at all. Just not even acknowledging that Tesla gun tickles. As he gets
the one thing to note though is that entire push was pretty much end of the moment Ana got hooked and killed. Slightly out of position, and Nalair on the Hog just abused that by hooking and ending on a, summarily. So they ended up pushing. Here comes another hook, but he does manage to get the deflect up in time. That's kind of interesting. I'm not sure why that kill didn't go through, but That's going to be unfortunate. It's going to not really affect this. It's going to affect this last fight, but Pulse Bomb comes out. Cow's going to go down early, and we're now in overtime, so overtime spawns are in effect. Nalair very, very weak, and he is purple, and he will be taken down, so kills coming in from both sides.
That Reinhardt with a nano boost, it's just so scary. Gets slipped! Lies, takes a little nap on the payload there. Absolutely not going to be touched. And this mess is a final contestant on the payload. Cow comes in on D.Va, trying to hold on just barely there. Gets challenged by Lucio. Boop. I mean, that boop is so scary at this point in time because you might actually just get off the payload for just the amount of time that you don't want to be. Earth Shatter brilliantly catching all 3 members. D.Va gets absolutely murdered! The game's over.
Complete.
And Matt, with the Tactical Visor, of course, cleans up with 5, so...
Yeah, it doesn't matter, yeah, Matt.
A great Earth Shatter combo to end out the attacking or the defending side for Owly 6. So they have 3 minutes to push not very far at all.
Oh no.
So it's looking very, very tenuous right now for the side of Shooting Stars.
Now I'm looking forward to see. I mean, I hope we get to see some actual shenanigans here. That'd be amazing. Because I mean, you're banking on like absolutely holding the first in front of the map here, and how do you do that? How do you do that against a team that's been so successfully aggressive in the past?
I mean, this is one of the things we have to. I mean, you'll have to watch and find out, but they're going to have to win team fights after team fights for 3 minutes. Like, let's say you get a team fight every 30 seconds, right?
Yeah,
that's
sure.
6 team fights, and you have to win all of them consistently and handily to be able to close out this map. So, is it possible?
Ooh, it's scary,
yes.
yeah.
Is it likely? Well, I don't think so. But, I mean, you could say it is, but I think our viewers will all realize that would be a complete lie. The attacking side definitely has all the cards here. So, will the defensive side be able to pull this out? I don't know. We'll have to wait and find out.
I mean, I'm hoping Slepa stays on that Hanzo pick. That made me all kinds of happy. Let's see what we're heading into here. And oh my, it's like we're gonna see some he switches. Damn it all. He's going into that trigger first. That's Zenyatta. That's fine, I guess.
So they're running the quad tank here on defense, trying to survive out the fights by having just large amounts of health. But that payload is pushing very far.
Inching along. And we see the first team fight might well be the last team fight of the map, as Claus now from the top here goes in with the Tesla gun, engages on Cow and the rest of the team.
They're going to get the first kill off too, and he's going to just go jump back in, and this is very, very dangerous. They have to contest here because if they jump off the payload for even a moment on the defending side, that's going to hit the map end, and they're going to die. The trades come out, but the thing is, spawns favor the attackers heavily as they are much, much closer. So they're going to lose this first fight. As they win.
Stagger might be real. Map then just gets taken out here, and we see team Owly 6 has to recuperate for a little bit before they get in. Now, Xiao, on the top there, as Tracer, going to go and work out, see if he can get a pick on the staggering members of Team Shooting Stars. That might be what's needed here, as Klaus now jumps into the front line, tries to get an angle here, but that round corner is not easy to get in. Jumps in the jetpack, challenges those 2 members. Primal Rage ends up coming out. Ooh. Dragon Blade in absolutely stellar fashion, trying to slice up some sushi for Shooting Stars, just losing member after member. 4
that is
down.
going to be it, as there's no one left alive to contest, as he just jumps off the
map.
No,
he's back! No! That would have mattered, but Nuge just sailing through the air, then almost getting under the point. That drama! What's going to be playing the game here, LaFon?
The Dragon Blade Genji from the final play.
Okay. I won't bet on that. But let's see what we're gonna see here. I'm super excited to see some exciting plays. We've got super strong here from. I really enjoyed Matt, Slepa, and the other previous players of Team Owly 6. They've been super strong. Matt, let's see here if it's at the end here.
So it is indeed the last play at the end.
Absolutely, just slice it. I mean, every time I see a Genji ultimate, I get super psyched for sushi. I cannot explain this urge I get.
I mean, hey.
It's insane. And this worst part. I mean, so here's fun of the anecdote from me to you about Norway. There's nothing open on Sundays because religion. So we nothing ever is open on Sundays. So eating sushi here is hard damn work. So I mean, I want understanding for my first world problems is what I want here.
I mean, in defense, it's afternoon there, so you have to wait another 12 hours, and then it'll be Monday.
That sounds about right. Yeah, but I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, you're answering your own question there because I mean that'll be Monday, and that's its own problem in and of itself, right?
What better way to clear a Monday off than sushi?
I mean, you're factually correct. That doesn't mean that I'm less upset.
All right, let's segue that completely into congratulating Owly 6 in
Yeah.
their win over Shooting Stars as they take both maps 2-0. The final score in maps over Shooting Stars. So Shooting Stars drops, Owly 6 moves on, and with that, thank you to our sponsors,
Yeah.
T Public and Lioncast. Tell us more about them.
All right, so we're just really proud to be partnered still with Lioncast. They've been our like stable partner for the last the 4 or 5 tournaments probably. Now, to receive it 7% off on all Lioncast products, just use the code HND Gaming on Lioncast.com for a little bonus on their absolutely stellar gaming gear. As they say, they're one of the leading manufacturers of gaming accessories with the highest quality, cool design, and sophisticated technology, so you can be part of the game. Now, we've got some T-shirts, both to give away and that you can buy. What do you get to see about the T-shirts, Lafon?
I mean, they're really cool. I actually got one for myself.
Oh, you did?
Anna
Amazing.
one. I did, yeah. The Anna one. It's really great. But you guys can get also. I'm an Anna main. Well, Anna anxiety. Regardless, you guys can get one as well with a discount. We are now sponsored by T Public, so 30% off T Public. The HND shop by using the code HND301, and you can find us at shop.hndgaming.com. And I like I said, shout out to that Anna one. It's really quite something.
Hey, how's the quality of that shirt? Is it all right? Is it just like
It hasn't quite come in yet, but I've heard
it hasn't quite come in. Is it partially come in?
It's partially coming, by which I mean it's shipping. But I have to say someone else on at HND has a shirt from them, and the quality is quite nice.
Oh, nice.
So
I'm very glad.
Yeah.
So just to close it all off here, we're going to be sending up the next match between Boda Sokin and Alpha Squad here on the English language stream that I and my trusty partner Lafon are going to be bringing to you. But we're going to have just a brief little intercession. So stay with us, and we'll be right back soon.
polyphonic sound for the home is recorded on 2 separate tracks, each one giving special emphasis to certain sections of the orchestra.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is still Robert. I'm here with Razor Cuts. How do you do, my boy?
Hello, I'm doing good.
I'm glad. So we're now bringing you an absolutely amazing match between Bodesokken and Alfa Squad. We're going to be starting out on Nepal, and we've got some more treats for you. We're heading off after to Velskaya or Hanamura after that. So we got something to capture or something of the hill going on. It was very cool. Now, just before we're going here, this tournament is brought to you by Lioncast and TeePublic, both of which you can go to get some percentage off. To receive 7% off on Lioncast products, use the code HND Gaming on Lioncast.com. And to receive 30% on all HND products, use the code HND301 at shop.hdgaming.com. So now we got that out of the way. Let's talk some Overwatch. What's going on, hey Razor?
All right, first thing of note, Bodesokken, they're playing again on Nepal as the first map. It seems some of the bans, map and picks, were targeted by each team. It seems they know on what maps the other team is not comfortable to play on. Perhaps that's why Volskaya Industries and even Hanamura was picked. But now let's look at the compositions as well very quickly. I'll take a look at Bodesokken first, the blue team. They're definitely not going to play with Torbjorn. Perhaps they'll probably go with the dead ball because on this map there is like death hole at the start where both teams are poking each other. You want the Reinhardt shield protection as a guaranteed so you don't get immediately picked off and things like that. However, Alpha Squad decided to go with the Roadhog. Both teams have Roadhog. Now it's good. Yeah, it's really gonna come down to the hook in the first team fight and also the slip if it gets hit, of course.
Now we see both of these teams going out to like the death on the right side here, with soldiers peeking out from the right side, and a great hook here as Ake gets shut down from Team Alpha. Just brilliant play here as Team Bodesokken gets a little bit of a overhand on the first engagement here. Now, what's going to happen next here, Razor?
Well, at this point, the Bodesokken, they're on the point. They will get the point. This is actually really good for them. Now they can hold it. Actually, it's very... Oh, there's a pause. It seems somebody... Okay, yeah, it makes sense. It was very, how should I say, very strange that Bodesokken would get this point for free when it was like 5v5.
Yeah.
So I thought something was up. It seems one from Alpha Squad has some difficulties. That's why we
a little bit
lost.
crash here.
Yeah,
So-
okay, but basically, like I said, it did come down to the hook, and they go like, if I'm correct, Alpha Squad got the pick when they, Bodesokken got the pick with the hook, and that's how the momentum slightly changed. However, also Bodesokken lost the player. It was 5v5, and all of a sudden Alpha Squad was backing off when it was still quite an even fight, and now Bodesokken got the point. Bodesokken, they do have the advantage now because of this DC, because now they control the point. Percentage goes in their way. They can establish on the high ground, sort of, at the death hole, or how we like to say it. Now it's really going to come down which team is going to break the shield faster, so the other Roadhog can get the hook in. So
But the Talisman here is Lucy just poking in the point here. Force Team Bodesokken to go over. A great little charge from Dena over in the point. Unfortunately, gets punished immediately by Ake at that charge. Now we have some ultimate smashing off in all directions here. Zarya with great graviton and nano boost on top of it just does amazing damage and manages to clear out that point with little ease.
Yeah, the thing is, like, Bodesokken, they managed to retake the point. However, that charge from Denya was very risky because he didn't get anything pinned. He got punished, and it looked really bad for a second for Bodesokken right there. However, they had the Zarya ultimate. They were able to stabilize. Well, they lost 8%, but still.
And here we see Nadabu's now going off on Ake as a Reinhardt left, unfortunately, in the charge. Not full potential as they're being countered by Whole Hog from Team Bodesokken just down that hole of death. Now Team Alpha Squad are being they're being forced off in different directions, not being able to fight as a unit, as a team, which is not what we have what happened. But I mean, I just want to say that I love the positioning for Peritu, that Ana off the sideline there, just great being able to cover his team on the off edge there while action's still going on. On the point now, Graviton slamming down for Team Alpha Squad, being countered, trying to be countered by that sound barrier from Lucio, but I mean, that's just not going to be enough. from like when the follow-up comes from the whole hog immediately. That's just gonna be so scary. And we see, Team Alpha Squad that takes the point here for the first time.
Yeah, it is true that the Alpha Squad was able to get the point. However, the percentage ticked quite a lot for Bodesokken. So basically now Bodesokken, they only need to win one team fight. They have the Graviton Surge, they will have the Nano Boost. It's very probable they can do it. However, Alpha Squad still has a nice set of ultimates in forms of Tactical Visor and Nano Boost. If they executed that correctly and go aggressive, don't give room for Bodesokken to play, to get in, then they should be able to hold it. Otherwise, it might become very difficult.
Interesting going here for Denia, and like going underneath the point here, trying to engage. As we see both teams are like gearing up for the ultimates. Now we see brilliant Lally coming in with a nano boost tactical visor. So much damage, clears out Team Bodesokken just with absolutely like
the reasoning why Bodesokken went also from there is because Reinhardt can protect the whole team in that little room with his shield, and tactical visor didn't get much at the start at least. However, Cherry Dormy, the Roadhog from Alpha Squad, was able to hook off Denia Reinhardt off the map, so that gave them quite a nice momentum right there. And there should be a next team fight going on.
We see him going off like in the whole corner of death here. Oh, brilliant Earth Shatter from Aki there. Behind the shield, gets a slam down, catches 2 or 3 members in it, and just is able to pursue and get the team in. And this is looking really good for Team Alpha Squad now.
Exactly.
Averaging out on the pursuit.
Exactly. At this rate, Bodesokken will have only one last team fight to do. It's already 80%. It's not looking good. Because now Alpha Squad is starting to rotate their ultimates. They will have the Wallhawk combo with Graviton Surge. It should wipe it.
Oh no, Soldier can. Oh no, in the back in there.
Whoa, that's it.
Soldier. But in the center, he will have both of the Gravitons going off again with the Nano Boost on the Zarya. Does so much damage when she's fully charged. It's working out the way that. Now we see Bodesokken just absolutely trying to get in the point before the capture goes up. Just barely managed to do it on overtime, even as a team. Bodesokken is just stunningly able to take the point here.
It really looked bad for Bodesokken. However, in the end, Anna from Bodesokken Bok 1 sneaked on the point, and that's why he was able to copy. They were able to copy it because they sent some people sneakingly on from the other side to get on the point and copy it. It seems like the Bodesokken positioning in the last fight was much better by going around, sandwiching Alpha Squad in between, and also Reinhardt, Denia was able to get a really good Earth Shatter. Ake was unable to block it, and then that kind of hurt them a lot, I would say. So, and because of that, even when Alpha Squad had an advantage, they kind of, not exactly threw it, but Bodesokken really executed it well to make sure they get the point back, and as well sandwich them in between with the Earth Shatter as well. So it was really nicely executed. Now let's look at the both teams. I'll take a quick look at Bodesokken. They decided to go more like a dive composition, but they still have the guarantee with Soldier to get anything that you need a hit scan reliable for it. They have triple DPS. Meanwhile, Alpha Squad is still playing pretty much triple tank.
Oh, there we go. Great hook on Dena. Just absolutely gets demolished, forcing this fight 5v6. Is not what you want to have happen just at the start of the game here, as another pick is just waiting to happen at the end there. Snillo, as a tracer, is working, like, has to back up a little bit to try and not get murdered, as we still as we have the point now unlocked.
Exactly. Now let's see. I mean, for Alpha Squad, it looks pretty good already on the point. Meanwhile, Bodesokken is outside. The thing is, the Roadhog is really good at shutting down Winston. If Roadhog has an easy time hooking Winston, and if Winston doesn't have any protection, which he doesn't because there's no Zarya guaranteed, like he gets shielded after he gets hooked, he will die. And when Bodesokken loses their Winston, they don't have any other shielding, any other big thing in between your healers and DPS. So that's why everybody in Bodesokken becomes all of a sudden vulnerable. So
now we're going to see some great ultimates coming up here from both Genji, Tracer, and the Soldier here from Team Bodesokken. So we got to see how that turns out. Lally now pops up, coupled with a nano boost, just absolutely wipes out Team Bodesokken before they can initiate anything. Leo, Dead's the only team player on the Team Bodesokken that has his ultimate up, but it should be strongly followed by Genji. Tracer used her ultimate, but did he do anything? I didn't see it.
I think it did something. I wasn't sure as well, but I would like to point out for Bodesokken they have the Tactical Visor and Dragon Blade, but they do not have Nano Boost. So they can still pull it off, but you have to keep in mind Talisman, Lucy has Sound Barrier. There it goes.
Here we go. Summer immediately counters that Dragon Blade as engaging on the... And that's just not what we want to have happen. That extra arm... so hard to break through, even as a Genji with Dragon Blade. But see, but even so, get some really good picks against Team Alpha Squad here. Aka, Cherry, and Talisman Perfect just absolutely dropping down an easy clear here for Team Bodosok and capturing the point. But I mean, 78%? That's a lot to fight
Exactly. Kang was able to force Sound Barrier with his Dragon Blade, and immediately after the Sound Barrier, like a few seconds after, Leodids went with Tactical Visor to wipe them off, and Discord Orb on tanks helps a lot because all of a sudden Roadcock gets discorded and takes 35% more damage from everybody, and he has a big hitbox. It's very easy to hit, so you become very much more volatile.
And here we see like ultimates going off again as Dena goes in as that great Winston. Fortunately, this engagement did not go the way of Bodosok, as they were being wiped off the face of the earth, and Alpha Squad could be able to retake the point here with relative ease.
It seems Bok once Zenyatta was not able to get his Transcendence in time. Like, he had the ultimate available, but he was not able to get in the Graviton in time. Or they got even Biotic Grenade, and it was a clear wipe by Alpha Squad. So now it looks really good for Alpha Squad. They only need one potential team fight to win. They have the Earth Shatter. There's gonna be the Tactical Visor coming soon, so it looks very difficult for Bodesokin to reclaim this point. It's up to the Dragon Blade as well.
Sound Barrier coming in together with, let's see if we can get some Dragon Blade here. Kanga is still waiting for it. Oh man, that Nano Boost is just so scary. I'm still waiting for that Genji Dragon Blade. It's still not electing to push. There we go. But immediately gets murdered, not getting able to get encouragement of that.
I'll explain the problem with Dragon Blade. Genji was like 30% health. He didn't have health, and Zen already died, and so did his Lucio. So he didn't have any healing. And he basically was forced to try to Dragon Blade 30%. I mean, arguably he could use the Dragon Blade earlier. However, Lucy used the Sound Barrier, I mean, if I'm correct, and he wasn't able to do much.
Yeah, exactly. So now we have a 1-to-1 and we're heading into the village map. And this map I think is really interesting because both teams have a tendency to go like up on the high ground on the side of the capture point and try and hold that as on the first engagement, and then you can see like the interesting play comes off whether the next team fight's going to be like coming in from above or...
Yeah, well, Bodesokin decided to go back to 1. I think it's more safer choice because playing Ult Economy and King of the Hill with Nano Boost, it's much easier per se, I think, and also Transcendence is very vulnerable to Biotic Grenade or if you don't get in time in there, so... Yeah.
But here we see like the difference here we see like Ake on that Reinhardt and Diva to combination with on Alpha Squad. How do you think that's going to play out on the end?
Well, Alpha Squad, I mean, the Reinhardt, if he gets his Earth Shatter very quickly, it can be very devastating for Bodesokin because they don't have a Reinhardt. And also the starting fight here, up at the choke, if you have a Reinhardt and the opposing team doesn't, you have a much better advantage, as you can see. They had the protection, the shields, and Bodesokin couldn't get the damage in at all. Because Diva was blocking, Reinhardt is blocking with his shield, it becomes very difficult to hit things.
We see Leoded's now going in, like, electing to go for that Zarya to try and back up Denia on that Winston. I think it was a really clever play, but see it holds up in the next fight. We see the team Bodesokin now gearing up to choose their vector in on the point here. Now, the Team Alpha squad here has a really good position on this high ground, like hard to gauge on, as Denia just jumps in, try and get the point on here, but it's really hard. Has to back off to not get killed, forcing Team Alpha squad down on the point. It was getting a little bit of skirmish on the point here. Not clear who's going to come out on top. Definitely waiting for Ultimate Suicide Smash down here. There we go. Big nose with that great Rocket Barrage, forcing Team Bodesokin out of the point and enables his team to clear up out of that.
Yeah, and one thing of note is like Alpha Squad didn't even have to commit that much. They lost some players, but it's okay, like they still have good ultimates. And it's gonna be not that easy for Bodesokin to get the point back. They really have to bank on the Dragon Blade, Nano Boost, or Graviton Surge and Pulse Bomb. One or the other combination, and they have to do it ASAP. And it's not gonna be easy because Diva can block Graviton Surge. So it might maybe be even Dragon Blade Nano Boost just to make it sure. However, there is some
here we go. The Tactical Visor into Nano Boost coupled with the Graviton Surge from here. creates a lot of momentum. These team fights are just insane. So many things are happening at once. But Team Vodasoccer do not look like they're coming out on top here. Even the Primal Rage on the point does not look like they're going to be able to stabilize anything. He's going to be taken out, and this is looking really rough for Team Vodasoccer.
Exactly. Now they can't even group up for last team fight. I don't think they have the time. They have to delay and then go with Dragon Blade Nano Boost. I mean, arguably they could try the last team fight, but let's see. It could work.
Here we go. As you say, Dragon Ball. Oh, he gets caught in that Earth Shatter and summarily executed. That's not really going to happen. That's going to be probably just going to be game here for Alpha Squad, or the set. I mean, brilliant play here. Great prediction from Ake. Waiting for that Genji to come in.
I personally think that Vodasoccer should play with Reinhardt as well if the opposing team has Reinhardt, because
at the Reinhardt's best counter.
The first team fight at the small choke, when they played up on the high ground coming from the corridor or of the building, basically, the Alpha Squad had the block and Reinhardt shield, and it protected them so much. Like they did way less damage. Meanwhile, Vodasoccer was pretty much in the open, taking all damage for free. I mean, you have the Winston barrier, but it's not enough. And now they're swapping things around, and it makes sense. I agree that they should make these changes excellent. Yeah, now it's really good. They have the Reinhardt, like they're playing pretty much the same as they did previously here, and they won with this composition on the same map. So we'll see how it's gonna go. Like I said, it's gonna come down to the hooks. Which team breaks the shield faster, because the Reinhardt that loses his shield faster will put your team in the open, and Roadhog can get hooks. However, both Zaryas can shield the hook, so you don't get killed when you hook. So it's really gonna come down to technical play here a lot. Oh, there's a kill!
Ake with a great charge, catching Leo Deads there. Brilliant play, making sure that Alpha Squad's going to be able to take the first point here with great timing.
Yeah, because he was able to pin Zarya, she couldn't shield anyone when Roadhog hooked. So it was very devastating, actually. It was really good play. Exactly.
I wonder. I mean, you just in that situation, I want actually just aim for that Zarya, or if you like charge and you pray you hit something, and that's what you go. Again, legit has an engagement in this corridor of death. Both teams are taking losses here, 1-1, so it's 5v5 here. Ake and Denya, both Reinhardts are down. Oh, Rodak almost gets booped up there. It's going to be unfortunate. Snillo now tries to survive, a little bit out of health there, back up and heal. Fragmented front from team Vodasoccer here.
As long as they're both teams poking, it's an advantage for Alpha Squad, because they hold the point. But there's a nice Graviton Surge. They should be still able. Oh, there's a great
steal on the charge!
And then all Shatters followed up. Yeah. That should be it. I mean, the tactical visor was probably an overkill. Maybe it wasn't arguably not needed. But however, it was very well executed by Alpha Squad, because they're having a skirmish for long times. Like they're prolonging the inevitable team fight by poking each other, playing a bit from afar, because the percentage ticks in their way, and they just want to drag it on as much as possible. And when it comes down to team fight, you want to use the ultimates and win it for sure. And now, Vodasoccer, they are gathering those ultimates, and they should be able to retake this point.
Oh, here we see Graviton Surge slamming down, but it's still not right through that shield. Shield with the whole hog behind it is just so scary, because he pushes away the momentum. Try and follow up here with Kanga and that sick tactical visor with the nano boost.
But they kept it, they ninja'd it.
They got it. I mean, it even got Cherry booped up the map there, which is a great thing you want to have happen. So that 5v6 and just able to separate the team here, separate Team Alpha Squad. They should be able to take this map here, take this capture point.
Yeah, definitely, they should. The thing is, like, it was very probable for Vodasoccer to win that fight, because they had the ultimate advantage. But one thing of note is that Vodasoccer, they did lose Reinhardt Denya when Roadhog Dormi used his wall hog. He killed him while he was in a Graviton. At that moment, it looked slightly bad for Vodasoccer, but they were able to stabilize it and get on the point and cap it, while Alpha Squad couldn't really get in and contest it. And there should be a team fight going on.
Oh, there we go. Earth Shatters going up in both directions here. And together with like 6 sound barrier coming out from Team Vodasoccer, they're really be able to hold that defense. Whereas the 4v5 in favor of Team Vodasoccer, and see if we can get another kill here. Ah, there we go. Earth Shatter coming in, taking out Lolly. Brilliant, like followed up with a nano boost there, just try and go in the point and create some really sick damage. Aki's now a little bit on his own there. His teammates are on the high ground, still trying to support him, but yeah, it's a vulnerable place to be. Cherdomi has to back off and heal before he goes into the point here. Graviton on the edge there, might not be able to take him off the map, but still pretty good.
Yeah, well, both Zaryas actually in this team fight and the previous team fight used Gravitons when no one else could follow up. Like, people got in a Graviton, but there was no one to follow up and actually kill them. So I'm not sure about these Gravitons. Perhaps Leo did try to get the Graviton to Graviton them off the map, but didn't really work.
Yeah, it looked like it, because I mean, if it had been like just on the edge of the map,
but it was worth a try.
Yeah, absolutely.
But again, as you can see, Bonasoken, they're quickly going on the point, cap it. Meanwhile, Alpha squad is a bit, sometimes kind of, not exactly lost, but like they give up free room for no reason. And Bonasoken is just abusing this. Like, okay, you're not gonna contest, you're not gonna move forward, you're too much back. You just move on the point, and then it's a really good situation for Bonasoken because Alpha squad has to go in and they get hurt.
Oh, here we go. This is like a great team fight. Then, yeah, with getting Nano Boost, damage as a right, creates a great Earth Shattering of 2 characters, but it gets slept as a follow-up. Firstly, yeah, as you said, I mean, this was some great ultimates, did great crowd controlling ultimates this game, but with no follow-up, and that's not what you want to have happen.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha Squad did a really good showing here. But however, Bonasoken, they still played pretty well. Both teams did very good, but in my opinion, Bonasoken was better at retaking points most of the time. Like, they were able to position accordingly so they could cap a point in a... even when they were still... Yeah, that was the Dragon Blade.
Oh, shut down in all directions.
Yeah, like I said, Bonasoken was really good at sending people on the point and tried to get some cap percentage or even cap it while there are still lots of Alpha Squad teammates, enemy team is still alive. And that's really good. That was really good. But however, Alpha Squad was just able to get the momentum, especially that round when they played with Zen. I mean, I'm sure if Bonasoken played with Ana there and went something similar, might worked better, but let's see what they will decide to pick. Now it's either going to be Volskaya Industries or Hanamura. I would personally like to see Volskaya. Like, I basically never saw it.
Oh, it's going to be Hanamura, but still.
No, but still, like, it's too CP. It's going to be very interesting, but like I said earlier, these are probably targeted picks. Like, probably each other teams know very well, and they probably, one of the team realized, okay, one of these teams is not prepared for Volskaya Industries or Hanamura. They didn't practice it enough, or they practiced it themselves a lot, and they just want to pick this type of maps where they know they have some kind of advantage or there is a disadvantage for the opposing team. That's why we don't have the usual safe comfort picks like King's Row and things like that, because people figured it out. Everybody practiced on that. They know in and out. It's pointless. You rather try to get some picks like maps like this where you can have an advantage or make a disadvantage on your opponent. And also the composition, it's very likely that, like I said earlier, that offensive team will play a dive composition, triple DPS with Winston, maybe double tank, but still you have Winston, speed and everything. Because they also buffed in the recent patch Winston where his barrier goes immediately on cooldown when you deploy the shield instead of after it breaks down. And that's a really huge buff, and it allows for dive comp to be even more effective per se. So we'll see what they will decide to do. We have Bonasoken, if I'm correct, on defense. They decided to go. They actually played this earlier against Team Singularity with the D.Va. Well, yeah, I would say kinda, but the thing is, D.Va is a guarantee. If they play Pharah or something like that, D.Va will block the rockets and will also block another kind of damage on the move. She's much more mobile than Reinhardt, because Reinhardt is good at holding the choke, but when the divers jump in, the Reinhardt effectiveness, it's really down, almost down to 0. Meanwhile, D.Va is like, I'll just fly to my teammates, I'll start peeling targets off, blocking the damage of my supports or squishy targets so they leave. So I think D.Va has good applications in here. However, Alpha Squad is gonna play with the Widowmaker.
Yeah, exactly.
Looks like, and Widow is pretty good against their lineup in a way, because they don't have the Reinhardt holding the choke. They're pretty much like in the open per se. They have to play a lot around the corners and around cover to not get picked off by Widow.
I wonder how D.Va is gonna play. D.Va and Winston are gonna play against that. Because both of those are very mobile tanks, and you may spare one of them to go after Widow and try to take that out.
They can go after Widow. They can go after Widow, but the thing is, it really depends if they can even afford to go that much aggressive, because as you can see, Alpha Squad decided to go with a Zen. You want to play something like a dead ball, just speed in together with Reinhardt and be super aggressive, and and Roadhog to hook Winston and Diva as well.
Yeah, getting some really good placements here. Like Widow's still like waiting on the side of the. I'm using weird like change of placements here. Both teams are not sure where they want to engage, but meanwhile, Team Alpha Squad is going around and into the point from the top side there.
Yeah, that's the
very
dead ball.
clever play.
They go in and they do their thing. Now they're going to be the fight.
They can hang on the point. Like, Leo Deads get bursted out of her mech, and fortunately for Diva, that you really want that pressure there. And now they even get a kill on Lucio, and I mean. Even the follow-up kill on Zenyatta from the opposing team is not going to be just enough here, as another member falls from Team Bonosuken. Ake is taking a little nap off the side of the point here before he goes in and actually manages to cap it. I'm impressed by this. Alpha Squad again showing some strength.
Exactly. I mean, Alpha Squad almost like a mind reader. They predicted or studied what Bonosuken would play here on defense, because Zen and Roadhog will get quick work done of Winston and Diva on defense that. And also they had the Reinhardt of their own. Meanwhile, Bonosuken didn't have it. And a dead ball against counter dive on defense, usually that ball has slight advantage, especially the lineup was really like a counter to them. But let's see how it goes now.
The dead ball going up on the right side here. Oh, Ake gets slept. Now it allows for a negate from Team Bonosuken, but electing not to take that opportunity. It just seems a little bit. I'm not seeing a momentum here from Team Bonosuken. They're not going in and picking a battle. I find that kind of weird.
Well, they're getting the picks now.
Yeah, there we go. Getting on the high ground here, Kanga as a soldier, getting nano boosted, and with the tactilizer, just absolutely does amazing amounts of damage.
Yeah, but the thing is now, it's true Bonosuken was able to hold it. However, they still do not have the Reinhardt. And they're kind of dry on good ultimates. They don't have the good ultimates anymore. Like, Tracer Snilo really needs to get the good pulse bomb to stop the next offensive from Alpha Squad, because now Alpha Squad is going to go really hard with their ultimates. They will probably use Sound Barrier to counter off the bomb.
Oh, Leo gets shot out of the mech, but unfortunately he managed to make it.
Oh, this is really good for Alpha Squad now. Now they go in.
Absolutely. So the bunch of ults, yeah, Sound Barrier coming down immediately. Not for hitting anything, unfortunately for them. But the chair as that Roadhog going in with the whole hog, trying to wipe the floor with there. It seems very successful there. It gets a couple of picks. Dragon Blade as well, going off the squishies, getting some action done. And this is going to be it for the first round.
Yeah, this is a very strong. Exactly, this is a very strong showing from Alpha Squad. Like I said, they had the ultimate advantage in this fight, because the earlier fight they forced ultimates from Bonosuken to hold the point. And even if the Earthshatter from Alpha Squad didn't hit anything, it didn't matter that much, because they still had so much advantage. And the biggest advantage was that Diva got out of mech. Before the team fight even started, you have a mini Diva, pilot Diva, however you want to call it. It's basically useless, doesn't do anything. It's like you're playing 6v5 in a way. And that's really what set it up for Alpha Squad, gave them a huge momentum, and they were just able to wipe it through. But now we can see at Bonosuken, they're gonna play a dive composition. They're still gonna keep Diva. I'm not so sure about here on attack, but let's see. They might change something around. But so far, they want to go very aggressive in together and get the picks. However, Alpha Squad is playing Torbjorn, and it might prove some difficulties for Genji, and even squishy targets like Zen, you know, Turret can get some nice damage going in if it doesn't get destroyed very quickly. Yeah, so both teams decided to go Diva as well. Very interesting.
I'm super excited to see where Talisman elects to go for turret placement here, and what he decides to do, because that's, I mean, that particular aspect of Torbjorn is very much so whether or not
I'm also curious where he's gonna place it. I mean, sometimes they place it like behind the rock or even around corners where the divers cannot deal with the turret from the choke. Like, they can only deal with this turret when they're already kinda on the point or in the open. And that's what gives them a slight advantage.
Yeah. That seems like they're gonna put it here on like a high ground to the right of the port.
Because Alpha Squad probably suspects that they want to go from the left side of the gate. The attackers want to go from the left side of the gate up to the big health pack room and go around the point, perhaps. They think they're not gonna go through the site where the turret is placed right now. And it would kind of make sense, because you do have Winston, Genji, and Diva. All those three can go up through the left. But let's see where they go.
Tracer now
is going
splitting
around.
off from the rest of the time, together with Genji on the left side, challenging on. And it looks like Genji there. It's going to be a rough fight for them. Limit of fragmentation. Yeah, super fragmentation here. Teams aren't together, going together. As a typical dive. We get a little bit of a central there in the center as Denny gets picked off from Bodostock. It's not what would happen, but it ends up favorably as Talisman, Paradun, and Akka ends up falling. And I mean, yeah, just both times fighting teeth and claw try and hold up in this first point here. Looks like looks like this is going to be a successful hold just barely for Alpha.
I mean, it was barely, but you have to keep in mind that turret of Torben was up there shooting through the wall fight unattended. It only got destroyed after they already lost this battle. So the turret did quite a good job, and you can see a 70% ultimate charge. So let's see how it's going to do it again.
Let's see if Soldier, Lolly on Soldier, fight. It's not going to be good team Alpha Squad here as they go into engagements. A lot of ultimates are getting ready here, even as the teams are fighting together, and a lot of Team Alpha Squad members are just going to get ripped apart.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the turret was doing work per se, wherever it was, but only when they were going to the point in the open. The only one who got kind of screwed by the turret was the Zenyatta. Everyone else was on the point safely and it didn't do much, so they will still probably keep Torben just to go with Molten Core turret because it's quite potent, can stop. However, Bodosocken will have the Transcendence, they should be able to live, and they will also have Dragon Blade, Pulse Bomb. It can be very difficult for Alpha Squad to hold this if they don't get the nano boost in time.
Oh yeah,
Molten Core might not be enough.
I'm waiting for that Molten Core. That might be a deterrent. I mean, forcing them to wait up a little bit. Oh, there we go. Great pick on Bach and Pug going down before the team fight even starts. It's going to be really awesome for Team Alpha Squad as going to be able to build some ultimates here. Even, I mean, waiting for that nano boost, not be only 70%, and yeah, oof, that's a bit rough.
Exactly. However, he should be able to get the 30% before the next team fight, hopefully. If he does, the next team fight is going to be quite survivable, because you have to keep in mind, Bodosocken, they have 5 ultimates, about to have 6, and this is going to be a very, very strong push from Bodosocken. So if they go all in, Alpha Squad needs that nano boost to make sure they live, or a really good self-destruct to zone them out, or some picks before the fight.
Oh, here we go with a great engagement of Denia going up. Now as that Diva, self-destruct coming up, shooting that directly up, going in with the Transcendence here from the good Sir Bakken. That, I mean, just on the point here, we see a lot of ultimates smacking down Dragon Blade here going off from both sides. And yeah, really good. It seems like it wound up just barely going well for Team Alpha Squad there.
Well, it might seem barely, but it was very calculated from Alpha Squad, because Bodosocken, the moment Zen used Transcendence, a Big Goose, Genji still had Dragon Blade, so Genji, all he had to do was use Dragon Blade when Transcendence expired or was about to like go off, and then the Dragon Blade, he simply cleaned everything with Dragon Blade because then didn't have Transcendence anymore, and it was a clear win for Alpha Squad at that point. So basically, the moment Zen had to use ultimate before a Dragon Blade or things like that, they lost.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And here we go, another self-destruct coming up with Primal Rage to follow up, trying to clear out the point here for Team Bodosock as going on the fence. Nano boosted Diva on Cherry Dormy, really scary. That you can do a lot of damage with those guns, even though they're not so strong on their own. And this is going to be an even fight here as Kanga comes in with the Dragon Blade from the side here. Nano just absolutely dashes off, gets the kill on the soldier brilliantly. This might be it for Team Bodosock and get the capture point here. A little bit belatedly, but still going hard for it. Ah, God. I mean, this capture point is so hard because the spawn point of the defenders is so close.
Yeah, but
it might be looking well, but Jesus.
Yeah, it looked well, but one thing of note is Alpha Squad Ana was on high ground, kinda unattended. She was free healing, damaging, whatever she wanted to do. That was the advantage for Alpha Squad, and another moment, the moment Big Goose got his Dragon Blade back in this fight, he was able to clear them up and save the game, guaranteed. So the Big Goose is doing really big plays with his Dragon Blades. He has them basically when you really need it, when it's really good to use it. He has it, he uses it, and they kind of win.
He got well, wow, there's a weird engagement. I mean, Alpha Squad how? Down to the point as give up the high ground as Genji, Big Goose, yeah, as I say, go off on the like a super rampage in the background of Team Bodosock and building that ultimate charge, getting close to the 50% for the next team fight here.
Yeah, now it's quite becoming difficult for Boda Soken to get this point because now Alpha Squad will have the Nano Boost with Tactical Visor and they really need to play with that Diva block layout dates to block it or Sound Barrier. And it's really gonna come down which soldier Tactical Visor will be more useful or get more shots on the opposing team. It's really gonna come down to that, and both teams can block it.
Oh, let's see now. Aka gets pushed off. Unfortunately, now Team Alpha Squad has to back off the high ground. What you don't really want to have happen there. Lolly now on the high ground with the Nano Boost Visor gets challenged by Kala, the opposing Genji. But I mean, that kill's just not happening for some reason.
Well, the interesting thing is, Lali soldier with tactical visor was able to kill Snilo soldier with tactical visor. So it was like it was a tactical visor duel battle. It really came down to tactical visor, and the team that won with it won this fight, and that was obviously Alpha Squad, as you can see. However, they will have the Dragon Blade, Boda Soken as well, but Big Goose is really doing good with his Dragon Blades. They're really on point. He's really getting net value, 2-3 picks every time. If he gets a good Dragon Blade like that again, they will win the next team fight as well.
Let's see if also can't place it or Shadow to be followed as well. As the times are now clashing together, Sound Barrier coming together with the boop, sending Aka off from a team. Kata now coming off with that Dragon Blade, gets absolutely shut down with the Earth Shatter. Just what would have happened. Big Goose also used his Dragon Blade, but fortunately was not able to utilize that. As he was picked off on the offside there. Now, still fight is going on as 1 minute is ticking down for the map here, and I mean, even if Team Bodasoken manages to get a kick here, get a cap here, they still lost 4. They're still 4 behind. It's
going to be very difficult for Bodasoken to get this point at this rate.
Yeah, absolutely. As the Nano Boost now goes off on Nano Boost on Reinhardt is still a scary thing. If he has an on-up to back him up, he just has an infinite amount of health and is so hard to take down. As Team Bodasoken is now challenging on the point, and we see Kanga now switching off Genji and into a Roadhog, which might be what they needed here just on the end.
Exactly. I mean, now even if Alpha Squad would lose this point, they can still delay those 15 seconds to make it overtime if needed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still, just as I say, 15 seconds left. Big Goose is still alive, challenging on that soul. Now Aka comes sidelines with that great Earth Shatter, following up with an amazing charge, taking out D.Va like nothing would be ever wrong with that. And yeah, Snilo, Tactical Visor, not gonna matter, gets shut down, and we see this map and this game going in favor of Team Alpha Squad.
Exactly, like even if you note earlier, before the last team fight, Bodasoken did have the numerical advantage of ultimates, but I was still quite confident that even with more ultimates they would not be able to get the point from Alpha Squad, and even if they did, Alpha Squad would be able to delay it up to overtime because it was literally 30 seconds, so...
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's see now what the play of the game is going to be. Lolly, oh wow, yeah, some of those nano boosted the tactical visors were super strong, even though I feel like Big Goose might have won my heart with this sick Dragon Blade through that entire match. Play proper next next time. That's a good. Oh man, I like that because I mean I really like that the team chooses weird maps. You just consistently because maps that you want to play on. That's fantastic.
Yeah, because it seems they practiced on these maps or very knowledgeable and can play on these maps better, and that's why they decide to pick these maps. Or because they tried to make it like a disadvantage for the opposing team. But obviously for Alpha Squad, this did not phase them at all. They knew what they were doing on Hanamura. Obviously, it went really well for them. So I'm really looking forward to the next games as well. It was a very strong showing as well for Bodasoken. I hope to see them more in the future.
Yeah, but I mean, Alpha Squad as well. I mean, now the winner of this, they performed really well. That was just an amazing show of skill from like all of their players. I'm really excited to see what they're going to be, what's going to be going down next. So the next game we're going to be having is going to be Owly 6 versus Alpha Squad. So the players they're going to have a little bit of a rest. It's going to be coming up in not so very long. But before we go, I just want to give a quick little shout out to our sponsors, Lioncast and TeePublic. Lioncast, again, you can get 7% off on all Lioncast products if you use the code HND Gaming on their website, lioncast.com. And as I've said a billion times, and I'm probably super sick of hearing me say it, but I mean, I want to say it because these guys make the cool stuff. Because, they're the makers of the high-quality gaming equipment with the cool design and sophisticated technology, so you can be part of the game. And TeePublic, as well, has been so kind as a partner with us, when you can receive 30% off all HND products if you use the code HND301 at our site shop.hnDgaming.com. And those designs are pretty cool. We're hoping to get some more inclusions there coming forward. But so far, I really enjoy it. And do you have any closing words there, closing arguments, Razor?
Not at all. Thank you, Robert.
And with that fountain of wisdom, we close it out. Thank you for following us. We'll be back right soon.
easy stereophonic sound for the home is recorded on 2 separate tracks, each one giving special emphasis to certain sections of the orchestra.
Welcome back to our HND Overwatch Qualifiers Invitational. LaFon is back on the play-by-play, so hello again. With me is Razor Cuts on color. How's it going?
It's going good, thank you, LaFon.
Good. We've got a match between Alpha Squad and Owly 6 here. But before we get into that, just a reminder that our sponsors for this are Lioncast as well as TeePublic. We actually have discount codes for both, a 7% for which you can use by using offer code HND Gaming to get 7% off all sorts of Lioncast gear, as well as TeePublic with a 30% with discount code HND301. All the information can be found in our description here on Twitch. Aside from that, let's get right into it. So, we've got the map drafts and the teams getting picked. So, what are your thoughts so far?
Well, the map draft, as we can see, they decided to go with Gibraltar, Route 66, and Eichenwald. This is slightly different from previous games when you had some 2 CP maps going on. This time you only have pretty much 2 pure payload maps and 1 hybrid map, so it's going to be very interesting. Like in Gibraltar, it can swing both ways very quickly, and especially after if you win the first checkpoint with your team, you can just snowball up to near the end very, very easily. So it's going to be very important for the defenders to not let any kind of snowball going on, and possibly there might be an offensive dive comp even played here in Gibraltar, at least up to the last point, and then maybe they go to something like a dead ball with Reinhardt, because at the last checkpoint it's much more difficult to get into without a Reinhardt. So here we're going in the game.
All right, Watch Point Gibraltar. The first time we've seen this one today, so good to see some map variety here in this tournament, which, I mean, I'm always a big fan of variety in terms of whether it's maps or team compositions. You know, the saying is that variety is the spice of life, and you really get to see more different strategies as well as, you know, different ways teams play out these strategies on these different maps. So, I mean, it's always good to see these kind of, like I said, the changes. What do you kind of expect to see? Do you think we'll see like a traditional compositions of 2-2-2, your dives, what?
I would probably expect an offensive team to either go like a dive composition or perhaps dead ball. So it's one or the other. Like there's not much. It also comes down to what teammates in your team are capable of playing. Like if do you have a really strong Genji player or Tracer player in your team, you probably want to roll with the dive and so on. But as we can see, Owly 6, they're on the defense if I'm correct. They decided to go with like a counter dive composition. It's really good. Their lineup is quite solid if the opposing team also has a dive comp, because you can quickly react with Winston. Genji Tracer can quickly jump and counter dive the divers to protect your healers. Much more mobile than, let's say, Reinhardt. Meanwhile, Alpha Squad, I'm not sure if like they're gonna change things around, but they might either go, like I said, dive or dead ball. They're not gonna keep Mei, obviously. There is a possibility they might stick with Diva, but it's very, very unlikely, I would say. Hanzo, it's a possibility if they would go like something like a dead ball combo with Hanzo Zarya. You have really good, strong ult combos, which can usually get a clear wipe. But let's see, they actually decided to go with Mei on that. No, yeah, it makes sense now.
Yeah, they're just running the Mei for that quick Mei wall, switching off to Genji almost immediately. The Hanzo, though, pick is sticking around for the moment. Zhao was put to sleep immediately, the Tracer player, so she's going to be executed pretty quickly with the right click from Lally on that Soldier. Lally now, of course, off at Hanzo and on Soldier.
Yeah, he went to Hanzo for Sonic Arrow, so he gets the vision who's up there if anyone was up there on the bridge.
Yep, and we see that defensive dive going against the Deathball here as Aki gets the big hammer out and swings away, taking down Mufu on that Lucio. Zhao back with the team there on that Tracer.
Exactly.
Winston, somewhat alone, gets weak, but jumps out. They're gonna disengage for a moment before they get back to that next fight.
Well, as you can see, Alpha Squad has room, and they're just pushing the payload for free in a way, per se. So this is really going good for them. They even got a pick off now. They have the momentum, and they can easily snowball off this. However, there is still some contest delay going on, but it's very unlikely they will be able to hold this. So,
attack visor does come out though, but the Diva Matrix, yeah, the Diva Matrix exactly. And Pulse Bomb comes out. It damages the tanks, I believe, enough to, but does not get much value out of it. And Lally going big on that soldier, takes down 2 kills. And this is all Alpha Squad here as Reinhardt actually coming big.
Exactly, like I said, they basically only delayed, and at this point, Alpha Squad is just gonna be able to, yeah, like I said, they snowball up to this point, and they should be able to get the second checkpoint with ease if they keep snowballing like this, getting picks off. They have some ultimates available. If the Dragon Blade is applied correctly and gets more pick-offs, especially on supports like Ana, Luz, or even their Soldier or Genji, then they will have even bigger momentum and should be able to get second point with rather ease. But it could go both ways, of course.
Alpha Squad taking the initial high ground, but now dropping back to Taylor to take this fight. Soundbearer comes out, Primal Rage comes out from Claws on the defensive side, Dragon Blade from Matt, but the Big Goose with the alternate Dragon Blade comes in. Matt picks up a second one. Here comes the defense or self-destruct, picks up 1 kill, and right now the kills are coming out evenly, but the payload is still moving forward slightly. Lucio, Winston, Soldier left alive as Genji comes back in the fight, and Ake all alone here will die on payload, but as we said, halfway through the second point, so they did get some progress.
This is really good for Owly 6 now because they were able to stabilize the snowball. Now they can bunker up on the high ground and hold this point for quite some time. It's not gonna be very easy for Alpha Squad to get through this without getting some major pickups or really good ultimates in a team fight.
Jerry Domi zoning Math out, but Sal gets the first kill as Lally goes down early, and on the high ground, Lair is just raining down fire. Sherry Domi's gonna get 1 pick off on Matt, but here comes the Earth Shatter out. There's nothing to defend against it. The sound barrier, though, as the Winston bubble did protect Lucio, so he does keep his team up alive for the moment. And the defensive side are gonna get the kills in as Ally 6 stabilizes slightly, and Talisman will go down. Big Goose will take out the Ana player, and then Genji comes back against Genji.
Yeah, the thing is, like, Alpha Squad does run a Reinhardt, meanwhile Owly 6 does not have, and they had the Earth Shatter advantage. However, Alpha Squad was not able to capitalize that much on Earth Shatter. And another thing of note is, like, Alpha Squad Ana, pair 2 was so playing quite far back when Winston Owly 6 just jumped on her and got her killed very quickly. And here's another fight.
Yeah, Tactical Visor, Nano Boost comes out, Lally on the other side. The payload's slowly being pushed by Lucio as he crouches behind the payload. Claus comes back to contest as it's Genji and Lucio versus all, and Claus gets taken out by Genji. Dashes through to get the kill on Lufu.
But Owly 6 could arguably still contest one more time. I mean, they can delay it first and then go with Dragon Blade. If the Dragon Blade is applied properly, they could retake this.
Actually switching off the Reinhardt to the Winston. Here comes the Dragon Blade Nano Column, but he's shut down immediately. And the self-destruct will come out and kill Winston as it's up in the air. And the only 2 left alive are the 2 supports, and they're going to go down early, allowing for a point capture. And look at this, there's some forward spawns here for the Soldier and Genji, as well as Zarya. Looking like they're going to just suicide off the map as Genji's able to get out.
Exactly, and if you looked, Soldier, Lally was also on high ground on the shuttle, shooting for free, getting damage off, and Soldier becomes very powerful when he's unattended, shooting on targets for free without anyone like contesting him. And they had Alpha Squad had so much going on, and the contest from Owly 6 could work, but if it doesn't work, it really backfires a lot on you. And here's another fight.
The next fight engaged here comes Primal Rage from Aki, who got it fairly quickly. Reinhardt just forced out of position by that Primal Rage up in the ceiling, and he's just going to be bullied at all angles as Mad H can't really do much to support him there. But on the point are the 5 remaining from the side of Ally 6. Hook misses massively from the lair, and Ana will go down as Big Goose cleans up 2.
Exactly, at this point, I mean, it's not over yet for Owly 6. They can contest more. They have the ults, but it's gonna be very difficult at this side because the pushes from Alpha Squad are very powerful. They will have the Nano Boost, Tactical Visor, or Nano Blade. They might go even with both. They are aware that Owly 6 probably has South Barrier and Nano Boost and Dragon Blade of their own. However, it's also gonna come down to Zarya. If TXAO will be able to get his Graviton Surge in time, they should be able to cement the victory in this team fight at least.
And here comes the Dragon Blade on the side of Alpha Squad as he comes in. Will he be able to find anything? Not really. Tactical Advisor though from Lally picks up 2, and then the Dragon Blade Nano Boost combo from Matt solidifies, takes out 2 himself, but now he's in a world of hurt as it's only Diva and Ana up against him, and I do not think he's going to get out as he's put to sleep and then going to be killed, absolutely yes. While on the cart is still a fight as Big Goose is trying to stabilize out here, but he's the only one left alive.
But that's a great delay. That's a great delay for Owly 6. They wanted to delay that. It buys them more time. And here are more hooks picks. They might get even some more kills. And in terms of ultimates, if you can see, like Zarya has that Graviton Surge available, combo with Wall Hog. However, the D.Va block can prevent all of it, so they have to be very careful and play around it correctly.
D.Va up and the sign. The Graviton Surge comes out from behind.
Not in the Graviton.
Picks up two, though. Two very important targets. And this is going to be Miller missing another hook. That's very unfortunate. But it does not matter, as the team fight is going to be won solidly, rather, by Owly 6. And they're going to just leave Sherry Dormy alive in that pilot for the longest point.
There was a mistake from Alpha Squad D.Va. He went like away from his team when it was obvious that Owly 6 has Graviton Surge by this time, and because he wasn't in the Graviton, he didn't block any damage for his team, and his whole team basically died while he was on high ground bridge. And that's kinda was probably some miscommunication or them not being aware that Zarya already has Graviton, but I'm sure they probably knew about it. I mean, at the moment it looks kinda okay for Owly 6, but it could go either way.
The Dragon Blade comes out, but he is going to be killed as he only gets one kill. Tactical Advisor comes out from Lally, though, and is going to pick up at least one. Nano Boost comes out delayed, but will get a little bit of damage left out. The two tanks left alive only is Hog and Zarya, but Zarya is going to go down to Roadhog on the Sherry Dorman. We switched off D.Va at this point, and that's going to be a team wipe. There's going to be one more contest here, but 27 seconds left on the clock. Can they force overtime?
They can delay it. That's about it.
The hook comes in. Klaus won't get much damage. Sherry Dorm is the one that's very, very weak. Purpled, put to sleep. Matt H was going to come out with the Tactical Advisor. Klaus gets a great shoulder charge off. Zaz's going to clean up, and that's going to be 10 seconds left. Now it's on the attacking side. Can they make much? Lally getting chain healed across the map, but not enough. And this is going to be very, very tough to get back to point. Big Goose will contest, so he will force overtime. But this is going to be very close to get back, and it might not be in time as D.Va cannot get there fast enough as the shoulder charge comes out. What a big clutch play from Claus there. And that's going to be round one completed. 2 points. Watch point Gibraltar.
Exactly. Owly 6 defense, like in the end, it looked like really bad for them. They had some ultimates going on for them. They had ultimates, they could defend it. And they decided to go from both spawns, like doors, from left and the right side. So they were spread around, and it was less likely for them to get picked off. And because of that, they were able to exert great pressure and stabilize the last checkpoint in the end and make sure Alpha Squad did not get it. However, Alpha Squad had a quite strong pushing. However, I personally think that Alpha Squad should swap off D.Va much earlier because she was literally feeding Zarya ultimate charge per se. And also she was not able to block the things in the Graviton Surge. And because of that, her effectiveness was much lower than it should be, and I think Roadhog or anything else would be better at that point. So if Alpha Squad swapped out of a D.Va for something more reasonable in that situation, it would work much better. But let's see how they're gonna go in defense. I'll take a quick look at Alpha Squad. Their lineup seems pretty much standard except D.Va. Like, I'm not so sure like about D.Va, because if Owly 6 would play against Zarya, her effectiveness it's not that good. Like it becomes very situational per se. Like if you don't get in the Graviton or you don't block the Graviton or damage that's going in the Graviton, you're not that useful.
Indeed. As we see the what looks like a dive composition. We've seen a lot of triple DPS dive actually. Issuing that second tank for a third DPS. So interesting choices here. We see the Hanzo for that Sonic Arrow early. As they get ready for the attack, 6 seconds does the countdown begin.
Exactly, they basically just want to scout what's up there with Sonic Arrow just for the first 5 seconds. Even a wall, maybe to get up there.
Zao pressures the top line with that Tracer. It's out early. And Lally switch, or sorry, I should say the Hanzo switching, I believe, to a Genji.
Yeah, exactly, he did.
The payload's just being pushed through this first part, as they're going to just give ground here and take the fight later closer to the server room. Ake with that Reinhardt being relatively safe. We're just watching the two teams skirmish early. Ake gets a great fire strike off that's going to kill the Tracer. Again, the two teams sort of feeling each other out, but with that early pick off, they're likely just going to retreat and wait for the next push.
Yeah, I mean, at this point they're just poking each other down. However, Owly 6 was able to push a bit. Payload, now it's stagnating, it's not moving, and this is exactly what Alpha Squad wants. They just want the payload to stay there, poke each other. They want to get the ultimate first, obviously, but Owly 6 is getting their ultimates as well. So It's gonna really come down to the Dragon Blade, looks like, in Nano Boost.
Lally gets another early pick off on Malaire. The two soldiers going at each other, and this is going to be it as the 2 kills come in from the side of Alpha Squad. And that's going to be it for that push. Third one and fourth one come out as well, so they're just going to reset here, not wasting too many resources.
Exactly. I mean, at this state, as you can see, Alpha Squad does have Nano Boost, and they will probably have Tactical Visor Dragon Blade, and they should be able to fend off the attack of Owly 6 rather easy.
I'll charge very low for both teams still, as we only have the nano. Well, actually, I say that, but then I look at the actual ult economy and know that, in fact, the teams are coming up on a lot of ultimates. So I misspoke there, but as we get ready for that next team fight, it looks like the teams are finally going to engage. Here comes the Tactical Advisor and the Dragon Blade, both sides, as comes the D.Va ultimate. A lot of ultimates going out. A big double kill from Sherry on the D.Va as he picks up 2, rather. Talisman, though, final blow off, and Tactical Advisor in the corner from the side of Alpha Squad's going to get a kill on Matt. And that's going to be that push ended, but both teams using a lot. The only one not being used at that point was Earthshatter and I believe Primal Rage.
But even if not much was used, I mean was used a lot, Alpha Squad still keeps the point payload where they want it to be. And this is very easy to defend for Alpha Squad per se. And Owly 6 needs to make some great plays here to be able to fend this off and get forward.
As we see them engaging in that room, and this time it's all on the side of Owly 6 as they come in with 4 kills. Primal Rage comes out after the fight is nearly over. D.Va gets taken out of mech as Genji falls unceremoniously, and this is going to be the point likely captured. They have one more chance at a contest here, but I don't know if they will do so. And it looks like they are in fact just giving up the point as they're going to take a defensive high ground.
Exactly, now they just want to back off and try not to get picked off because you can easily get snowballed here, and if Owly 6 gets the snowball going on, it's going to be very difficult for Alpha Squad to hold. But Alpha Squad was managed to not die here, and they can stabilize it and actually hold it from here. So we'll see how it goes.
Alpha Squad had posted a better time at this point than Owly 6 did, but Earthshatter comes out. I think it only picked up 1 as Winston blocked the rest of it. Perhaps, or maybe I just missaw it, and it looks like it's going to be on the defensive side right now in terms of advantage, as they're not even through the doors properly. The doors still open here on the payload, but the Owly 6 do in fact retreat. Move the payload slightly further ahead.
Exactly.
Ultimates are starting to build up slowly again, but looking a little bit more advantage of the attacking side and the defending side. Tactical Advisor comes out from Malaire, but followed immediately up by D.Va. Sound Barrier comes out as well. Then the ultimate comes out from the defensive side, the Tactical Advisor. Primal Rage in the back line, taking out Lally before you can do much with that Tactical Advisor. And this is just going to be Owly 6 brawling with the ultimate advantage and winning.
Exactly. At this point, Owly 6 is getting the push. They will have the Nano Boost available, but they have nothing to combo with. So it's really going to come down for Alpha Squad, for Earthshatter to hit something. Because AK has the Earthshatter. And you have to keep in mind, Owly 6 has the barrier from Winston. If Winston doesn't get that barrier going on to block the stun, this could be very devastating for them. And they should be able to get it.
The Nano Boost comes out on Plus as he fights a 1v1 with a soldier and then jumps back to point. Self-destruct comes out. There's an Earthshatter, picks up 1. The self-destruct is going to capture nobody. Claw's very, very weak though, and forced to retreat. Will he be able to survive? He has like 10 HP. Forced to get out. Will he be able to? He manages to survive for a long time, but not able in time as his team to support him, and that push is over.
Exactly, and at this point, as you can see, Owly 6 was not able to push this through. Alpha Squad was able to get the right picks. However, now Alpha Squad is running dry and oh, they got the pick. This is actually
really good. They did get an early pick off. The
now
two
Owly 6 can
soldiers
go with Tactical Visor if they break the shield or D.Va mech, and they should get immense advantage here going on.
Winston in that back line harassing the D.Va. So opening up some space for his team as the payload is still being moved forward. So they're still taking advantage of the team backing out. There's the Dragon Blade, but the Sound Barrier comes out pretty much immediately, so it's going to nullify a lot of the Dragon Blade, but he does get 1 kill out of it, and that's actually going to be 2 kills, so taking the time will win, and they're going to just capture this point as Primal Rage yet comes out yet again. It's out on that D.Va, also doing some work, and on again the final blow on Pilot Mech. So they do manage to capture the second point. 2 minutes left to capture the third point here.
Exactly. And at this point, they will, like, how should I say, Owly 6 has the momentum. However, now, Alpha Squad can still stabilize this because they have the Reinhardt, and Owly 6 doesn't. And the Reinhardt third shutter can change the game state very, very quickly. So it's going to be very difficult for Owly 6 if they don't get a pick off. But
there's
Soldier
that
might be
Earth
able to
Shatter.
do something.
Only captures one, even though he was inside the Winston's bubble, so that's an interesting occurrence. I don't know if that's just my ping, perhaps, but right now the fight is looking advantage Owly 6 as they get the 2 kills first. And Winston in that back line. Here comes a self-destruct from the attacking side behind, forces Aki to retreat a while. And here comes a Dragon Blade out from the defensive side, but so does Sound Barrier, and then immediately jumped on by Winston. And a grenade. There's the self-destruct from D.Va from Sherry. And that's going to capture no one, but Tactical Visor on the defending side, Tactical Visor and Nano Boost from the attacking side, and this is looking very, very good for the attackers as they're going to get a practical team wipe, and I don't think anyone can contest in time. No, they cannot. That is map 1, captured by Owly 6.
Finals.
Exactly, this was very well executed by Owly 6. Soldier from Owly 6 was able to be on high ground, quite not that much contested, getting that damage going on, and their push in the end was very potent, very powerful. So, but however, Alpha Squad also had a pretty strong showing. It could go either way. Let's see what they will decide to play on next map. It might be Gibraltar or Eichenwald as a hybrid map. I personally would like to see, Route 66, my apologies. I would like to see Route 66 because it's a very snowball map, kinda like Gibraltar, so it seems the team that's better at preventing the snowball or minimizing the snowball effect should be able to capitalize and win this type of maps.
All right, as we wait for the next map to be chosen. Quick rundown of what we possibly had it. But it looks like we might take a couple moments of break as we seem to have a technical difficulty on the side of one of the teams. We'll wait for that to be fixed before we really jump back into that. See that Eichenwald will be the map that is chosen.
Okay, they decided to go with Eichenwald. I'm really interested what they will play. Perhaps they will go more with D.Va. It seems they really like to play D.Va. I mean, it can work really well because it's like a Reinhardt on the move, but you don't block as much as Reinhardt, but you can get to your teammates in time by flying to them and then blocking the necessary damage, or even ultimates like Tactical Visors, because lots of time a Nano Boosted Tactical Visor can decide the whole game state, which team will win the fight and push through it all as well, you know. So if you have a D.Va who can coordinatedly block that or most of the Tactical Visor, it's pretty damn good, I would say. So that's more and more reason why we probably see D.Va. Another thing is if the opposing team does not run a Zarya, D.Va also makes slightly more sense because Zarya has a really easy time with D.Va. It becomes like a ult battery charge where Zarya simply just farms off ultimate charge of D.Va and gets it rather fast. So that's why probably we see also more D.Vas. But in this map, I would expect for the offense attacker team to go definitely a dive composition. They're just gonna possibly a Pharah, even with the Mercy, like Lucia, Mercy, Pharah, and then Winston and other double DPS like Genji, possibly Tracer, just dive in straight. The defenders might go something like even with the Symmetra Torbjorn, but I'm not so sure about Symmetra because if they play a very hard dive in, Symmetra effectiveness might be questionable. Of course, the sentry turrets can help along with the Torbjorn turret, but it's not guaranteed. So perhaps they will still run with the Lucian defense just to have the speed so they can maneuver better against the divers and your supports can actually survive. And at the same time, they could possibly also go like a dead ball composition. They would have the Reinhardt and everything, try to hold the choke, make sure the divers don't get through the choke. However, when you're playing Mercy Pharah, Mercy and Pharah can easily get around the choke and start poking you in the back where you have to actually spend resources behind them, and it makes your defense a bit shaky at the choke. So possibly a counter dive composition might be better.
Indeed. Actually, we've seen that quite a bit where dive has been countered by counter dive. So, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. And I mean, these teams have shown that they like to run different setups on different maps. So possibly, I don't think we've seen Eichenwald today, have we?
Not at all. If I'm correct, at least it was not streamed. So there might be some Eichenwald maps that were not streamed, unfortunately. But on stream, this is definitely the first, if I'm correct.
And we will see Owly 6 defending first with the team electing to do so. And then Alpha Squad, of course, being in the red, will attack first as we get ready here for Eichenwald. We just hear that there is some time that is needed, I assume due to technical issues or something like this. So once that is finished, we will jump right into the map, see what the teams pick. I guess this is as good a time as any to just remind you that we are sponsored, again, this tournament, as many tournaments before, by Lioncast Gaming. You can get a 7% coup or discount, I suppose is the correct word, by using code HND Gaming at lioncast.com. You can find out more about them there, as well as in the description here on Twitch. Add to that, we are also sponsored by TeePublic. At Shop, you can find out HND Shop, sponsored by TeePublic, and we also have a discount code there, HND301. And you can find out more about them there at either shop.hndgaming.com or again in the Twitch. As we finish up with that sponsorship information, we load into Eichenwald between these teams, Alpha Squad and Owly 6. Owly 6, of course, up 1-0 in terms of map score over Alpha Squad at this point.
Exactly, and now we will see Owly 6 decide to defend. Or perhaps they will go with an Orisa, probably not. I mean, they could try to go like a very barrier-oriented stall, hold the choke composition, but I don't see this coming, because if Alpha Squad would play something very dive, like with Pharah and things like that, Junkrat and Orisa become rather weak per se. However, if Owly 6 is aware that Alpha Squad will play a dead ball composition like they're playing right now, then Junkrat and Orisa might actually work. Possible, but they decided to swap. It's more safe. Exactly, I thought so. Like, I got a bit too soon excited, but it totally makes sense that you would not go Orisa and Junkrat together. It's it could work against very situational situations, I would say, but it's not guaranteed. Zarya, Soldier, much more safe. They're trying to go triple tank, very safe lineup. It's gonna be up to the Soldier to get the picks if they would have a Pharah, but they don't. So Soldier's gonna be pretty much more like poking damage, peeling off, farming ult off tanks as fast as possible, so he has the tactical visor and nano boost combo for the team fight that's gonna matter. Probably not the first, but like you can see, both compositions are very, how to say, not dive aggressive, so there's gonna be like a real actual team fight might not begin at the start, unless if there is a hook or a pin or something like that happens.
Yeah. So we see mirror compositions coming out from the teams, so that's something to notice. The charge comes in, he'll hit the wall, and they're just gonna run through that side room, but the charge comes out on the side of Alpha Squad, and it connects, and no Zarya bubble to protect them, so they're just going to rotate back out. Ana gets hooked as well, so that's the end of that push, and a very decisive end it was by the defending team.
Exactly, and also the pin from Close and the Reinhardt actually made 100% sure that Owly 6 would hold this point. And as you can see, Close is 64% on his Earth Shatter, meanwhile Ak is only 23%. And if one Reinhardt can get his Earth Shatter faster and pulls it off, it's going to be much more advantageous. And also there's a nice, great pick from Ana on the opposing Ana, so Owly 6 is really good at keeping this so far. They're also getting the ultimate percentages going up rather quickly per se. Like, look, if you can look at the Zarya, almost 80% TXAO, he's going to be able to have that grab, and they should be able to hold the next fight with rather ease, so it's really gonna come down up to Alpha Squad to get some picks, and they're still unable to do so. Oh, they got one, but it's not enough.
They do get one. Klaus does go down early as that shoulder charge comes in, and here comes the nano boost out on Reinhardt in that close count space. That's going to be swinging away and doing a lot of damage. Will Ake. He chases after the Soldier though, won't get value out of that nano boost as he kills nobody, but the defensive side looking very, very strong for the moment.
Alpha Squad has an advantage.
Here's the Earth Shatter, but the Ground Tug comes out, picks up 3, and that's going to be the end of that push if they can capitalize on it. But Aki swings away, gets the shield up in time, and the grenade from Ana is very, very strong. Lally will get the tactical visor off and do some damage as Zarya and Reinhardt combined do a lot of work, and what turned from a initially bad fight with the Graviton, they win, and they will capture point A.
Exactly, allow me to explain what actually happened. The thing is, like you said, at the start it looked really bad for Alpha Squad, but the thing is, in the smaller room, Alpha Squad was able to kill Ana, Slepayost. I'm sorry if I cannot pronounce it correctly, but Ana from Owly 6, and meanwhile Alpha Squad still kept their Ana pair 2, and by having Ana and the opposing team not having Ana, you win basically the fight. Even if they were at disadvantage, they had the burst healing going on. Meanwhile Owly 6 was stranded without the healer, and they just simply melted, had to back down and give up the point.
Tactical Advisor comes out from the side of Owly 6, gets nano boosted but put to sleep, and Alpha Squad is actually going to win this fight as the shoulder charge comes out, and Sherry coming in big with the plays gets a quad kill by himself, and that's Alpha Squad just going to push this point.
This is really good now for Alpha Squad because they have the snowball momentum, they have the ultimates available. They will probably go with Graviton Surge and possibly Wallhawk combination. Maybe they will try to save the nano boost so they can go again with a combo Reinhardt Chatter or even Tactical Visor if he gets it in time. It's really gonna come down to Roadhog to get the Wallhawk Niliar to pull them off.
The initiation with the sound barrier, but it's gonna miss. The Graviton Surge captures nobody, but the whole hog from Sherry. Sherry's been going off this map as he picks up another quick triple kill. Sal picks up 2, but it's not going to be enough as the only one left alive on the payload is Claus, the Reinhardt. And he's just going to be bullied out of position. Ana cannot chain heal him enough. A soldier and Ana on the top, on the high ground, cannot contest this payload, and that's going to be very, very close. The Earthshatter comes out, so Whole Hog will get absolutely nothing from the defensive side. Kills are going out in favor of Alpha Squad at this point. Pulse Bomb comes out, and it's going to pick up 1, but right now Alpha Squad is going to be able to capture this payload without much trouble, in fact.
Indeed, the positioning of Alpha Squad, Soldier, Lally, and Ana Pert was really good. They were up on the bridge, all alone, unattended, poking free damage on the payload. Meanwhile, Owly 6 already lost members. They couldn't afford to contest the Soldier. And if Alpha Squad had to use ultimates, they could just go Nano Visor and win it for sure if it was going bad for them, for example. But now they're gonna go with it and probably win. However, Klaus has Earthshatter. One place Earthshatter could make this snowball stop.
Saving the Zarya is Ana. Earthshatter comes out, picks up 2, and that's going to be Lally with a Tactical Advisor Nano Boost combo to come in from behind. So while Claus comes in with a big shoulder charge, it's not going to matter as Alpha Squad is in fact going to be one gets the team fight. They did use the whole hog though, so was that necessary? We won't. I'm not quite sure, but as we get ready for this next team fight.
The thing is, Big Goose is dead. Zarya is all the way back. He has Graviton, but he can't use it now. If Zarya was present in this fight, he would probably win right away. But unfortunately, they have to back off because Zarya is not there with the ground. Yeah, now
so they're poking. Lally does get an early pick off, and there comes the grab. Will there be any follow-up? The two Reinhardt shoulder charging each other, but the grenade comes out. Big Helix rocket from Soldier, the Lally, and it's going to be a fight win. Tracer is the only one left alive to contest. Will she be able to do so? She has only one left alive, forced to recall, and that's going to be the map captured for Team Alpha Squad as they go 3-0 on round 1. 2 minutes 48 seconds left.
Well, Tracer was able to buy at least 3 seconds. It might matter, you never know, but still. The thing is, like, Alpha Squad did really good here. Even when Reinhardt didn't get anything in Earthshatter, it didn't matter because they already won with the Graviton Surge, basically. So they basically, like, could win this fight 10 seconds earlier if Zarya was alive and present to begin with. However, they had to slightly pull a bit back, wait for Zarya to come back, and then go with the Graviton and win. So it's still pretty good push, 2 minutes and 48 seconds. So far, Alpha Squad has a really good showing. Like the Soldier with Ana, they're really playing good on high grounds, usually unattended, and he's just getting his damage done. The ultimate usage is quite on point. Sometimes the Graviton Surge is used even when the opposing team Reinhardt shield is quite healthy and has lots of strength, but they just push in through it. And the block from the shield doesn't even help that much. However, they could also, if they had time or wanted to, break the shield and then go with the Graviton while there's absolutely nothing in the way. But as you can see, Owly 6 decided to go with dive composition. They still keep the Soldier, they have the Zen, they want to go really aggressive. However, Alpha Squad has a Torbjorn, and Torbjorn is actually pretty good against the dive composition that doesn't run Ana because you have less healing, lower burst healing, lower sustain. All of a sudden your turret becomes a pressure that deals damage and forces you Zen to try to heal things, but it might not be enough because the turret does quite some solid damage, and it can be quite noticeable, especially when you play in a lineup that doesn't have Ana or any kind of strong healing to begin with. Well, Transcendence is strong healing, but that is an ultimate that you usually want to use against an opposing ult. If you have to use Transcendence just to keep your whole team alive, the enemies will just abuse that and win.
Absolutely, as we get ready here for that attack. Playing off the dive composition, which is always exciting to watch. And we see Tracer blinking into the side room here. Waiting for that stage. Retreat to the point. Holding up really defensively is Alpha.
Tracer is trying to go around XCAO. He's trying to get in. They got the turret, now they're gonna commence. Now they're gonna go in.
Oh,
They just lost Tracer.
a perfect right click takes out Zhao on that Tracer. That's going to force a disengage, but
Well, they might try again, like they can get maybe a pick. Fire might be able to rocket someone out of position with concussion blast. Also, Winston is going on Ana. She's kind of low, I think, so...
yeah, they're just going to force this fight out as the Zenyatta comes in, takes out Reinhardt, and this is going to be a big play as they're just going to come in, and they're going to stand on payload and force the fight to them, as the only one left is their Ana and Roadhog, and they're just going to... the hook comes out, so he's going to pick up Zen, but very weak is Hog, so this fight, what looked like it was going... should have been engaged, they just stood there and won the war of attrition.
Well, generally people would disengage, but you have to understand that Tracer has Blink. She can get on the point very quickly back, and especially the attackers spawn much closer to the payload, so for Tracer it was very easy to rejoin back to the fight, so, and quite quickly, so it wasn't a big deal to disengage. And also Farah was pretty much free shooting on the opposing team, so why stop it, you know? So it kind of worked out just fine for Owly 6. They have the pulse bomb. If Tracer can go up there, get the pulse bomb on Winston like now, that's it. Oh, he actually managed to leave. That's really unfortunate. If Winston died there, they would get a massive advantage going on. However, they do have the tactical visor. They will have more ultimates available, but the nano boost and tac visor might be able to stop everything.
We see counter trades here as D.Va takes down Claws, and there's the barrage comes out. It's going to be eaten alive by the Matrix as Lally gets free damage off and is going to get a kill, but there it's going to take down Aki, who's switched off that Reinhardt, so we see a counter dive coming out on the defensive side. But
yeah, the thing is now, like, Alpha Squad, all they need to do is get that tactical visor and nano boost going on after the Zen Transcendence or Biotic Grenade in Transcendence. One or the other way, or you pick Zen before you do that. They have to do something like that to win the next fight. If the Zen gets Transcendence off for no problems, then they're gonna pretty much
there's that early pulse bomb to take out D.Va, and that's going to be Winston down. So this is going to be early fight going. Trance comes out, but it's not able to protect the team and the sound barrier as well, even though the entirety of the team is dead. So that's a curious choice. Although at this point, Genji is zoning out the rest of the team, so they're going to get some more distance on this payload, pushing up very, very close to the point. Aki back on that Reinhardt.
Exactly. It's
the high ground isn't really there.
Close
to
got a
contest
peek
anymore.
now. This is really good. The soldier who was there unattended got attended, he died, and now they have some
Aki goes
momentum
down
going.
as well, so this is looking very, very good. As Primal Rage comes out, he's put to sleep, but this is going to be pretty big as Zenyatta gets missed by that pulse bomb, and this is just going to be that point for Owly 6 as they come in and take this point even faster, in fact, than Alpha Squad did.
Exactly, and at this point, the last checkpoint, you can arguably hold it for a long time. However, recently they changed the gate, so it remains open, so it's much easier to push in through as it was before. Before, when the gate was still closed, it was much harder to push through. And also Big Goose got a pick on Zen, so it will put off the attack from Owly 6 for a bit more. Now Owly 6 has to regroup. Meanwhile, Alpha Squad will try to establish themselves here and hold this with no problem. They will bank on the Dragon Blade to get the Zen from Alpha Squad. As you can see, they decided to go with Zen as well, and it might just work well.
Alright, and that first engage, the pulse bomb comes out on Aki, who is discorded, so then he will be dead. And then Maddox comes in with a Dragon Blade immediately after. There's a self-destruct trying to protect it, but it's not going to do much as Matt doing all the havoc in the backline is just going to take out the entirety of the team. Claws will go down, but that is too little too late as the entirety of the squad for Alpha Squad is removed from the fight.
Indeed. Owly 6 had to bomb the Reinhardt and kill him first because they thought he might have a stun. And if that stun would go through Earth Shatter, they would be really in a bad position.
Plus, switching now over to the Reinhardt off the Winston. So counter Reinhardt. Aki goes down again. That Discord Orb so deadly. And right now, it's looking very, very beneficial for Owly 6 as only Tracer has died in this team fight while the rest of Alpha Squad is really crumbling as 3 minutes left on the clock, so it's very similar times. Last fight possibly on this map. Sound Barrier comes out. There's the Earthshatter. It's not blocked, but the counter Earthshatter comes back out, and they're going to get 3 kills before the Transcendence is able to do anything. Dragonblade comes out, but he's forced to deflect, and then he's just going to be killed. The Dragonblade comes out from the side of Owly 6, and it's looking very good as Tactical Visor comes in, but he's not going to get any kills, and this is going to be it. The shoulder charge from Aki as well. Claus is going to survive through it, though, and they're in contest mode. Sound Barrier out in the last moment. Sombra is back on point, so they are delaying time.
They delayed like 30 seconds.
They did, in fact, delay 30 seconds, and they have a better time by just over, or just under 20 seconds, I should say.
Well, those under 20 seconds could help in the long run, but we'll see. The thing, very interesting thing of note is that Owly 6, Winston decided to swap to Reinhardt immediately when he could, is because they were aware that Alpha Squad Reinhardt had their chatter, and they needed a Reinhardt of their own to make sure they can block that. That's why he went Reinhardt whenever he could. And also, it was really nice how they managed to get rid of Reinhardt when he was still playing Winston with Pulse Bomb, so they did not get the Earth Shatter going on at all, even if he had it. So the planning and tactics of Owly 6 was really on point. Alpha Squad defense and delay was also pretty well impressive. This game could go either way. It's gonna come maybe even to seconds or like very, very small things. As we already know, Owly 6 will not prioritize, so fake hype, guys. Feels bad, man. So, so Alpha Squad, they decided to go with quite a traditional triple tank with a twist. They decided to go with a Tracer, which is very interesting actually. However, well-timed bomb on Winston, especially if you expect them to play a dive composition and you kill the Winston with a pulse bomb, they don't have the tank, they lose the diving pressure and the barriers from Winston, and all of a sudden your offense of Owly 6 can crumble very easily. So the Tracer pick kind of makes sense, and also it combos well with Zarya. Zarya Pulse Bomb and Graviton Surge can guarantee that you usually pretty much win the fight, even through Transcendence. It can kill through, at least the squishy targets.
Absolutely. And we see a Tracer v Tracer fight, neither one coming out on top as they disengage from each other. And we see the side of Owly 6 slowly taking the fight. The Genji will get the first kill off, so
Yeah, that's really good for them. Now they have the momentum. Tracer can come back somewhat faster than some other heroes, but still.
yeah, this is
It's
going
very
to be this is
difficult.
going to be close timing as they stand on payload to slowly start taking this fight. The first kills come out from the side of Owly 6. Oh, but the Zenyatta will accidentally kill himself, I think, by going off the map. But right now, the advantage is on the side of the attackers as they get multiple kills, switching over to Fire now off that Tracer.
Exactly, so he could contest as fast as possible and start shooting over the buildings to add more pressure as quickly as possible. But still, it's not enough, unfortunately.
It's not enough. As
might
they're
be able to
they are going to
delay.
get Reinhardt out. They do get one tick, though. Sound Barrier comes out from the defensive side, and they do take down both the tank and Farah.
I think
Aki does go.
Yeah, I think the sound barrier was slightly wasted. Perhaps he panicked a bit, like, oh, something might slip up, because he was Lucio was low health, and perhaps if they lost 2 people there for whatever reason, it could go very bad. So they didn't want to risk it and just went it safe with sound barrier. However, now that they do not have sound barrier, Alpha Squad might be able to do something about it. Like if they would have the Graviton Surge available, or even a good, well-placed Earth Shatter, it could ruin Owly 6. However, you have to keep in mind they still have Transcendence available.
Here's an aggressive ultimate as the Dragon Blade came out, but a great shoulder charge, and the Primal Rage did not regen the leap back in time as Claus jumps off the map and cannot reset in time. So that is unfortunate.
Yeah, the thing is, Owly 6 wanted to fight as way possible from payload, push them away, so they could push the payload as much as possible, because it's gonna go to overtime, obviously, and they want to push it as farther as possible, so it's gonna be more difficult for Alpha Squad to do the same.
An interesting 3-tank composition here as they have a Zarya, Diva, Reinhardt on the defensive side. Here comes a Trancept to try and save the team of Sound Barrier from the attacking side as well. And this is looking much better for the defensive side for the moment as the Nano Boost comes out. Pulse Bomb is going to miss everyone. The two Genjis doing work on either side. The defenders looking, though, in the advantage, however, as the only two left alive are Tracer and Genji as they try and contest their hardest, but the Graviton will come out and capture pretty much everyone alive near the point, and Claus is the only one there. Gets very, very weak and goes down. That'll be it. Overtime just over there, and just through the gates.
Yeah,
the
this is going to be very difficult to hold for Owly 6. Owly 6, it's very important for them that they hold the first point. If they lose the first point for whatever reason, especially if it's not overtime, it's going to be near impossible to hold at this door gate. It's going to be very, very difficult. So it's very important for Owly 6 to hold the first point, and if they cannot do it for whatever reason, to make it overtime at least, because if they get the first point with still like 2 minutes left, all Alpha Squad has to do is get some ultimates, win one fight, and we're done. So it's really gonna come down how well Owly 6 will be able to hold the first point for how long. The longer they can hold it, especially closer to overtime, the better it is. If like the best scenario if they hold the whole thing, but it might not be possible because Alpha Squad is a really strong team. They go really aggressive, they get the picks. Owly 6 decided to go something very super safe, like counter Dead Ball against Dead Ball in a way. I mean, both are triple tank lineups, very kind of still works.
Yeah, they have mirror comps here.
Exactly, they want to play it really, really safe. They don't want to risk it, and this is one of the safe, really, really, really safe compositions that you cannot go wrong per se. However, I'm not so sure about Alpha Squad playing this on the attack. They could probably go something more aggressive, but it seems Alpha Squad is really comfortable playing this lineup, and it can be very potent with the Nano Boost Visor and other ultimate combinations that we can do.
Roadhog setting up on that bridge / small health pack room. It looks like Alpha Squad are rotating into that small room on the side there. They catch Reinhardt out all alone. They're gonna get the kills, but coming in big is Nalair on that Roadhog. He's gonna get 2 kills solo, assisted by the Ana, and that's gonna stabilize the defense for at least the next push.
Exactly. Now Alpha Squad just has to regroup, and the thing is, it's really gonna come down to ultimates as well. Like Alpha Squad wants to get the Nano Boost comboed with something, so does Owly 6. The team that gets the ultimates faster should be able to win the next fight outside.
And that's not looking good, as early on the 2 Reinhardts go down. Zarya getting 1, Hog getting the other kill.
But this is really good for Alpha Squad because Reinhardt will come back faster.
That is a big play as Sherry gets a pick off on the Zarya, so they're just going to rotate in. And I think they're going to try and take this fight here as their Reinhardt respawned in time. Lally on the high ground as that soldier. The 2 Reinhardts facing off against each other. Ake and Claus both nano boosted, but one gets the grenade and the whole hog comes out as well. So Alpha Squad looking good here on this point. Tracer and Soldier contesting. Big boost on the high ground on that Zarya. So Squishy's on the side of Owly 6. And they're going to go down pretty much to a man.
Yeah, and this is going to be very difficult for Owly 6 because they still have 1 minute basically remaining. And 1 minute to get through the gate, it's very doable. However, you have to keep in mind that Alpha Squad needs to get that Graviton Surge now. They really need it as soon as possible so they can try to force a fight with it and possibly win the game. If not, have another set of ultimates after the Graviton Surge, preferably like a Nano Boost Earth Shatter combination. However, Owly 6 has an Earth Shatter of their own, and a well-placed Earth Shatter could stabilize and make sure Owly 6 wins this. So it's really going to come down to small things and ultimates.
Absolutely. Getting ready for that next fight. They're going to have to engage super early because 4.5 meters left until the point. So, not a lot of space to work with here for the defensive side, Owly 6. And we hear the side.
It's done.
Yeah, 1.1 meters, so they're working on a razor's edge here. And Claus gets the Earthshotter off. It's going to capture no one. That's a big whiff from both Reinhardts. But it looks like the attacking side are taking the deaths early. So big play from Matt on the tactical visor. It's looking pretty good. Big Goose is going to get double kills, so that's big. But Lally now just contesting against against Hog. 7 seconds. Can they get back in time? I don't think so.
Owly 6, Reinhardt was actually able to stun Roadhog at least.
Yeah,
they can actually do it.
They're going to
do it. They can do it. They did. They did.
No one contested.
Yeah, the thing is, like, they spawn very close. And like I said, if the game is not in overtime and they still have time remaining on the clock, it's very difficult for Owly 6 to hold. And that's exactly what happened. So remember those 10 seconds that they delayed or like even 30 seconds they delayed, if I'm correct, Alpha Squad.
Play of the match.
Imagine if that delay did not happen and they had more time. Like, it would be much different. And because they had more time, they were able to pull this off. However, as you can see, like, the position here on high ground was really good and everything, but the problem is, if you look at the clock, it's 10 seconds. They had enough time to get back to the point and win. It's simple as that. If they didn't have enough time, they wouldn't be able to do it. They wouldn't even be able to reach the payload. But because of the delays from previous rounds, they had enough time to be able to pull that off. So every second counts, as you can see. I mean, literally here it was by 5 seconds. Like, if they were 6 seconds short, it would be overtime. They wouldn't be even able to get to the payload, I would say. So it was really good.
The difference in the entire map was 17 seconds. That was the capture time. So plus 17 is the difference made, as we mentioned, through that entire time. We get ready for this next map, the third map from this best of 3. So we're going the distance here between Alpha Squad and Owly 6. Again, a 1 minute break, as it looks like someone died, perhaps.
Exactly. So
Having a couple of technical difficulties here today. I mean, this is as great time as any, though. We had analysis of the last game, so it's time to plug ourselves a little bit. Make sure to follow us. You know, we've got Twitter, HND Gaming, as well as a Twitch channel, which you can hopefully follow as you are watching this stream somehow. Also, there's a YouTube. Our social media everywhere, HND Gaming. Razor,
yes.
what are you looking forward to in this next match?
Well, Route 66, like I said, a pure payload map, similar to Gibraltar, very snowbally. Usually the defenders hold the first checkpoint for quite a long time, you can. However, if you slip up and you get like a snowball going on for offense, they can push quite rather far. However, the next checkpoint, before the second checkpoint, there is the saloon, the corner. If your offense fails there, the defenders can just bunker up at the saloon around there and hold it for lots of times there. And the last checkpoint that you can kind of delay and hold it rather easily as defenders is near the end, obviously, which is for most payload maps. So the thing it's really gonna come down for the defender team is like, both teams are quite strong pushers, I would say. So it's really gonna be important for the defender team to not let attackers push as far as possible. So the most ideal thing obviously would be to hold the first choke and make sure they do not get up to there. But that's gonna be very difficult. Like, I possibly see that both teams will push all the way and it's gonna come down to time again. So it's really gonna be time-based, feels like to me, because both teams are playing quite well, and I don't see that, like, it's very unlikely that the teams will be stuck at the choke point. They will probably make it all the way.
I mean, we have seen this is probably one of the closer matches we've seen so far in this tournament. So,
yeah, I mean that was very close. Yeah,
we've seen like a lot of 2-0s, but the fact that we're going to a 2-1 final in this best of 3, guaranteed. So that's pretty interesting. Route 66 seems to be the next map. We're just waiting for the two teams, but it looks like defending is going to be Alpha Squad first.
Yeah, that seems to be the case, yes. So perhaps the Alpha Squad decided to defend this time. Like, I think Alpha Squad defense might be slightly better, since they were slightly better at delaying, like picking Sombra and even Trace, like delaying, 30 seconds was quite a lot of a delay. So if they can pull delays like that, it could help them again in overall, in everything, Because if they manage to have more time on round 3, round 4, it might help them a lot. So we'll see how that will turn out.
Waiting on that last member before we get back into the map.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. There's not much to talk about at the moment.
I mean, one thing we're gonna be working on, hopefully. Oh,
maybe some questions from the chat.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that. Any questions that you guys have, ask them, and we will get a response to that at some point somehow. Of course, if you see anything cool that you see, take a clip, send it to us. There's the on Twitch. There's a really easy way to use the clips there, and let us know. Let us know what you find interesting or amusing.
I mean,
Or
there
exciting.
were some crazy plays going on, so there is definitely some clip-worthy material, I would say.
Sure, for sure. We're again waiting to hear back from the team captains.
Exactly. We apologize for that. It seems he's coming back as of now. Looks like. Yeah, he is. So the game
Alrighty.
should start any moment. So we apologize for any kind of delay. If you guys still have any questions, like in these kind of situations, we will try to answer them. Of course, there is the delay, and we will see your questions a bit later, but still, we'll try.
66.
As we get ready to load into Route 66, third and final map of this set.
Exactly. So let's
Alpha
take a
Squad and Owly 6.
Yeah, Owly 6 decided to go on the offense, the red team. Meanwhile, Alpha Squad decided to go on defense. Alpha Squad, they will definitely not play Junkrat. They will probably go Soldier, Genji, Reinhardt. Actually, they're gonna go triple tank, looks like. Looks like they will go the same composition as the last round, which is gonna be Roadhog, Zarya, Reinhardt, Lucio, Soldier, and Ana. Very standard, very safe. That's very probably what they're gonna pick, so... let's take a quick look at Owly 6. They still haven't changed things around, unfortunately, making me not able to talk about it.
Are you
So-
sure there's not going to be Torbjorn on attack?
I'm
Seems
very
odd.
positive you're not gonna have all those things on attack, no. So, don't copy that, guys. Please don't. So, let's take, like... Actually, for defense team, Alpha Squad, they decided to stick with Genji instead of Zarya, so that's pretty alright as well. The Genji will be able to counteract slight, like, counter dive, per se, the attackers. However, I think it's gonna come down more for Big Goose to get his Dragon Blade. The Dragon Blades from Big Goose are really on point, and he's getting great value from them. So that's that's why they also want him to play on Genji, because he gets really good Dragon Blades and sets an immense advantage for his team. And also Cherry was getting pretty solid hooks as well, getting 2 picks and things like that on Eichenwald, so it's gonna be pretty strong hold. And they start poking each other. Meanwhile, only 6 decide to go with dive composition. They still keep the Soldier for the tactical nano boost combo, which is very strong. And here they go.
All right, as we get ready for this next push, or I guess first push, not next. Sometimes can blur together. Lally gets an early pick off for the defensive side, so that's going to be a big start. And the attacker's just going to retreat slowly here, wait for their player to come back and disengage.
Yeah, the thing of note is that Alpha Squad Ana is playing alone, was playing alone in the back. Now there is Soldier. However, in that position, you're very prone to get dived. So, for example, if Owly 6 exactly knew that Ana is up there, they could just rush in there and get her killed. So let's see how they go. And here's Winston going for Ana.
Winston going in the backline hard, as you mentioned earlier. Well, going after the Genji now as he came back to defend his Ana, and they're forced to retreat. Winston again jumping back in, so an early kill comes out as Sal takes down Lally. The hook comes out, I believe, from Cherry and gets a kill off on Matt. There's the pulse bomb. It's going to miss, but payload being pushed forward as Reinhardt goes down. Besieged on all sides as the payload again pushing back here past Big Earls.
It seems the dive from Owly 6 was not coordinated because Winston jumped alone on Ana. Meanwhile, Genji only joined him a bit later on, not at the same time. They didn't push at the same time together, and the pressure from dive was much more less effective per se. And that's why I think also Alpha Squad was able to stabilize. And here's the Dragon
Here
Blade.
comes the recontest as the Tackle Advisor comes out to counter the Dragon Blade, and it works successfully as it takes out 2 kills there. It's Sal assisting on the Lucio. So it's looking pretty decently right here for Owly 6 for the moment. But as I say that, in comes Sherry with a hook, takes out Lucio, and Lally gets a great Helix rocket off on Tracer. The Nano comes out with the whole hog on the defensive side, just get another kill. And this is going to be the end of that push temporarily for the attacking side.
Exactly. Another thing of note is now that Alpha Squad does not have that nano boost going on anymore. And it might be slightly more difficult to survive the next offensive from Owly 6 because they will have the Dragon Blade and nano boost combo. And Alpha Squad needs that sound barrier now. If they don't have it, but they will probably have it, they should be able to survive it. and there's a Pulse Bomb, didn't work out, but they will still try to go in. Oh, there's a great hook!
A great hook comes out from the defensive side, and another kill as Tracer goes down as well. The Dragon Blade comes out anyway, picks up Lucio. Primal Rage comes out on the attacking side. As on the point, it's just Lucio. Lucio will go down. Put to sleep is Genji, so he cannot go after the Ana. Big Goose taking a nap on the job. He's going to survive for the moment, but the attackers take out 3.
Yeah, but the attack is already back. Look, they're already back. They're gonna fight this.
Yeah, here comes the sound barrier from the defensive side as only 2 are left alive on the point, the Roadhog and the Lucio. And Roadhog goes down with a great grenade from the Ana, and this is just the Lucio left alive. This point will be captured as we move towards second point.
Exactly, this point would be captured much faster by Owly 6 if Roadhog from Alpha Squad was not able to hook someone before Dragon Blade Nano Boost combo. Basically, when Owly 6 went to Dragon Blade Nano Boost combo, 1 second ago, they just lost one team member, they had to fight 5v6. And even if you have Dragon Blade and everything, you still lost the player beforehand, and you kind of feel it a bit, you know? And that's what bought more time for Alpha Squad to be able to hold it for a bit longer. But now let's see if they'll be able to stabilize it here at the saloon on the high
Here comes
side.
the tactical visor from the defensive side. They're just going to jump in as Soldier comes in aggressively, takes out Ana before she could possibly get anything else off as she missed her sleep dart. And the defensive side, being very aggressive, takes that fight pretty handily.
Exactly, this is really good now for Alpha Squad because they stabilized it, they can hold this. However, Owly 6 has good ultimates going on. They have the Dragon Blade, Tactical Visor, even Nano Boost, like they can, and Pulse Bomb. If the Pulse Bombs gets on the tank, drops him down, like, he didn't get it, but still.
Pulse Bomb again missing, that's very unfortunate. I don't think I've seen a good Pulse Bomb all game long. Earthshatter comes out, Nano Boost gets put on him, but not enough as he goes down very aggressively. Defensive Dragon Blade comes out, picks up 1 kill, and he goes after the Genji. He's gonna get it eventually. Now it's the Tracer, Ana, and Soldier against what looks like a Soldier, Ana, Genji on the other side as well, so same play,
Yeah.
but attackers have spawn advantage, so they will win this just through the sheer fact that they spawn
Exactly,
faster.
but one thing of note, even when Alpha Squad is losing, you can notice Ana Pertu. He's playing rather far back and safe per se. It seems Owly 6 is not capitalizing so much on Ana being alone in the back. If Owly 6 jumped on Ana when she's alone in the back like that with Genji and Winston, she would die 9 out of 10 times probably. Like, she's really playing alone by herself and she's very vulnerable. They should exploit that. Also, when they have
Pulse Bomb yet again missing, so that's unfortunate. We have not seen very good Pulse Bombs in this game. Hook comes out, Hog gets a kill on Winston. That's going to force a disengage, possibly. Matt comes out with a Dragon Blade. Sal picks up a kill as well, so no, my mistake. There, Roadhog gets another kill and another, so he's going to just take out this play. Hilaire on the high ground takes out Genji. As
Yeah, it's
Ana
very
loses.
difficult they will get this because Reinhardt has the block. He's just holding the point. Soldier can poke for free, but he can't kill anything behind the shield. So
And as the
they will be able
spawners
to
come
stabilize
back
this.
in fact, indeed that is the case.
It's really gonna come down to the Pulse Bomb from Tracer again. She really needs to get it on the Reinhardt or Rotary, but preferably Reinhardt, so they don't have to block anymore, so Soldier can do damage, actual damage.
Sure, I believe landing a great right click there on Tracer, and they're just going to engage off of that right now as Ana goes down to a fire strike from Ake. And they're just going to defend, they're just going to disengage as 20 seconds left on the clock for the attackers.
Exactly, and this point Alpha Squad has pretty much 5 ultimates available, if not 6. It's gonna be very, very difficult for Owly 6. Owly 6 really needs to get a Pulse Bomb going on Reinhardt, so Soldier can Tactical Visor, Nano Boost and kill everything. Or try to kill.
Here comes the Tactical Visor, Nano Boost combo, Earthshatter comes out, it's going to catch him. Sound Barrier comes back in time as well, the Shoulder Charge misses. Lally's going to take the Tactical Visor from the back, and that's going to be it for the defenders, or for the attackers rather, as there's really not much they can do. Overtime is in effect, and the team wipe is there. As Dragon Blade comes out looking for the last people, and that's going to be round 1 complete. 1 point captured.
Exactly, Owly 6 was unable to push it through. Alpha Squad really, like, the Pulse Bomb did not get the Reinhardt because Reinhardt had extra health from Sound Barrier. And because of that block, the Tactical Visor from Owly 6 was not that powerful, like, didn't get the kills they needed to. I mean, this is doable, you can hold this, however, it's very important for Owly 6 to hold the first checkpoint as much as possible, if not the whole way. If they lose the first checkpoint and there's still like 3 minutes going on, it's gonna be nearly impossible for them to hold. However, if there's only like 1 minute something, 1 minute 30 seconds or 2 minutes remaining, then I think 2 minutes, my bad, then they should be able to do it. But it's still gonna be very difficult. It's not gonna be easy. Let's take, I would just like to take a quick look at the lineups. As you can see, Alpha Squad, they are attacking this time. They will not stick with Hanzo. They probably just want Sonic Arrow for vision so they can see if there's someone up there and things like that. Pharah might stay, Widow very unlikely. Or they might just go back to triple tank, super safe. Meanwhile, let's take a look at Owly 6, the defenders. They decided to go the same lineup they went for Eichenwald on defense, the super safe composition where it's less, how should I say, less risk, but less reward per se as well, because you don't have those pulse bombs, things like that, that you can get really strong advantage going on. So it's going to be really important for Zari to get some initial charge so she can be a threat, and also Hawk to break the shield so Soldier can do actual damage, and Rotok also to get some hooks, if not sleep darts going in as well. But it could go both ways, of course, because Alpha Squad has pretty strong defense, and their attack is not to be joked about either, so we'll see how this will go.
As we're getting ready here on Route 66, heading up towards that first bridge? Outlook? Overcropping? I don't know what to call that thing, actually. But as we get ready for that first fight, the two teams brawling at each other. Shoulder charge comes out, it's going to miss, and Aki is going to go down immediately with a great grenade from Ana, forcing no heals out of him, and that's going to force the attackers to disengage for the moment.
Exactly, and at this point, like, Owly 6 just wants to buy as much time as possible. They need to get those ultimates going on, but you have to keep in mind that Alpha Squad is charging up their ultimates rather fast. They will have the Dragon Blade, so if he gets the Dragon Blade before any important ultimates from Alpha Squad, they should be able to even win the team fight. It's very doable.
On the high ground are the two teams, and a great hook as well as a grenade comes in, and Claus is going to go down first as Aki swinging away as they re-engage on that fight on a cross map, trying to keep her team supported.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Hog almost booped off the map. Hook misses, but the left click doesn't. The Dragon Blade comes out from Genji, and that's going to pick up 2 and cleans up with a right click, I believe. And the hook comes out from Nilaire. He's going to be taken down, but he's going to be taken down as well. So they're going to push past Big Earls at least.
Well, Owly 6 was able to hold the point for quite a while. Even when they lost Reinhardt, they were still able to delay it a bit. So it's gonna be 2 minutes. Like, if they get it at these 2 minutes, it'll be very bad. However, Owly 6 can still contest this. It's doable. They just need some ults rolling in because Alpha Squad is going in strong. There is a pick. This is really good for them.
A big early kill for the side of Alpha Squad, but Tactical Advisor comes out, gets 2 himself. There's the nano boost on the Reinhardt, swinging away. There's the whole hog to push him away. And the lair is going to clean up at least a little bit.
Exactly.
Claus
now
goes down.
Yeah, exactly. Now Alpha Squad was able to push it through, and they have 4 minutes on the clock, and this is really, really bad for Owly 6. It's going to become really difficult for them to hold this. And it's doable, but it's going to be very difficult. I mean, now Owly 6 has some ultimates to rotate like Graviton Surge and Earth Shatter, but it definitely probably will not be enough because all Alpha Squad has to do is bait some ultimates in a dry run, next team fight go with 3-4 ultimates, win game, pretty much. So let's see how this turns out.
Yeah, getting ready for that first type. There's the Graviton Surge coming out from the defending side. Earth Shatter misses on both sides as the shield comes up in time. Grenade comes out. Reinhardt gets put down by Nilaire, so a great right click there. And this is going to be the defending side taking out the win in terms of the team kill.
One interesting thing is Alpha Squad Soldier Matt was able to get double kill with Helix Rocket on both supports at the same time, so that was pretty nice going for them. So Alpha Squad did manage, I mean Owly 6 did manage to stabilize it. I mean Alpha Squad did manage to stabilize it. However, they need to get those ultimates so they can get it going, because they did bait some ultimates from Owly 6, so it's pretty much doable for Alpha Squad at this point to get this through.
Yep. As we're getting ready to see that next fight, the shoulder charge comes out. I believe he hit the wall. Here's the nano boost on Claus, just forcing them off the point. A double kill comes out. Here comes a Dragon Blade, though, and the Tactical Advisor just looking to close up the map. But it's not going to matter. Nilaire comes in and says, no thank you. And assisted by Soldier, that Matt TH on the Soldier.
It might look on paper really bad for Alpha Squad. However, they have so much time and so little to push that it's still very, very doable for Alpha Squad. Owly 6 has to play on point. They can't do any mistake. They have to rotate the ultimates. One slip up, they lose the game.
Owly 6, of course, attacking here, so we see that Alpha Squad is defending as Ake swings away, shielding Sherry Darmy on that Roadhog, but he gets put to sleep from above by Ana, so invalidating that. The Helix Rocket comes out from Lally on Matt TH, and this is going to be it for Alpha Squad, I believe, as they've got the whole hog, but the Earthshatter comes out immediately behind, and that's going to be it. They have one possible chance. I do not think there's any way for them to get back in time, as Genji's going to pressure them, and that's going to, in fact, be it, as Owly 6 will win this one. 2-1 in round score and 2-1 in map score, so they will move on.
2-1.
And Alpha Squad drops. The bug with the shows itself again, but well done.
Play of the match.
And just swing away that Reinhardt hammer. All right, Razor Cuts, what are your thoughts on that setup of matches?
Well, it was very interesting games going back and forth. However, the showing was pretty strong. And sorry to interrupt you, but you got it wrong.
I did in fact make a mistake. I did make a mistake. I will say that on my screen everything is backwards, so Owly 6 is in fact was the other color. Spectator client, please. But I must apologize because I cut Razor off there, so that was my error.
Yeah, it's no problem. I also got confused. That's why I was a bit quiet, trying to sort it out if it was my mistake.
No, I was the one who made the mistake, but Alpha Squad does win, so you are correct. See them move on. Owly 6. And with that is that match, so stick around. We still have a couple more to go. Yeah. Myself, LaFon on play-by-play, Razor on color. And we'll see you soon.
Yeah, see you soon.
It's a long time to find you.
You see, stereophonic sound for the home is recorded on two separate tracks, each one giving special emphasis to certain sections of the orchestra.
Welcome back to our HND Watch qualifiers between, this time, the games between Burasaken, Singularity Gorillas. Fawn here back on play-by-play, as I'm joined by Razor Cuts on color again.
Hello there.
My dude.
It's going well.
That's good. I mean, I'm having fun. You?
Yeah, I'm having a great time. I'm also looking forward to this map. We're gonna have some Lijiang Tower, yeah, and also Dorado, looks like, and if I'm correct, Nepal.
I mean, Lijiang Tower, that's a first. We haven't seen that one yet today, so...
Yeah, not at all, indeed. So, I'm looking forward to that. Perhaps we'll see some Farah gameplay right there. Concussion blast over the map, always fun to see. You never know. So, another thing of note is like... Bodasoken, if I'm correct, they already won against Team Singularity earlier in the stages. I'm not sure exactly which game it was in the playoffs.
It was a super early game. I remember that. We casted this one, actually.
Exactly. It was 2-0 for Bodasoken. They won on Nepal and Hanamura, so...
And they came out pretty handily, too. I remember they took a 2-1 on Hanamura and a 3-0 on Nepal.
Exactly. So, again, there will be Nepal played. However, this time, Dorado was also chosen last time. However, it was never picked because they won on Nepal and Hanamura. Instead of Hanamura this time, we have Lijiang Tower. So, it seems Bodasoken was really doing well on King of the Hill type of maps against Singularity. So, perhaps they got outdrafted. We will see.
We will see indeed as we tick down ever closer to that launch of the game. Man, good Overwatch. It's so much fun to watch. You know what I mean? Can't
Exactly.
wait. But while we're waiting, a good segue. Overwatch tournament, HND tournament, brought to you by Lioncast. Lioncast are manufacturers of top-tier computer-related equipment. Find out more about them at Lion.com. Of course, we're partnered with them, so we do have a discount code that can be used. HND Gaming. Use that code to get 7% off your purchase. And you can learn, of course, more about them, as I mentioned earlier, at lioncast.com. There is also, of course, TeePublic is our other sponsor, which has partnered with us, and we have a discount code for them as well. HND 301 at checkout. You can find out our shop, HND, shop.hndgaming.com. That's where you can find stuff like t-shirts and mugs with Overwatch related designs, as well as other things. So yeah, those are the two.
So buy it today.
Yes, indeed.
So one thing I would like to mention is from Bodesoken, they were really good at recontesting the points back in King of the Hill. Even when like the opposing team they were like basically 5v5 or like it was quite even numbers, they just sneak 2 players on the point and just get the percentage going up. Like they almost copy it, or they actually copy it and then they go fight. So they're really good at retaking the points back. So it might, if Team Singularity doesn't change some play style, tactic, or something like that against them, it might be a repeat of the last time. So we will see how that goes in. I would first like to see some Pharah gameplay, some concussion rockets. Already mentioned that earlier. It's always fun to see. Heck, you can even have a Lucio booping around people off the map.
Indeed. I mean, like we like Lijiang Tower has just so much to offer.
And Roadhogs, hooks, yeah. Nobody likes Roadhog, doesn't it? Do we? Yeah, exactly. The thing is also like Team Singularity, I think perhaps if they lose Lijiang, they might just go Dorado payload right away. Because I don't know, like I really feel they didn't do that well on King of the Hill against Vodasoken, so perhaps they will just go immediately after if they would lose this to Dorado. Here, we started the game finally. Sorry for the delay, guys. Here we go. So I still think that perhaps they got Team Singularity got outdrafted because they probably didn't want it to play on double map, like double King of the Hill maps.
I mean, can they come back from that showing they had earlier on that King of the Hill map? I mean, we did see, in fairness to Singularity Gorillas, we did see some play for them that was less optimal, but as the map went on, it was almost like they were warming up, and they got a little bit better towards the end of that map. So can they come back and sort of have a better showing here on Lijiang Tower? It's entirely possible.
Yeah, entirely possible indeed. And as you can see, Team Singularity, the red team if I'm correct, they decided to go with Pharah. They will try to knock off. Both teams did on this map. You always it's good to have a Pharah so you can knock off people off the bridge. Perhaps they will get a Roadhog later on. Also, hooks are very potent. One thing of note is that Bodesoken decided to go with their Zen again, so they can go very aggressive with Discord Orbs, Discord, Pharah, get her out of the sky. However, they do not have a soldier to deal with it. They do have a Tracer that could get some shots on Pharah, which might be enough when she discards, but we'll see. And here's a rocket. Didn't happen.
Yeah, the two Pharahs going at each other, but neither one of them able to get that hilarious concussive blast off the map. Kanga will get the first kill off on Syndustries as Craig comes in, takes it out. So there's one support down on each side. However, right now the advantage is supposedly early on was in advantage of Bodesoken, but they nearly got turned around, but clutching it out was Bodesoken, in fact.
Yeah, like I said, they're really good at sending people on the point. Even when the fights are like shaky or even or going back and forth, they send people on the point. Meanwhile, the other team chickens out and doesn't go on it or something like that.
Yeah. So again, though, Bodesoken, they're losing too early. Both supports go down as Syndustries boops them off the map, and that's going to be a point capture. Snillo does get one kill off on the Ana. Scalar there, but
he will get back. Ana will get the back, so Team Singularity will have a solid chance of defending. Oh, there's a nice stagger for Team Singularity, so Bodesoken will take more time to regroup. The pulse bomb unfortunately did not work out. It's really gonna come to the Dragon Blade. The Genji Kanga needs to get the Dragon Blade before Syndustries can get his sound barrier. Then they can do something. And keep in mind, Scalar will have the nano boost, but he has nothing to really combo it. Maybe on a Pharah, but we'll see.
Indeed, actually, it looks like very much like Kanga will get the Dragon Blade before the sound barrier comes out, as he's already at 93%, while Syndustries at a paltry 60%, and in fact dies. Denia gets a great jump pack kill off, and right now it's looking very much advantage Bodesoken as they are up pretty much everyone. Craig's gonna get one kill, but cannot do much more than contest, and in fact is gonna just blink out, but cannot get away as Snillo comes in back to confirm the kill.
Exactly, like you see, Team Singularity was playing more outskirts outside of the point. Meanwhile, Boda Soken will just go on the point and force the fight of the point and try to cap it as well, while Team Singularity cannot get on the point because they're holding it in between the path. And also Kanga has now Dragon Blade, he saved it, and here they go.
Alright, this Justice comes out, but in fact ended before even the voice line is finished. And then the Dragon Blade comes out, but
He has literally like 5 health. The Kanga is like 5 health.
Kang does get killed eventually, but it won't matter as Budasaken comes in with the entirety of the team to back him up. So they lose one, but they win the fight.
He was forwarding people at 5 health, literally. That was very interesting to live that long. So, but now you can see that Team Singularity is also getting the Dragon Blade available. They do not have the Nano Boost to combo with, so they can do something, but Sound Barrier is available for Boda Soken, so they should be able to hold this just fine.
Yeah, here is the Primal Rage as Syndustries gets 1 kill off early. The Barrage comes out, picks up 1 kill, and does not get killed early. Nope, as I say that, the counter fire gets the kill. There's Syndustries with the Sound Barrier, and they're just going to push this fight on point. And it looks like they have numbers advantage here. They do take out the fire early. So Pub contest. Ooh, Soldier very, very weak. Gotta be like, what, 4 HP? And Purple gets out. Syndustries will get a kill. Snillo gets 2. Kango, though, goes down as Pagmiser comes in huge and picks up double. And then Sissy dashes through. They're going to capture this point, but 90% on the side of Budasaken.
I personally think there was a slight mistake from Team Singularity. They were holding on the Dragon Blade way too long because they already baited the Lucio Sound Barrier earlier, and Genji could Dragon Blade to assure win the fight like 15% ago, so...
Forcing the fight on point is Budasaken, as they are now up. Well, they're tied now 5-5, so even in numbers, but there comes a kill out as Sissy goes down. Nano Boost goes out on Winston to give him some sustain, but he jumps out and comes back in. Leos comes in with a double kill with that Barrage, takes out another one. Pagminster gets 1 off, but it's not going to matter. 92% remaining or counting down, so they don't have a lot of time left.
Indeed, like I said, Boda Soken is really good at retaking the points back, and it's going to be very difficult for Team Singularity to win this type of games. Team Singularity must not be afraid to use things. They just have to use it when it really matters, not hold it.
Tackle Advisor Nano Boost combo is going to come in. It's going to pick up 2. Primal Rage comes out from the side of Budasaken. Pagminster gets a kill on Pug, and they're going to have to get back to point. Otherwise, the overtime will just tick out as Primal Rage keeps knocking them away. Ana on the point puts puts Syndustries rather than Lucio to sleep. Primal Rage comes out on the side of Singularity Gorillas, and Craig coming out picks up a double kill, so they're going to capture this point here. But 99% to 83%, so very, very close game.
Exactly. Team Singularity was able to get it back. This is really good for them. Now they just have to make sure they hold this because Snilo has the pulse bomb. He can get Winston off to the picture. So Syndustries needs that sound barrier right now to make sure they can survive the pulse bomb. It's very important.
99% to 99%, so we are down to the last team fight of the game, and that's an early double kill on the side of Singularity Gorillas, and it's looking very advantageous for them as they have the overtime, and that's going to be it as they kill the entire team. Ana, the only one left alive, and down she goes as well. So round 1, the Singularity Gorillas.
Exactly, really well executed by them. However, there were some times where Team Singularity could be slightly more aggressive with their ultimates because they did delay up to 90% to Boda Soken point capture. Like they had 90% because Genji did not use Dragon Blade right away. He waited like 10% and then used it. Because they were confident, perhaps, that they could win the point against Boda Soken even without using the Dragon Blade, but that did prove not to be the case, and then when he used it, it wasn't too late. They got the point, but the time already happened, so I think that if they just take a bit faster initiative at certain things and not perhaps get overconfident, just use it, I'd rather win it safe way than like make it a bit more shaky or longer for no reason. Then they might should use it faster, but otherwise it was really strong showing by Team Singularity this round, much better than on the previous King of the Hill matches they played earlier against the same team. Yep. So I suspect they probably got warmed up as well, or they're more confident in what Boda Soken, how they play.
Interestingly, we see a different composition out from the side of Singularity, as they're running now with a triple tank, while the dive composition is still on the side of Budasaken. So as they get ready for that first brawl here on the point, Winston jumping the back line. A big grenade from the Ana from the side of Budasaken, but on the other end, Sissy's going to come out huge with that Roadhog and pick up 2 as Zarya cleans up a 3rd. And this is going to be the first fight in favor of Singularity Gorillas.
Exactly, Bodesoken was quite fragmented in this team fight. Even when Ana was able to get a biotic grenade on whole team Singularity, basically 5 members were purple, they anti-healed, they couldn't get healed. It looked for a short second really good for Bodesoken, but it wasn't enough because they were spread around. It doesn't work, and the strength of the triple tank here is like, once you win the first fight and hold the point and have the ultimate rolling for you, you can hold this for a very, very long amount of time, if not the full way. So it's gonna be very difficult for Bodesoken to get this back. They need some ultimates going on, especially Pulsebomb, to pick a crucial tank like a Reinhardt or Roadhog. And there goes Winston. So it should buy even more time for Team Singularity, and every second counts here.
Absolutely, Singularity has done a very good job of getting the first pick off early in every fight, and they're just forcing the fight later and later. So they're not engaging, and they're just going to get another hook and probably another kill here, although it does miss. There's no follow-up there. But now they're switching from that dive comp to a Reinhardt-based one. Still only one tank, though.
Yeah, well, they had to go for Reinhardt to block the other each other. It's kind of mandatory, because now Team Singularity will get this for free stun if they didn't have it.
Here comes the nano-boosted Zarya, as in the backline is Genji, but he gets killed. Craigie put to sleep that nano-boosted Zarya, as we mentioned earlier. Does have...
sorry to interrupt, but Cisti Roadhog, he managed to hook nano-boosted Genji, so that's why the offense of Bodesoken did not work out, because Cisti was able to shut down the nano-boosted Genji with his hook. And they lost the momentum, and we'll see how it goes. Now they decide to go to Roadhog as well, so they're trying to mirror a bit the composition, slightly similar but not the same, because they still do have Tracer. However, now Team Singularity pretty much bunkered this up. They have the ultimates rolling, and it's going to be very, very difficult.
Here comes a Graviton out from the side. It's going to pick up 2. Tactical Visor comes out. Leo on the backside with that. Tactical Visor is going to pick up another 2 himself. Snillo is going to get another one. So this is looking better and better on the side of Singularity. Or sorry, on the side of...
Now it's good, but...
That was a full wipe from both sides, but unfortunately only one team had the point, so 2-0.
And that's the thing, because Team Single, like I said, every second counts, right? Imagine if they had more seconds available, they could contest the point, right? So, as you can see, Team Singularity was able to hold it for good amounts of time. So, Bodesoken, even if they tried to wipe everybody and still had some reinforcements trying to get back on the point, it wasn't simply enough. So, the thing is now, I think that Bodesoken probably should change something around. Like, Tracer seems to work out, but sometimes it seems to do nothing. Like, not that much pressure impact, especially with Pulse Bomb, because you don't have a Zarya, you don't have an actual combo, you're dependent on actually sticking it to a tank or things like that, or maybe even get a double kill if possible. But importantly, if you get rid of the Reinhardt, they don't have that protection block and they become all vulnerable on the part of Team Singularity. But the first team fight without the Reinhardt is going to be quite difficult for Bodesoken to win this. But let's see how it goes.
Yeah, Winston jumping up, takes out. Snillo comes in for 1. Kango gets taken down by Cisti as he gets that hook off. And Craig comes in, picks off Bach 1 on that Zenyatta. But looking very good early on, at least, for Singularity Gorillas, as they have more kills early. And they're going to walk to point and initially capture here.
Exactly, that's the difficulty when you're playing on these King of the Hill type maps. The first fight, if you're playing without the Reinhardt, and they do, you lack that protection. So if your dive comp doesn't get the supports immediately, you kinda will lose in the long run in this first engagement. But here they go.
Soldier in the back as with a big kill as Snillo picks up 2. And this is going to be Singularity Gorillas almost certainly collapsing as they're down a lot more. Shax gets a great right click off, but Denia comes in and picks up Scalar as even though he's very weak. And the Kanga striking in from absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, one unfortunate thing for Team Singularity was that Sindustries, the Lucio, kind of walked up in the Pulse Bomb. It wasn't pinned or anything like that. He simply walked into it. If he moved backwards or simply didn't move forward, he would probably live.
Cisti Purple tries to take a breather, but in fact, instead just gets killed, so that's not looking good. But it looks like the point is going to shift colors here. Pulse Bomb comes out, misses again. Primal Rage comes out, as well as Dragon Blade, so that's going to be huge, and that's going to actually stabilize the fact that they're going to take that hold that for a little bit longer at least.
Indeed, and at this point now, Bodasoken, they're just gonna rotate ultimates because they have the tactical visor, the nano boost combo, or they can just pulse bomb the tank, especially Reinhardt, because they probably suspect that at this time Reinhardt should have his Earth Shatter, and they want to get rid of him as soon as possible because they don't play Reinhardt themselves, they cannot block it, he needs to die ASAP. And also no Reinhardt block, tactical visor works out.
Sissy gets a great hook off and kills Snillo early, so they won't have that pulse bomb for this fight. And this is not looking good as the tactical visor nano boost combo comes in and wipes everybody out.
Exactly, the positioning of Shax was really on point. He was on high ground, tactical visor unattended, shooting for free. He got lots of picks. This allowed momentum for Team Singularity to cap the point. Now they can hold it. However, Bodasoken has the combination of ultimates they want to, and they can easily get this. But it's important for Tracer to get the Reinhardt out of the picture so Soldier can do his job.
Indeed, as we get ready for this next team fight, forcing the fight to point, interesting enough, seems to be the choice for Singularity Gorillas. Here comes the Earth Shadow, picks up 2 as the nano boost comes out, but it's not going to be enough to save him from a shoulder charge from Reinhardt. So, Singularity Gorillas rotating out ultimates decently so far, and Kanga throws himself off the side of the map as they reset for this next fight.
Indeed, because now Team Singularity Reinhardt was able to live, Pug Minister didn't die, they had the shield, and they could survive through the tactical visor and things like that. They decided to go with Zarya now, Bodasoken, but it might be too late. I'm not sure if Zarya can get her ultimate in time, and we'll see how that will turn out.
We hear the sound barrier come out as well as the Dragon Blade. Bach gets 1 kill, Kanga gets another. Shoulder charge comes in on Winston, so he goes down. Pulse bomb comes out, misses everyone. We have not seen good pulse bombs all day. And Pagman's is going to swing away, get a kill. Bachman's going to get a kill off on Roadhog. And then Kanga just doing as much damage in the backline as he can. And that's going to be it for the Singularity Gorillas for this point, for the moment. But Tracer stalling out to 99%, so...
Well, but it's still good now. Now it's good for Bodasoken because they went also Zarya so he could shield the Genji who Dragon Bladed, so he couldn't be hooked or interrupted or killed right away, so he could get some value. And now he has 63% on ultimate, and there is enough time to get the Graviton. When he gets that Graviton, they should be able to win the next fight with Radar. Either they have to be careful with tactical visor. That can change the game. There
Absolutely.
they go.
The knockoff from
You just
2
have
of
to
the
hide
map.
from it.
Tactical visor from Shax picks up 2 on the support, so 86%. This is getting very, very close. The hook comes out. Will Winston go down? Yes, he will. So this is looking very, very good for the side of Singularity Gorillas as they have numbers. Pulse Bomb sticks out and picks up Leodes on the Zarya. This looks like a one-fight. Kanga goes down before he can get the dash off, and that's it. There's almost no way for them to get back in time as Whole Hog comes out. Lucio, the only one left contesting. Winston will be able to get back in time, but he will just be demolished by himself without support. And that is it as Shax picks up the kill on Winston. There is no way for them to get back on the point in time, and they will take this map.
Yeah, I would say like the problem with positioning of team of Bodasoken was that they were kind of in the open when they should expect that the Team Singularity has the tactical visor, nano boost combination, and because they were kind of in the open, defenseless, they easily got picked off. And because of that, it allowed for Team Singularity to retake the point. Another thing also, when Roadhog was able to hook Denia, that's when Team Singularity even had more advantage going on because Bodasoken just lost their only tank. They couldn't hold the point anymore. I mean, Zarya is also a tank, but still, like, Winston is more like of a front line in with the barrier actually protecting things like that. They lost him, and that's the point where it became very obvious that Bodasoken will not be able to hold that point. And also the pulse bomb on Zarya cemented the victory for Team Singularity, which was almost guaranteed at that point.
Absolutely. So Singularity Gorillas showing excellent comeback form as they take this map 3-0, Lijiang Tower, proving that we were wrong about their King of the Hill performances and perhaps just needed a warm-up. But as we move here into map 2...
Exactly. The next map, it's either going to be Bodasoken might decide to go Nepal or Dorado. I mean, technically earlier, Bodasoken had an easy time against Team Singularity, and they beaten them on Nepal, so perhaps they will decide to go on Nepal. However, the performances on King of the Hill were kind of shaky from Bodesoken, so I'm not sure, because if I'm correct, Tracer from Bodesoken was not able to get any good pulse bomb at all. I think he got one kill, one time on Sindustry's Lucio from Team Singularity. However, it wasn't because he pinned the bomb, but because Lucio literally walked in the bomb. Like, if Lucio didn't move a meter or simply held backwards, you know, or any other direction than going forward, he wouldn't even die from the bomb. So I think the bombs are slightly off. So perhaps they should think about the strategy, like go Tracer Zarya, so my bombs will actually work for sure, or swap to something else, because he's getting kills and everything. Just the pulse bomb seems to be slightly off, unfortunately. Or you have to also, I don't want to bash the guy, but also have to keep in mind that the Singularity is playing quite good as a unit and gives little chance for Tracer to get the bomb off. So it's not easy to get the pulse bomb off. However, if you cannot make those bombs, it's still advisable to change the strategy or your pick, perhaps. So now they decided to go with the Nepal. So like you can see, earlier when they played against each other, there was a pretty much stomp for Bodesoken on Nepal. So perhaps they will do a repeat of the same thing. But I'm sure that Team Singularity is aware that Bodesoken likes to go with Reinhardt here. I mean, Bodesoken is aware that Team Singularity likes to go with Reinhardt here at the start choke. So, but this time they go with the Pharah. So Pharah will be able to get the concussion blast and knock Reinhardt off the corridor, the high ground thing on the snow, and drop him on the lower ground, so the rest of the team can shoot people in the open. That's basically what they want to do, and that's the only thing they kind of can do, because the Reinhardt is in the way otherwise, and they don't have a Reinhardt of their own. So it's very important for Genji, Tracer, and Winston to jump together and get the Ana as fast as possible, because the moment if Team Singularity would lose Ana very quickly at the start of the game, or even one of the DPS, they lose so much pressure. And even if you have that Reinhardt holding the shield up, but there's nothing really to block for, it's not gonna help much. So it's really gonna come down to this concussion blast and the dive potential, and also Discord Orb, of course, but we'll see. Here there go the rockets. The concussion blast can decide everything in this first fight as well.
And it looks like the fact that Singularity is going to come out slower than the side of... as we see that first team fight going, a great grenade comes out from Scalar to keep his team up. Craig gets the first kill out on this Pharah of all people. So interesting there, as high ground not being a thing. Shax takes out Bach 1 before, not before he can take out Craigie, but Sisti picks up 1. And right now, this is all Singularity Gorillas, as Kang gets 1 kill, but that's not going to be enough to prevent them from capturing the point here early on.
Exactly, and at this
willed
point,
it out.
The thing is, Team Singularity was able to get Pharah rather quickly with Tracer, somehow. So, because of that, Team Singularity had kind of advantage, because the Pharah pressure was gone. Pharah breaks shields rather quickly, and also had the potential of concussion blast to displace them. Here's another great hook, and that should also set them for the next team fight.
Kang comes in with the Dragon Blade though, but not before Tactical Visor comes out with an Nano Boost to kill everybody, after Sisti got 2 great picks to start the fight.
I would say like this, the Team Singularity Tactical Visor might not be even necessary. It's like, it's more to play it safe, it's guaranteed that you win the fight. However, the Roadhog Sisti was able to hook Pug, the Lucio, he killed him, and they used Tactical Visor when they already had an advantage going on. Arguably, they could still win without Tactical Visor, but Tactical Visor Nano Boost was just a guaranteed safe choice.
Switching now to the 2-2-2 with this Zarya instead of Pharah, so that's going to come in. Kanga picks up 1, but it's the Sisti show here as he comes in with another hook, transitions into whole hog and gets another kill. This is just it's all Sisti at this point, as we're up to 60% on this point.
Exactly. And now Team Singularity is just delaying, so it will come down to one last team fight for Bodesoken. And it's very important that... Oh, they actually lost Pug Minister. They really need him there for the Earth Shatter and blocking damage. However, the percentage is still going really well. And now, Bodesoken needs to... they just lost Tracer, so it's going to be very difficult. It looks really good for Team Singularity now, because now they just need to get a good pulse bomb. Possibly even Tactical Visor alone. They do have the sound barrier, but they want to bait the sound barrier somehow, so the pulse bomb will be effective along with Earth Shatter.
Winston on the high ground with that thing, but Craigie lands a Pulse Bomb and Shax gets a kill off on the second support. Kanga picks up one, but Sisti comes out. There's that Earthshatter to shut down the Dragon Blade, as this is just going to tick to 99%, and they can just use whatever they want, as that point 1 going to be very much in favor of Singularity Gorillas, firmly and without any question.
Yeah, the thing is, Tracer from Team Singularity, Kragi, was able to pin a Pulse Bomb on Pug, Lucio, and Lucio died with Pulse Bomb. He didn't even have the time to sound barrier. So basically, Boda Soken walked in the team fight without sound barrier, and that was very, very devastating for Boda Soken, because they didn't have the sound barrier to save themselves from the Earth Shatter. And then Pug Minister went with an Earth Shatter when there was no Lucio anymore around with the sound barrier, and it just cemented the victory for them pretty much. So it's looking really good for Team Singularity. They're playing really on point. Perhaps they were not warmed up earlier in the day when they were playing against Boda Soken, because now it's almost like I'm looking at a different team, because earlier on this same map they were getting not exactly stomped around, but it wasn't looking good for them. But all of a sudden they're just performing and doing really well.
Singularity Gorillas firmly in the driver's seat here, as they've come from back-to-back King of the Hill maps. Both teams switching to a similar composition with the Reinhardt. Sisti put to sleep the Hog, who's been doing very well all game, and Ana landing an amazing grenade on the team. That's going to force Sisti to die as Kanga chases after that kill confirmed. The two Reinhardts going after each other, with Pagminster getting the kill himself. Snillo comes in after Scalar, and Syndustries will also go down. So that is almost it on this push for Singularity Gorillas, as Leo comes in with Zarya and picks up a double kill. Kanga cleans up the remainder, and that's point A
for Boda Soken, exactly. But there is one thing of note. This time, Boda Soken decided to go with the Reinhardt. They do have a Reinhardt of their own, so they can also block damage, and they take less damage just as Team Singularity would. So perhaps, now that they're playing Reinhardt, are on more equal ground terms. And they hold the point, they will have the Nano Boost soon, and Dragon Blade, so it could be really going good for them. And here's another fight.
Indeed, Pagminster though goes down, so that's going to delay it, as does Sisti and Craigie as well. So that's it for that push.
That was a pick, but it doesn't really matter, because Team Singularity already lost too many members. But you can see the Shark's position and Scalar positioning is pretty good. They're on high ground up there. She's getting free heals. Soldiers doing free poke damage. But you have to keep in mind that now Boda Soken has the Reinhardt, who can just block the poking soldier. Before they did not have that, and soldier is slightly less effective than before. That's a great bomb.
Silsi pulls Zarya out of position as well, so that's another kill, and that's going to be extremely advantageous. The combination of two picks is going to win them this fight before the fight even started. So that's going to be
really good now for Team Singularity. However, you have to keep in mind the percentage is 65%, about to be 67%, and the ultimates of Boda Soken are really good. They have the Nano Boost, Dragon Blade, they're gonna go in really hard, or they can just go with Tracer Pulse Bomb and Graviton Surge. One the way or the other, they can win the fight, and for the next team fight, if they win this fight, they can hold it with another set of ultimates. So, on paper, it looks kinda pretty damn strong for Boda Soken. Pretty high chances of retaking the point. They really need a good Earth Shatter.
Oh, but that's going to be a big play, as Blockwet is picked up early by the hooks, and Craig is going to get a kill off on the Reinhardt as the shoulder charge does connect, so that's the end of that push, even before it starts.
But the percentage is still good for Boda Soken per se, because it's only 30%. So technically, if you look like this, Boda Soken wants to win the next team fight with one combination of ultimates, either with Zarya, Tracer, or Ana and Genji, and the next team fight where they have to defend, go with another set of ults. And here they go.
There's the Graviton Surge, captures only Reinhardt, and the sound barrier is going to come out, as this is going to be what should have been a clean initiation from the attacking side is pretty much invalidated with a great Earth Shatter from Pagminster.
And now that the advantage, the possible advantage that Boda Soken had in the long run is kinda gone, because they don't have two set of ultimates to rotate like before. So it's gonna really come down to Tracer Pulse Bomb or Genji Dragon Blade to win this fight. But you have to keep in mind, Sisti is getting great hooks, so it could go either way.
Here comes the Nano Boost on Pagminster, and he's going to get rid of Bach 1 immediately, and somehow the Reinhardt kills himself for the side of Boda Soken, so this is just going to be another hold here for...
I think he got wall hog.
Possibly. That is the most likely scenario, but Budosakin not really having a good showing here on Nepal. They are very close. This is possibly the last team fight of the round. As we get ready to initiate, and that ult advantage that they had is going very, very low. Here's the sound barrier to try and defend. The pulse bomb misses again, but a big earth shatter is going to pick up 2. And this is actually going to be Kanga coming in on that hog and Denia coming in, just cleaning up crew. But 99%.
Exactly,
So,
they got the point, but at what cost? They had to use every single ultimate. Now, they don't have anything. Meanwhile, Team Singularity has ultimates to go. They can get an Earth Shot, Repulse Bomb, Tactical Visor. It doesn't look good for Bodasoken. They really have to do something crazy. Get like a hook. Kanga needs to get a hook or a good pin, or Zarya needs to get the Graviton Surge in this very same team fight, or they're pretty much done for.
the hook misses from Kanga, but Sisti does not. And that's going to be it as Big comes in, Big kills. Leota's going to get 1. Is it enough? Shax comes with a Tactical Visor, picks up another as well. And the hook misses from Sisti this time. Shoulder Charge comes in, but before he can, he goes down. Shax gets nano boosted at the end, and that's almost certainly going to be it, as there's no way for them to get back in time as overtime starts ticking, and they are not going to be able to contest, as this is round 2 as well.
Exactly.
To Singularity Gorillas.
Exactly, and this is the ult economy at its finest. Like, it was 99%. Many people who are not, like, don't know much about the game, perhaps they thought, oh, Bodasoken retaken the point. It looks good. At first glance, it looked okay, but in reality it was really bad because they had to use every ultimate. Meanwhile, Team Singularity still had ultimates to go for the next fight and just win it rather easily. And also, Sisti is pulling some crazy hooks, getting pick-offs before even the team fight starts or at the start of team fights, which gives a massive, massive advantage for Team Singularity to keep rolling on. However, I still think Bodasoken has a chance because they decided to play with the Reinhardt. They acknowledge the threat of Team Singularity, Roadhog, and their Reinhardt as well. Because Roadhog is getting good hooks. And if you don't have a Reinhardt to block those hooks or have something in between, he will just keep hooking Winstons and everything he can if he's really good at it. So, and here's the battle of the Death Hole choke.
Singularity, I should say Budosakin actually sets up first. Denia gets put to sleep, hooked in, but the Zarya gets hooked in from the other side as well. The kill comes out on Zarya though, and not on Reinhardt, as he's swinging away in the back line, supported by his Ana, so he's kept alive, and Pagminster's just going to be booped off the edge. And Sin just go down, so Budosakin takes this point early first.
Indeed, and this is really good now for Bodasoken because if I'm correct, they were able to win on this specific map earlier on against Team Singularity in quite convincing fashion. Now they will have the nano boost. They just need Snilo to get that 20% going on for his visor, and they should be set for the next fight because Team Singularity is not so close to the ultimates as they would like to be. Of course, it also can come down to Sisti hook, like he's really hooking on point, so perhaps Kanga can also get a nice hook here. Let's see how it goes. Oh, there's a
Jack gets an early pickoff as well, and that's going to be very advantageous. A great grenade comes out from the side of Singularity Gorillas. A scalar doing very, very well as Denia goes down. So this is not looking good for the side of Budosakin as Sindustry.
Bodasoken is still delaying.
Yeah, Pug takes a kill, but 40%, 42% as Leo is on the point but goes down, and the only one left alive is Ana as he throws himself off the map to get the reset.
Exactly, the threat of Roadhog Sisti from Team Singularity is very big. He's getting those hooks, he's getting the pressures, they're playing really well as a team as well. The soldier Shax was able to get the pick off on the other soldier, and at the same time they were able to kill their Reinhardt while Pug Minister Reinhardt survived. So it was really good how they traded, very good.
The Tactical Visor comes out from the side as Shax comes in big, picks up 2. Kanga is going to go down as well as the Nano Boost is on him, providing a little bit more sustain than normal. And that is just going to be Denia throwing himself off the map as they're going to reset here for the next take.
Yeah, now Bodasoken does have ultimates available. They do have the Nano Boost, they will have the Visor, they can even go with Graviton. They have quite many ults, but you have to keep in mind that one good Graviton Surge from Kragi and Sisti Wallhawk combination even can devastate everything and stop Bodasoken in their tracks. Also Sisti,
Here comes the Graviton Surge and Whole Hog combo. Will they be able to burst through? The Revenge Graviton Surge comes out as they don't get any kills off that Whole Hog combo. And there's an Urshad that's going to pick up 2 big stuns, and that's actually going to be side of Budasakin with the kills as Singularity Gorillas did not get any value out of their ult combo.
Well, one interesting thing I've noticed that Pug used Sound Barrier when Denia already was able to stun pretty much all of the team. They already kind of won the fight, so arguably Pug could save the Sound Barrier. It wasn't necessary to use it, and this might hurt them in the future team fights when you would want to have that Sound Barrier available. So we'll see how that turns out. However, Snilo and Bokwan, they do have the Tactical Visor Nano Boost combination. They can go hard. Meanwhile, Team Singularity still doesn't have anything in particular.
Shoulder charge comes in for Pagminster. There's the Tactical Advisor, picks up 2. Sisty's only at 1 kill, but it's not going to be enough as Snillo cleans up the remainder of the team. And that's 75%.
Yeah, this is really okay now. However, both teams are not close. I mean, now they're getting the close to Ultimate's Team Singularity, that is. So if Team Singularity can get that Nano Boost Visor going on ASAP, they should have a solid time. But they also need to rely on Sisty to get those hooks going on to be able to contest and win this point.
So 95% is the clock, and that fight's going to be initiated on the point as Craig goes down that Zarya very, very early on. The Tactical Visor Nano Boost flank comes in, but Reinhardt turns around and solo Earth Shatters him. That's a big play. The hook him off the map for an extra little BM there, as that overtime is going to tick out, and we're going to go down. They're going to capture 1 point here, our Budasakin.
Yeah, this was very well executed. Denia in the last team fight got a nice spin, and also he was able to earth shatter the nano boosted soldier, which also immensely helped. Of course, he died in the process while he tried to kill the soldier, but thanks to that, Kanga was able to freely hook soldier off the map and guaranteed us quite swift victory per se. I would say that team fight went quite smoothly for Budasakin. However, in this map, Budasakin did have problems, but I think now that they have this lineup, what they're playing now like a mirror lineup, I think they have a better chance. However, now Kragi decided to go on Tracer again, and his pull bombs were very, very dangerous and very on point. He was getting stickies on Anas, Zarya, and things like that, and it can be very devastating. So it's very important that they do, like, Budasakin wants to win the first team fight here, because they seem to have a harder time retaking the point back here than Team Singularity does, at least.
And we see the both teams skirmish, and Kanga throws the hook out, misses. Sisty does the same, so both hooks down on the sides of Roadhog. A big fire shatter or fire strike from Pagminster, and Denia on the side of Budasakin very, very weak. Leodiz gets the first kill off on Pagminster though, as Zarya takes down Reinhardt. This is looking very advantageous for Budasakin as Kanga comes out with the hook, and yes indeed, they're going to capture this point first as they take down the entirety.
Whoa!
Oh my goodness, what a play!
He just
Never mind!
He just stabilized the game with one pulse bomb. He was like, we're losing. No, we are not. I press Q, pulse bomb on 4, I win. But the mistake was actually from Budasakin. They were too much grouped up together, and they were not taking in consideration Tracer might have pulse bomb. Tracer didn't die. She's still alive. She might have the pulse bomb. She gets her ultimate very quickly. So that was really crazy play from Kragi.
Craggy with the awareness to stick 4 people with a single pulse bomb without a graviton surge. Unbelievable, what a play. The shoulder charge comes out and Pagminster is going to go down. Here comes Attack Visor. But they are forced to use ultimates to recapture a point they should have captured to begin with.
Exactly, so I think this 35% should be of Budasakin, but because of that Tracer Pulse Bomb, it's 38% for Team Singularity. And this is really good for Team Singularity because now Budasakin had to use their strong Nano Visor combination. Meanwhile, Shax and Scalar will go with their own combination, Tac Visor, and they will be able to wipe them over rather easily, especially with Earth Shatter as well. So it's up to Kanga to wall hog them away or get some nice hook on Soldier.
Here comes Attack Visor on Shax. The Earth Shatter comes out, picks up 2, and this is going to end the fight there as the Pulse Bomb from Craigie yet again putting in work on this map. Craigie doing the crouch AD spam on Soldier, and Craigie just doing all he can to do as much damage as possible, and they're just going to recapture this point. But they did use 2 ultimates for that, 3 actually, with the Pulse Bomb.
Indeed, but now, as you can see, Budasakin will have that Graviton Surge available rather soon. They can combo possibly with Wall Hog, so Budasakin has a chance to get it back, but they have to really take care of Kragi. Like, they have to kill her as fast as possible. Tracer has to die, she has to get hooked or something. They do not have a Zarya to shield her from the hook, so We'll see how it goes.
Here comes that whole hog without the graviton, so they're choosing to engage without it. The shoulder charge comes in, sound barrier comes out from the side of Singularity Gorillas. The hook comes out from Sissy, does not manage to get the kill, and right now, Budasoken coming in with the kills as Kanga picks up one, and Denaya and Kanga butting up to do all the work together as they're going to recapture this point.
Indeed, now it's really good for Budasoken because they have ultimates to rotate with. They can go Nano Visor or Earth Shatter or just Graviton by itself. They can do like that, they can easily hold it. However, if Tracer Kragi gets a Quadra Pulse Bomb again, it doesn't really matter. So let's see how that goes.
There comes the Graviton Surge out, shoulder charges through them. He's going to pick up one, it's going to pick up a kill. Sissy actually gets a kill off instead. Snillo is going to kill Craigie, so Raid Boss down. And Tactical Advisor comes out from Shax as he's combo with a Nano Boost, gets one kill. He's going to get another one, yes he will. They had to use the Earth Shot. Actually, they used a lot for that. That was
the Earth Shatter was probably a waste. It was not necessary because they won the fight. The thing is, Denia died rather quickly, and what happened is that Team Singularity had the Reinhardt well and alive with his shield up. Meanwhile, Budasoken was without Reinhardt because he died, and all of a sudden Shax just went Tactical Visor Nano Boost. There's nothing in the way anymore, and just getting 3 kills. So the Earth Shatter from Pug Minister could probably be safe for this fight, where they will definitely need it.
so ultimates. They're depending on Craig. Can he get another 4-man kill? Here comes the Earth Shatter. It misses. What a whiff! As Denaya, the Nano Boost is going to come in. Sissy picks up a kill though, and we're now solidly into overtime as Kang is trying to use the whole hog. Gets one hook off on Shax. Shax will go down. So Budasoken in a relatively good position here to recapture the point, but 99% and very, very close to ending the overtime push here.
Exactly, and now imagine if Bug Minister had a third chapter this fight instead of using it last fight when it wasn't really needed. They could probably held this point and win because Team Singularity, like Budasoken had already troubles now to get the point back. Imagine if that Reinhardt had their chapter available. So
regardless of what happens here in the team fight, this is the last team fight of the round. Now the decision is this the last team fight of the game or not? So here we go. Sound barrier comes up. Pac-Man's put to sleep. We are in overtime. Kanga the first one to go down. Assisted showing him who's boss on that Roadhog.
Soldier is close to Nano Boost.
Very, very close.
Here they go.
Here it comes, the Tac Visor Nano Boost combo, but the grab.
No, he got
but what a great sleep dart! What a big play! Reinhardt goes down first. They are still contesting. Here comes the whole hog. Shax gets 2. This is big, as it's almost certainly going to be the point for Singularity Gorillas as they take it. That is it. The comeback unfortunately denied, and they are going to take map both back-to-back King of the Hill wins as Singularity Gorillas beating the Demons.
That was really great from Team Singularity. Now we have to
Let's watch this.
Let's watch this. This was amazing, guys. Let's look at this. They lost the fight, and with this bomb, they just won the fight again. Just like that. Just like that. It was crazy. And another thing, like, very interesting thing in the last team fight from Budasoken is they were very close to Nano Boost and Visor. Like, they were 98%, 97%, both of them, Mana and Soldier from Budasoken. And I was like, okay, they're gonna get Nano Visor and Graviton. They will probably win this team fight, right? Nope. Team Singularity, Scalar goes with the sleep on the Soldier. You don't win the game. So that one sleep also decided the game. Because Soldier was not able to get his Nano Boost Tactical Visor on because he got asleep. Unfortunately, he didn't get shielded in time because he got slept just like 1 second before he got shielded because he was sleeping while he was shielded. So that was really unfortunate, but because of that, it pretty much cemented the victory for Team Singularity. So well played by both teams, but very like big props to Kragi. He pulled really some crazy plays with the pulse bomb like that. So of course, Sisti the Roadhog was also doing great, and both Reinhardts were doing quite okay as well. And overall, it was a very interesting game. I honestly thought it might be a stomp for Budasoken because they were really like strong against Singularity on the same map earlier on in the day. But this time, Singularity just took the matters in their own hands and controlled the game rather easily and won.
Singularity Gorillas, I guess, just needed time to warm up. They come back and they show who's boss. And man, shout out to Craigie. That was some intense Tracer play. And as you said, Scalar with that sleep dart winning them the round and the game. Some great play from Singularity Gorilla, so they move on. Well done. And we'll be back here in a little bit to bring you the remainder of the games. Stay tuned.
stereophonic sound for the home is recorded on 2 separate tracks, each one giving special emphasis to certain sections of the orchestra. As heard from
Hello, my name's Robert, and I'm released again from the cellar where HND keeps us casters where we're not actually saying things. Now, I'm bringing you a game between Team Singularity Gorillas and Owly 6. So I'm mostly just going to talk about singularities and not actually the game. And with me today is Razor Cuts. How are you doing, man?
Hello, I'm doing rather good, I would say. I'm looking forward to the map draft to get it finished.
Man, the map draft, as always, is the most exciting part of the game, and hopefully my voice has stopped cracking now. My screen was just doing a correction here. I'm sorry about that. Now we're looking at the map draft, and we actually see the last 3 maps. There's going to be Temple of Anubis, Ilios, and Route 66. What do you think about that, Razor?
Well, first of all, we never seen Temple of Anubis, if I'm correct, today, at least not on the stream, so it might be very interesting. Neither Ilios. I'm really surprised about Ilios because many teams hate Ilios because the map design is not that great. There's so many pitfalls and things like that that you can just fall and die. So,
but I mean, it creates great streaming. So I can understand like the players are just like, all right, let's have some fun.
Exactly.
So, what do you have any distinct memories from today, Razor? That like, any moments that you think were actually astonishing, even as the pro player that you are?
Well, I'm not a pro player, but one interesting moment was from Team Singularity, Kragi, Tracer, Pulse Bomb, Quadra Kill. That was pretty well.
Wait, was
amazing.
It inside the Graviton or not?
No, it wasn't. Just they were at disadvantage and they were just able to get it back. But another thing of note is Sisti is really a good Roadhog from Singularity Gorillas, and they're playing on Ilios, so I think Owly 6 might have a bad time against this Roadhog if he gets to do what he usually does.
That's gonna be
people
fun.
Off the map. Yeah,
that's gonna be
exactly.
I mean, people who've been following the stream for a while and know that know me and know my casting know that I love nothing more than environmental kills. I mean, Lucio's Roadhogs, that's my jam. I'm super that because I mean those are just like the moments where you'd find where you cross the barrier between like actual player and god. So I'm always looking forward to that. So yeah, I'm actually super hyped. I'm super hyped up for this game. I'm really looking forward to see what these teams can deliver. I was super impressed by Owly 6 early in the tournament, and I hope they can perform well also against like these Singularity Gorillas. Now, just as we're getting ready to head into the game, I'm just going to briefly mention that this tournament is brought to you by Lioncast. To receive 7% off all Lioncast products, use the code HND Gaming on the www.lioncast.com website so that you also can be part of the game. Now, as we're loading in here, Razorcast? That's okay.
Razorcast.
You're Razorcasts now. That's what you are.
Feels bad, man, but let's go. I'll take a look at Owly 6 first, because they're picking things that actually make more sense. I'm very positive Sisti will not go with Bastion. He will go to his all-time favorite Roadhog, most likely. But let's take a look at Owly 6. They decided to go, looks like a dive composition. They always like to keep the soldier, the usual. We'll see how will TXAO be able to get, if he will be able to get good pulse bombs as Kragi. Kragi pulse bombs are pretty much on point. I think he got 9 out of 10. He gets something with it all the time.
Yeah, nice.
Looks like actually Singularity decided to go a dive composition. They're not going with the Roadhog. They will probably go with the Roadhog for the well map, where you can hook off people off the map, into the well.
Oh no, look at that.
They decided to do it. They decided to do it. Okay, they're gonna do it. So basically Roadhog will try to hook people off the map, obviously, but also you can hook and kill like tracers.
Even with the Roadhog here, I'm super excited to see the Reinhardt, because Reinhardt plays against these dive comps get really interesting, because if you can land some Earth Shatters or some charges even, things get really fun. And we see here Team Singularity are just establishing on the point here really quickly. They don't want to let Team Owly 6 in on the point at all, as Klaus is just setting up the point, jumps down trying to engage, but still backs up a little bit as the point is just unlocked and goes off to Team Singularity.
Exactly, Kragi was doing work. He's already almost. Oh, yeah, he got another kill. It's amazing. Like he's 75% now on Pulse Bomb.
Yeah,
Also,
man.
TXAO is very close, but Kragi is doing quite a lot of work. They were able to establish and hold the point. Now they just need to count on those 60 hooks. They still have the Pug Minister on Reinhardt. He can block lots of damage from the soldier from Owly 6, so it might be more difficult. Perhaps they will decide to go with a Reinhardt of their own as well to counteract this.
Here we go, another engagement here as Klaus jumps in on the point to try and create some action here. And we see both Tracers just vying for those assassinations where you want to kill some key members just to create advantage here. And Sisti just shows him what he's good for. It catches that Tracer in a hook and just teleports him to the death realm as it should be. Now, the struggling is real from Team Owly 6 here. They've not been able to get to the point once, and Matt just got staggered there.
Yeah,
by
Owly 6 was
jumping in.
Owly 6 was basically staggering. When the Genji was on point, Matt, he was just staggering at that point. But here another pulse
Yeah,
bomb
that pulse
technically.
bomb again, yeah.
So yeah, they're like he's really doing on point. Like they have to deal with this Tracer. He must not be able to do what he wants to do because he's doing it a lot there.
Oh,
But
here we
there
go.
it goes.
So, with that pulse bomb, just great 2 kills on the Reinhardt and Lucio. Great, following up immediately with that their attacking device to clear at the point. Might have not been the most necessary ultimate of them all, but
Actually,
still got
he
the
had
job done.
to. The funny thing is, the soldier had to use tactical visor
Oh, really?
because Kragi Tracer was so much of a problem.
Oh,
that they
shit.
couldn't get rid of them of the point because Tracer was putting so much pressure, and he was like, just I'm gonna use the ulti, so we actually get the point for sure. Because if he wasted more time by not using it, they would have even more percentage. But they can
Oh,
combo
look at
Nano
the
Blade.
position there from Matt and Klaus. As the team singularity comes out of the point there, they just get engaged on immediately. And even though Shax gets loaded with that nano boost and goes with the tactical visor, they were not able to make a clean cut here. But as we see the team fight evolving on, it looks like Team Singularity are going to cap the point back again.
Yeah, they should definitely, because Matt Genji, when he went in the death room on the high ground, in that small room, his Dragon Blade was still not up. Basically, he got nano boosted, he walked right in the building, and then when he was inside against 4 people, he tried to Dragon Blade, but that was already too late. He should have Dragon Bladed earlier, went with the Dragon Blade and nano boost inside the room, but he went before he casted the blade, and that's what got him killed.
Oh, poor Klaus. Gets hooked, has to jump pack to get out of that trouble. Still gets into the point though, and I see this last engagement might be it. Great Earth Shatter here from Pogminster. Fantastic play, just absolutely holding this assault before we can even begin. Sisti just still hanging out on point here, and I'm going to leave you talk because I'm going to cough.
Well, they got the point, so it's okay-ish for Owly 6, but you have to keep in mind that they only need one team fight. Singularity, Gorillas, they only need to win one team fight, and they have that they have that pulse bomb again, so if he gets a pulse bomb again going on, they will pretty much win. And also Sisti has really good hooks. Nano boost about to come. Shax is very close with tactical visor, so it looks more and more difficult for Owly 6 to hold this. They really need that sound barrier and that transcendence ASAP to be able to hold this
Team
off.
Singularity are really fond of going on that high ground engagement. See, Matt is just hanging out on top of that ledge there as a Genji, going in for the squishes here, trying to get a kill. Shax now gets nano boosted with as that soldier going in, trying to get some kills here, and unfortunately manages to take down Sisti on the Roadhog, which is really what you want to have happen here. And again, this looks like a good hold here for Team Owly 6, just barely holding on.
Now it's really good for Owly 6 because they have the Transcendence, which will allow them to survive the next tactical visor pressure. However, Craigie with the Pulse Bomb can kill people in the Transcendence because it's a high burst damage of 400 damage, and Zen cannot out-heal that in time if it gets on a squishy like Soldier.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And things like with 200 of
See here,
herself.
Down Barrier coming in here as the both teams engage in with mostly all their ultimates. Craigie still not using his, waiting for that perfect moment to get a squishy target and take him down. Sao, unfortunately, goes down. That Tracer on Team Owly 6 is doing some great work. Unfortunately, has to bite the dust as the teams are still vying for the point here in sort of a skirmishy fashion. I'm really excited to see what Sisti can do here. He's off against 2 players here, pops the whole hog, gets support from the soldier, and he just is able to take control of that point. It looks like Team Singularity are going to be able to take this here.
Yeah, it was a very prolonged fight, which is exactly what Team Singularity needed. and they got that pulse bomb going on later on, and they were able to do it. Because at the start of the teamfight, it looked really not that good for Singularity, because Owly 6 was able to get a pulse bomb on Bug Minister, the Reinhardt of Singularity. He died rather quickly at the start of the fight, and it looked kinda not that good for Singularity, but they managed to step it up with Kragi. They got the picks, and that's pretty much it. But let's see what they will decide to go now. They decide to go off the Roadhog with Genji. They will play a full dive composition. Oh, there might be a Widowmaker. No. They're not going to stick to Widow. But like both teams are going a dive composition. One team is going with Zen, which is Owly 6. They like to play with Zen rather quite so many times. We'll see how it works, because Discord Orb can be very potent. Even on Pharah, like you Discord shocks Pharah, and she takes 35% damage increase from all team members, and she can drop rather quickly. Let's see how this turns out.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see how Pharah performs on this map here. She's got some really great aerial maneuverability to try and outmaneuver their combatants.
She has the pillars to hide.
Yeah.
Best cover.
But as you say, if you get caught by that Discord and a couple hits there, you're gonna have a bad time. Mofo ends up falling. No support there for Team Owly 6 as they go in and engage with the point there. 3 versus 6 is not gonna be a bad time as Klaus gets staggered there. Ooh, that's
exactly.
a easy cap here.
And this is the momentum that Singularity needs, because they're charging their ultimate slightly faster, or they want their ults as fast as possible, so they can keep holding this point. Because you have to keep in mind that Owly 6 does not play with... Yeah, that was really great. Owly 6 does not play with a nano boost, and it might be slightly difficult for them to retake points back without nano.
Yeah, absolutely. See, unfortunately, Slepa gets taken out as well. These supports are not having a good time. It seems like, I mean, does it look like Pharah and Genji are just hunting down the supports to make sure that those 6v6 engagements aren't happening? Because, I mean, that's working out for them. Jesus.
Yeah, but just look at Scalar and Kragi. They have the tactical visor.
Yeah, they're just going in there, cleaning up again, just hopefully creating some staggering moment here. Unfortunately, oh no, Mofo gets taken out before they were able to get back there. Just a 3-man push in here, trying to create the full momentum. And again, this is amazing. Now they're waiting for 2 respawns here for Team Owly 6, and this
One interesting thing from Team Singularity is that Scalar and Kragi are pretty much getting their ults back to back next to each other rather quickly. Like they're about same percentage. They get tactical visor together with nano boost around the same time, and it's really good that they farm ults quite fast. Kragi's farming his ult quite fast as well. He stepped off Tracer, but he's still going quite well for them.
Here we go, Pagmeister and Sisti. The backline is destroying the soldier. Great play, which is since he had the tactical visor up and was ready to use that. Fortunately, that did not happen in this team fight, and again, this is really, really good play here by Team Singularity.
Yeah. Another thing of note is that Owly 6 decided to swap off Zen because they need that Ana, they need that Nano, so they have some strong teamfight potential to actually retake the point back, but it's probably too late. Like they only have one potential teamfight going on.
Absolutely. Now we even see 4 probably ultimates here coming up in the next team fight, which is
the Tracer is sneaking on point.
Oh! Immediately countered by Sound Barrier. We're into overtime here as both teams try and hold up the point here. So, as a Tracer, challenging Soldier, unfortunately gets picked off by that, not even a Helix Rocket, just a regular gun. That's well played here. Looks like it's going to be another round here to Team
this is definitely for Team Singularity. Like, they're really playing good on King of the Hill maps, because later in the day they were not performing so well on King of the Hill, but now they are having results. Krag is doing really good work on Soldier and on Tracer, of course. And of course, the whole team has ultimates going on as much as they need. And they were basically, the moment they got the first point, and they started with an Ana, while the opposing team, Owly 6, started without an Ana, it was much more difficult for Owly 6 to retake that point back. Because yes, you have the Discord Orb and everything, but you lack that extra power on your Dragon Blade visor to actually make kills with it. You know, this is 6v6 organized gameplay. You can't, like, it's much more difficult to pull back in King of the Hill without nano boosts. Especially when the other team has it and you don't. It's like, it's very noticeable.
Now,
let's see how it turns out now.
No Roadhog on this map, unfortunately, but even so, we got some Lucio action going on. Hopefully, we can see some quality boops.
They have Concussion Blast from Pharah. They can knock each other.
Yeah. You know, that's a good point, Razor. Thank you for, correcting my egregious error. As we see both teams here going in on the off point here, trying to create some action. Pagmeister gets wrecked. Unfortunately, sent into the next dimension. But unfortunately, also Stepachos also gets sent off into the Nether Realm, and we see this is a good action for Team Singularity. They just holding on here. Ooh, Sisti even gets a kill on 3 minutes.
Yeah, the performance at the moment of Singularity is really well. They are coordinating quite well. They're getting the picks they need. Meanwhile, Owly 6 seems to be just slightly scattered around. And in terms of ultimates, like TXAO will have that pulse bomb, but it's not gonna be enough. Actually, if Bug Minister would die there, then they would have.
Oh, that was super close. Like just
gonna die.
there we go.
They have an
5v6
advantage.
goes down. There we go. 5v6 for Team Team Owl 6. I'm sorry about that. And now even just just a complete wipe of Team Singularity, more or less. Finally a hold here for Team Owly 6.
Yeah, Owly
At
6
40%
needed,
too. That's good.
Yeah, Owly 6 needed to get that Winston. He was already low, and Tracer had to bomb him, but it was good, so he died. He got the numerical advantage 6v5, and also you have to keep in mind that Singularity is only playing with one tank, one kind of front line with the barrier,
Yeah.
which can peel and protect your teammates. When Winston was gone, they were all like out in the open with no protection, very easy to get picked off and die.
Alright, so
Or
here you
still
go.
keep the
Nano
Winston.
boost coming out. Craggy goes down immediately. Tactical wise, he's just wrecking through things there in the background here. I'm really excited to see. So he's almost at the pulse bomb there. Might be able to take out a Squishy with that ability as it comes up. And even though, see, Primal Rage coming up from Prime Minister, also coming really, we're both ready now for Claws. And we see this exciting team fight here, going off on the point. Ultimate slamming down in all directions. Even now, Primal Rage coming up from Claws, trying to create some space for his team to hold on to the point here, just barely. And
Yeah.
wow, just back-to-back ultimates coming down to try and hold this point.
Yeah, it seems there was perhaps a miscommunication or a mistake from Singularity. Oh, there is a pause. There must be something wrong. Yeah, I noticed it. The thing is with Genji, he didn't Dragon Blade at all in the previous team fight. Sin Industries already used his sound barrier. He healed everything up. Excuse me?
No, don't worry about it. For our judge here, Grand Admiral, for keyboard and pause the game. So we're real proud of our production here at HND Gaming. Thank you very much. So let's look at the game here. What are you saying, Razor?
Yeah, what I was saying is that well, they got a pick now, it's equal, it's going both ways at the moment, but Sisti has the Dragon Blade, so they can turn the tide around. Mufo has a sound barrier, they should be able to survive this throw.
Oh yeah, absolutely. See, Dragon Blade here going down to just
He
trying
still
to...
managed to get this, let's go.
Yeah, still just barely, but then we see both picks here going, both picks for both teams here going down as Industries has fallen, but amazingly so, it looks like just Singularity just held on just barely. Their health was just dropping
Exactly,
down,
but
down,
you have to think like this. If the previous team fight Genji committed with Dragon Blade when
Yeah.
his Lucio already committed with Sound Barrier, they would want that fight and it wouldn't even come to 96%. It was because he held the blade, it came up to this, and they're in a slightly worse position, but it's still manageable.
He was in a fight off in the point here, brilliant play, trying to push them away. Even so, if they lose, they can back off into a more secure position to try and hold on to the points.
Owly 6 just wanted to bait as many ultimates from Singularity as possible so they can go with their own set of ultimates and retake the point when Singularity doesn't have anything. Of course, Singularity didn't use that many ultimates as Owly 6 would want them to use, so...
But even so, I mean, Team Owly 6, you're going to have like five ultimates in the next game from here.
Yeah, well, they do have now, Owly 6 will have about 4 ultimates, but might not be enough.
Oh,
there's a
Pulse
good
Bomb went
pulse bomb.
It took down Shax. That's what I mean. That might be it. They're going in. And ultimates are smacking down Rocket Bar Arch as well. This is Owly 6 push for the win. Oh no! Oh no! Matt! The Farah fell down. Did he get slept?
It
I
should
don't
be
know.
enough.
It's great.
It doesn't matter, it's game regardless, even if it fell off.
That was good fun. Very good. Looks like we're gonna have game 2 here. Or game
Exactly,
3, I mean.
and in my opinion, this only happened because Sisti, Genji, did not Dragon Blade when he had the chance to do so. He held it back when already his whole team committed with ults. If they won that fight, probably wouldn't came to 96% for Owly 6. However, it's still like they only need one victory, so even if Team Singularity did slip up a bit, as long as they keep up how they played most of the time, they should be fine. However, let's see if they will decide to make any changes. Looks like they're going with pretty much similar thing what they played last round. I'll take a quick look at Owly 6. They decided to go pretty much the same, but this time they stick with Ana from the start. It makes
That's
much
smart.
more sense. You won the nano boost almost all the time in King of the Hills nowadays. He's just too strong at retaking the points back or maintaining the point. So
yeah, I'm really excited about the Pharah battle, see which one can come out dominantly, because that's going to be, I mean, I feel like the aerial support might be one of the deciding factors that could take this match. Now, again, just at the start of this match, we see both trying to feel each other out, see where the balance is, see where the pressure points are, see where we can go to Genji. And the Fagminster, they're going in, jumping with his jetpack, trying to get hit from Genji, but they're assisting now coming in from the left flank, trying to challenge on Team Owly 6 here. As we see more and more of engagement going down. Still no picks, but there we go. Claus gets sent off the map with what seems like concussion.
with concussion blast, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He tried to get up with jump pack, but he didn't have it on cooldown, so he just died.
That's brilliant. I see 2 picks for both teams here, but even so, Team Singularity Gorillas are still holding on to the point here. Great
Exactly, they
game
have the
percentage.
This is really good.
Yeah, ultimates are now getting really close to ready now. Fagminster might just have to put... Well, he might go down. There we go, yeah! Fagminster gets taken down. It's a 5v5. Now 3v5. Brilliant in the way of Owly 6 here. They probably should just get this point here and get some percentage.
Yeah, and now it's really quite alright for Owly 6 because they have Nano Boost Visor. They can fend off the next attack from Singularity with rather ease. Like, yes, Scalar does have the Nano Boost, but if Sisti doesn't get a Dragon Blade in time, even if Genji does have Dragon Blade Nano Boost, Tactical Visor and Nano Boost can shut that down very, very easily and very quickly. What they need is the Tactical Visor from Craigie to be available for the next fight.
Let's see, there we go. Fagminster and Sisti now absolutely liar. Because I mean, that's been sort of a staple of their engagement. When they know that the Tactical Visor up, they use Sisti and they try to use Fagminster to jump on that soldier, trying to take him out before he can use his ultimate. But unfortunately, that didn't work out this time.
Indeed, I think the reasoning behind Singularity's Nano Boost on Winston was that they wanted to split pressure. They Nano Boosted the Winston, Genji Dragon Bladed by himself because they knew they were playing against Tactical Visor Nano Boost.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
when there's Tactical Visor Nano Boost, if you have a split threat, the Tactical Visor can't kill both at the same time, so you might be able to do something.
But
That's
here
why
we
they probably
go.
did like
Many
that.
ultimates are going to slam down now. Dragon Blade, Sound Barrier, Fireball Rage, just absolutely slamming down. Coming down with a Rocket Barrage as well from Mad Age on the point. Even clean out here from Owly 6, which looks like they're in for the spot of taking the 2v2 match here.
Yeah, now Owly 6 is really stepping it up and holding it really top notch. Like, Matt is doing quite well on Pharah. He's playing around pillars, saving cover, spamming rockets, adding pressure, and also their ultimate rotations are quite well. They will have the pulse bomb soon. They need to make something happen with it because...
Ooh, Tsao just barely arriving there. Has to use the and back out a little bit of the match here, or of the combat.
They just want to make it 99, so even if they lose the fight, they just need one fight to retake it back, because they might not be able to hold this one.
Alright, let's see here. The fight is gearing up. We're trying to go to the point. Ooh, Sin and Scalar gets taken out before the fight. And then Shax uses his ultimate to try gets 2 kills off that, looks like. And even so, this match here is looking just barely to go in the side of Team Similarities here. Almost just Winston left against a Tracer and a Lucio, which he just loses. Fortunately there for him. Oh no, just barely didn't get in there, that Lucio.
Lucio did not have Sound Barrier for the previous team fight. If he had it, the game might be much more different. But even if they won that fight, all it would take for Owly 6 is one team fight. And they're like, would be quite easy for them to pull it off. So now, Singularity has to pull that Roadhog, their strategy. The thing they should, in my opinion, Singularity should go back to what they were good at. They were good at Zarya, Reinhardt, Roadhog, Ana, Lucio, and Soldier. They were doing pretty well on that Singularity, so I personally think they should go with something like that. Meanwhile, Owly 6 is deciding to go again with Zen, but I honestly don't think it might work that well. And I mean, they suspect that they probably want to go triple tank now, because probably Owly 6 is aware that Singularity is probably more comfortable with triple tank, or they might let Sisti play on Hog again, and they want to have the Discord to shut him down, but still, it might not be good in the long run. We'll see how it pulls out.
See, both Tracers now trying to go in and see if they can get some kills there. Zhao goes off into the left here, just gets challenged here immediately by Craig as that opposing Tracer. You see both teams just try to see what they can get here. Great positioning here from Owly 6. Just get him on the high point here. Fagminster tries to get a jump on that and tries to disrupt that high position, but gets booped off by Lucio. That's a really cool play. Well, I mean, no engagement there. Can't get in. Fagminster now gets a kill. Oh, wow. Brilliant. they lose the Winston for that, which is not what we want to have happen, but hopefully the Roadrunner can be a bit of a backup.
Keep in mind,
tank there.
Owly has no killers except Lucy. They don't have sustain. They might lose this fight still quite easily.
Oh yeah. Ultimate's almost coming up here from Soldier on... Trying to get in the point there. Get some kills there. Hopefully he can challenge Sisty, but he's trying to use the pillar that you challenge to get around. Well, ends up getting a kill, but has to back off. And now we see Fogmaster switching off Winston and into Reinhardt, which I think is a brilliant choice.
I think it's alright because they need that protection cover from the Pharah and also Soldier. They lost some players now, but one interesting noting, Zen only has 18-20% on ultimate. He should have more than that, so it's either like because he died quite early in the fight, or maybe because he tried to swap to something else and go back to Zen.
Oh, Shax almost goes down. That takes out Zhao, though. This is a 5v6 situation that Team Singularity Guerrillas are probably going to exploit for all its
Yeah,
worth.
definitely. They will go in really hard now.
Here we go. Yeah, Nano Visor coming in. Tries to take out Matt there on the Farah, but Matt now really cute play. Did not work out for him. Tried to hold the balance up on the edge there, did not get shot down by a Soldier. Unfortunately, he did not have gas enough. He ends up falling down.
Yeah, it seems Singularity decided to go with Tactical Visor and Nano Boost even when they already had the pick, just because they know that Zen will probably have ult for the fight after this one. So they just don't want to hold on Visor too long because they don't want to play it into the Transcendence.
And here we go. Oh, Claus coming in with that Winston ends up smacking Sisty off the map. And this is like a really good engagement here. 5v6 just immediately off the bat. Matt gets a couple kills here. Really well done here by Team Owly 6. Probably gonna end up taking the point here with just one ultimate spent, it seems like.
Exactly, but you have to keep in mind that Zenyatta still doesn't have the Transcendence, so it might be a tough time for Owly 6 because they don't have a really defense ultimate. They do have sound body, but it might not be enough. If Kragi gets a really good pulse bomb or Sisty hook, they're pretty much done for. So let's see how this will turn out.
But I mean, the Swampire is more of a protection against fall than is most of the time, but squishies at the very least. So let's see how this turns out. That Zhao comes in here, tries to get into the squishies here as that Tracer. It's really, really scary. All those teams. And Soundbarrier ends up getting used here, and well trained team right here for Owly 6.
Yeah, well, Owly 6, it's fine now because they have the Transcendence. Even when they use the Sound Barrier, that's cool. They have the Transcendence, so even if Scalar and Shugs go with the Nano Boost combo, it's not gonna be enough by itself. Oh, that's the Pulse Bomb! That's exactly what we needed! Now they go in! Now they go in! That should be it. They should be able to win this fight now.
Oh, absolutely. See that Sisty now coming in, using that whole hog, pushes Winston off into like opposite side of the spawn there. Zhao gets... Oh no! Poor Sisty gets booped off by
Oh, that's
Lucio.
actually not good now.
Oh wow, that's a big back and forth. Rocket Barrage. Oh man, gets taken down immediately. No Rocket Barrage for you. Ah no, Sposs coming in trying to save the day here for Team Owly 6. Gets put to sleep. And Liar has to try and hold off for his team as 93% ticks in for Team Owly 6.
It really looked good for Singularity.
Yeah.
However, the Sisty got booped off the map. That really set off so much tempo for them. And that's pretty much it. They just
Off the game, Razor.
I mean, yeah, that little boop from Lucio, from Ufu, just changed the game state completely. And now, Owly 6 managed to reverse flip Benilius, which was very surprising. I personally thought Singularity would go 3-0 or 3-1. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That was a really strong showing here for Owly 6. That was that I did not see that coming after the first super dominant in favor of Singularity Guerrillas.
Well, now it's gonna be either between Route 66 or Temple of Anubis. It's the Singularity choice because they lost. I personally like to see Temple of Anubis, but they will probably go with Route 66, most likely.
I think so too. Yeah, absolutely. Those two those assault maps are just tend to be weird and tend to be avoided in professional circumstances.
I mean, actually, teams do practice and learn. The professional teams are practicing and learning all maps so they can play.
Sure.
However, if some team is aware that the other team is perhaps not that good in a certain map, so you're already practicing against this team in scrims, and you know, okay, this team is not that good on Temple of Anubis, let's force it there. Or perhaps the opposing team is slightly better than us or better than us, let's put them on a map that can throw them off, you know? Things like that. So Map Draft does have some strategy and things like that. I'm still not sure which map will be decided.
No, it looks like we're still waiting for a player who has to restart his computer before he's going to be ready and to roll into the next match here. And I'm just going to take the quick little break here to give a quick shout out to our other sponsor, TeePublic. To receive 30% off all HND products, use the code HND301. I'm sorry about that, which is valid only during the Invitational. Now, go to shop.hnDgaming.com to get that 30% off on those really, really great shirts. They look amazing, they feel amazing to wear, and you're probably going to end up being a more attractive human being because of it. Now, well, I don't know you or your circuit guarantee it, I feel like, but it probably. Now, Razor, which map do you hope to see?
I mean, I personally like to see Temple of Anubis just for heck of it. I really don't.
Yeah.
I personally don't like the map, and I'm sure many viewers would agree. The 2CP maps, control point maps, are not that greatly designed, we would say. They're making more changes on PTR. Hopefully it's gonna be better. It seems the Singularity team decided to go for Route 66, so Temple of Anubis will not be seen for now. However, if Singularity would be able to win this game in Route 66, then we will see Temple of Anubis. So
yeah, that'd be a really exciting time. I feel like those old maps are a little bit weird, but I think I enjoy watching them played. I enjoy these really cool players hashing it out. Now we're going to have Owly 6 still on the defense, and Singularity going to be attacking first. So what do you hope to see here from Team Singularity Gorillas, the one that lost the last match there?
I mean, from what I remember, Owly 6 was able to win Route 66 against Alpha Squad earlier in the day, and Alpha Squad is a very strong team it's in the grand finals, if I'm correct. So I think Owly 6 might have a good chance. They played quite well on Payload. I'm not so sure about Singularity. As far as I know, I don't remember seeing Singularity in Payload maps at all. So we'll see how this is gonna turn out.
Oh yeah, and just quick before we start, remember to give a shout out to this here stream. It's twitch.tv/HND live. Please do bring the word out to your loved ones, to your grandmother, to your family goat. We will host anyone and everyone. You're all welcome here. We're super glad that you're hanging out and spending your Sunday evening with us here as we're loading into Route 6 and are watching these teams here prepare for the defense. And I see Matt here trying to steal my heart with choosing setting up that little Junkrat, but of course that's not going to be
it's not going to happen. I mean, Hanzo might happen only for the first 10 seconds so he can get a Sonic Arrow and see if anybody's in the tunnel. Like, perhaps, there might be some Roadhog or something hiding in the tunnel trying to pick off someone who moves in there. With Hanzo, just get the knowledge, nobody's there, someone is there, and then you swap off. So, or perhaps they might stick with Hanzo because they do have the Zarya, but it's very unlikely because they have Craigie and they're just gonna go Zarya Tracer most likely. I mean, that's more reasonable, but Scalar is a Ana player, so it might be triple tank after all. Or it's gonna be double tank with Soldier Tracer combo. Meanwhile, I'll take a quick look at Owly 6. They are playing double tank with Soldier Tracer, pretty much like I said, double tank, double DPS. Yeah, that's how to go to that. It's kind of expected per se, I would say. So we'll see how it's gonna go. Like both, I'm not so sure how Team Singularity will pull off, but I know that Owly 6 was doing quite well on Route 66 earlier against a really tough team. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we see the first, this team, Owly 6, are defending around the first bend and not going for that first like immediate defense that we've seen before today. Do you think that's due to the fact that they're not this sort of divey defense team?
Well, since they just got the pick, and that's really good now for Singularity, they got the momentum. They will try to pick up that close Reinhardt out in the open. He's just there, just up for the picking. That means he's keeping up the shield so Reinhardt doesn't get killed. He got pinned. That was great. It gave them some momentum, but Chugs just got the pick. There's more picks going on.
See that biotic grenade?
Exactly, yeah, they got all purple, but it's really good. Now Shax is in position on top right. He's holding it. They just keep pushing it like the blue team, Owly 6. they can still contest one more time, but it's gonna be very difficult because we know that Singularity is really good pulse bombs and he's gonna get that thing going on, and it doesn't look good. Just look at the Tracer now. She's got the bomb. Ronald is very low, 100 health. He got killed.
Well, let's see Klaus now coming in, see if he can get Cat Nick and Earth Shatter happen there. Gets
it.
mind gamed! Absolutely! Goes in, Cat assisted there, charges him immediately, gets a kill. Now Shax with that nano boost, technical visor off on the ledge there, just able to rain down the pain as he tries to get challenged. Unfortunately, Nair misses his hook as tactical visor now comes out of Shax in the aftermath there of the nano boost. And we see Owly 6 just barely holding on here as Matt just pops off his tactical visor. We see Ultim is now slamming out, timing them again. Sao takes out Sin Mysteries with that pulse bomb, just as you should be. And we see the good little solid defense here from Team Owly 6.
Exactly, now Owly 6 was managed to stabilize it quite well, even when Singularity was getting a pressing advantage. However, unfortunately, when they used Tactical Visor and Nano Boost Singularity team, it was kind of already too late. It didn't have that much impact. If they were able to pull Tactical Visor Nano Boost a bit earlier, it would work much better. But still, you have to keep in mind that now Owly 6 doesn't have any ultimates yet available. They will have the Pulse Bomb, Nano Boost, but nothing to combo with, so it could go either way very easily. It's also up to the hooks and which team will break the shield faster of Reinhardt's.
Oh, there we go. Now we see only 1 minute 30 seconds left to push the payload. Here's what stop this team fight, whether or not we're going to see an advancement here from Team Singularity Gorillas, which I'm really hoping for. We see Fagmaster now drops his shield, is almost coming down, Nano Boost administered to that Tracer, gets hooked, but unfortunately he is able to blink away to try and keep that engagement up. That does so much damage, which just wipes the floor of Team Singularity Gorillas there. Wow!
Exactly.
That's a hold.
This is really good hold from Owly 6. They still have the Earth Shatter available, which will help them a lot in the next fight. However, it's not over yet for Singularity. We already seen what Craggy can do with Pulse Bombs, and Owly 6 is not playing Zarya. They don't have Sound Barrier. The Pulse Bomb will get the kill if he pins it to us.
Craggy now goes underneath into the diner. They're trying to get, he's on the payload now, trying to contest that, and just ends up being spotted there. Reinhardt is paying attention, trying to see what's going on. Now Craggy comes up, drops the Pulse Bomb on Reinhardt, takes him out. Brilliantly played there. No Earth Shatter forthcoming from Owly 6 in the defense here, which they would really need it. We see Nair trying to combo in, to follow up with that pole hog, trying to hold this defense just a little bit while longer, such that Reinhardt can come back here, but they're sorely in need of that support here. Takes, wow, Singularity takes another kill as Zisty goes down, as well as Fogminster. And we see, oh wow, Earth Shatter now coming in, just as we saw. Just what we were waiting for, and this might just be it. Shax is using his tactical visor, takes out a member there, gets biotics, and gets taken out. Sindustries, last member, overtime, coming in, is gonna be enough. It's gonna be, oh no, well, did that Reinhardt just miss his charge?
I'm not so sure, but yeah. one thing of note is like Singularity really had good initiation with the Pulse Bomb. They got 2 kills there, one on Reinhardt, and Roadhog got a hook on something else. So it was really good for Singularity, but there was one big problem for Singularity. After they got those 2 picks, Owly 6 was playing super survival defensive, and Singularity was unable to get any more picks. And because the fight got delayed, Reinhardt had enough time to come back and Earth Shatter and get Craggy killed. Well, like, you're Tracer, but if you get stunned, you're dead. There's nothing much you can do. So the thing is, the fight got delayed way too much. Singularity had to kill them faster. They were really slow at finishing them off when they already had a 2-man advantage. And just by that, Owly 6 managed to stabilize it. I mean, this is holdable. You can hold this. However, it's going to be very difficult. They're deciding to go something cheese. I mean, it can work.
The Shax, yeah.
I mean, it's possible, but let's. Did he go out of the spawn room?
Imagination is the essence of discovery.
No, we switched off to Winston, yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. You know, never believe. Always check the spawn room. If they're still in the spawn room, you can always expect they're gonna swap. But if the guy walks proudly outside of spawn room as a robot, then you tell it's Bastion, you know? So, or whatever, Hanzo, for example. But if they're in the spawn room, you know it's not gonna happen.
No, absolutely. Now we
So
see
they have to come out of the spawn. Please
Shaxx
do.
now going into the Winston and Craigie now electing not to go as that tracer, but instead goes for that soldier pick. We see a little bit more of like a traditional hold team rather than that offensive pick of Craigie that I think he's been doing really well. So hope he satisfies.
I
as
mean,
soldier
there
as
are.
well.
I'm not so sure about lineup of Singularity because, I mean, Winston is okay, but he cannot go alone and get picks. Like, he can be more of a bodyguard or like harasser or try to get certain targets, help what soldier is hitting, but he doesn't have a Genji or Tracer to go with, so it might not be that effective as well. Meanwhile, Owly 6 is playing kinda like a counter dive. You
Yeah,
just wanna-
let's see. Poor Fagmaster almost gets cut off from a team here, and no kills are just yet forthcoming. But there's like, oh, there we go, Matt just gets hooked. But now he got the deflector again. Is that changed? You can deflect out of a hook now?
No, you cannot. It's not possible.
Oh, Jesus. We can see that twice today. The hook is landed, and again, he's been some sick luck then for those players. Would you take every edge you can get in these tournaments here as Shaxx gets nano boosted quite early. That ultimate gets a fast, man.
Exactly. You're hitting tanks, you get the ultimate started quickly. And also Zana could...
Here we see Soldier now with a tactical visor and nano boost, absolutely just going to destroy and melt through that like those characters like butter. 3 picks now against Team Singularity, and they're just going to barely be able to make it back.
I mean, Team Singularity can hold one more time, but it's gonna be very difficult because they have the Dragon Blade, they don't have the sound barrier against it, and Dragon Blade can be very devastating. So it's important that Sisti gets the hook on Genji, or Kagi gets him with Visor.
And here we see Tactical Visor coming up, Dragon Blade now going down for Matt, and he able to take down 2 characters immediately. Sound barrier comes down a little bit too late. If that was already a little bit early, it might have been a little bit different.
He didn't have the
situation here.
percentage, unfortunately.
Yeah,
He would use
absolutely.
it way earlier if he had it.
Yeah, absolutely. That was what I meant. Thank you.
No
So
problem.
Klaus, well, we welcome any and all corrections here in HND Gaming as Klaus takes out an airborne Winston there, a beautiful flying team, and just ends up taking the match here for
That's it.
Team Owly 6. 2 games there, easy down, and the Owly 6 ends up advancing into the tournament here. Brilliantly played here. I think that they've been performing super well the entire tournament. Now, what do you think is going to be the play of the game here, Razor?
Maybe... Not sure about the Tracer, probably Genji.
Play of the
Oh, Soldier, actually.
Yeah, Soldier.
I
And
mean, he had some lots
yeah.
of kills, but still. Oh, in the end.
In the end there. Oh, that's a good helix there. Easy hit. Takes down Shaxx there in the air. Boop. Get down. And let's fix the Soldier as well.
A bit shaky aim, but alright.
Oh man, so it's been really good. This was Owly 6 versus Team Singularity Gorillas. And
If I'm
let's go-
correct, now
Yeah.
Owly 6 will play again against Alpha Squad in the grand finals. Am I correct?
That's probably correct. I don't have the match in street in front of me.
Okay, as far as I know,
Sounds about
Owly
right.
6 did
Yeah.
lose against Alpha Squad, so we'll see if they will be able to get the revenge going on. I'm quite
That'd be-
interested into that.
Absolutely, that fight is going to be coming up in not that long. So you know what? I'm going to sign off with a little bit of notice about Singularity. Singularity are really cool, both the mathematical concept and the physics concept, where you have like a black hole thing. The singularities in mathematics are really weird because it's where the function is undefined, so you can't really know what's going on there. You just accidentally happen to wander into the complex plane, just solve it all magically. So shout out
Thank
to
you for the
Singularities.
explanation.
Don't worry about it, Razor. And with that, we're going to be saying hi and bye. Please hang on for just a little second before we head out into the grand finals.
fancy stereophonic sound for the home is recorded on 2 separate tracks, each one giving special emphasis to certain sections of the orchestra.
Hello, world, or just regions of the place that we're talking to. My name is Robert. I'm here again with Razor Cuts. And
Hello.
Overwatch to you guys. How you doing, Razor?
I'm doing all right.
You're still doing alright since we talked to you the last time before. I'm glad you're doing okay. So, just a quick little recap. Now we're gonna do the grand finals of this tournament. So again, it's super important for us, and we hopefully for your enjoyment that you bring the word to everyone. So please take the time to reach out to whomever you think would enjoy some more Overwatch content. Let them know that we exist, and we would love to have them here in our glorious company to enjoy Razor's soothing voice. It's the only thing that we're really craving, to be honest.
You call it soothing, all right?
It's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, like, it's very it's authoritative, but smooth. So this tournament is brought to you by Lioncast and T-Public. Now, for those of you who've been with us for a long time, you know that Lioncast has been a steadfast supporter of our events for nigh on half a year, maybe longer, probably longer. Yeah, almost a year. It's gonna be like 9 months something, and whatever. It's a long time, especially in the world of internet, where yesterweek is a long time ago. So I'd like to give a super shout out to Lioncast. Thank you so much for being with us. And you as a viewer can go to lioncast.com and get 7% off Lioncast products. Just use the code HND Gaming. Now, Lioncast is one of the leading manufacturers of gaming accessories with the highest quality, cool design, and sophisticated technology, so it can be part of the game. And we're also sponsored by T-Public. And to get the offer on those, just type in HND300 at shop.hdgaming.com to get 30% off all HND products. And those are really cool. We got some in-house designs, some out-of-house feature designs that you're hopefully really going to enjoy. Those t-shirts are superb quality, and they're nice, and they fit well, and they ain't got that weird collar that just chokes you. That'd be sad. So we're actually now getting ready to head into the game. We're just missing a couple players that we're hoping to sum in here, and we should be very ready to go. And which maps are we looking forward to today, Razor?
Hello. So this is going to be best of 5. There were 5 maps decided. We start with Route 66, following by Nepal, Gibraltar, Eichenwald, or Vorskaya. Of course, the rest of the 4 other maps might not be in this order, might be picked around. But one thing of note is that Owly 6 and Alpha Squad did play against each other earlier, where Alpha Squad won, and they played on Gibraltar, Route 66 and Eichenwald, which are also the 3 maps they will be played here. So if it goes the same as it went before, Alpha Squad will have a slight advantage because they were quite convincingly strong on those maps. I mean, Gibraltar actually, if I'm correct, Owly 6 was able to win on Gibraltar, but Route 66 they lost, and Eichenwald was a very kind of close game, but still, Owly 6, I think they need to do slightly better than what they did on last time against Alpha Squad in order to win this for sure. So
absolutely, yeah.
Now let's take a look at the picks. Sorry to interrupt you, Robert.
Don't worry about it.
The picks as usual. We have a Mercy, we have a Hanzo, looks very good. Then we have following by Sombra and Orisa. This is definitely meta composition right there.
Yeah,
people.
I mean, you gotta have that. I mean, the Sombra is so quintessential to these compositions. You know,
yeah,
getting
she can hack the game. You just win.
Yeah. I mean,
don't even play the game. You just hack it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how. I mean, to be honest, that's how all these fake. There's all fake news where and we don't really exist. We're constructs. We're AI constructs made by Google. So today's conspiracy theories were brought to you by Defined, our Lord and Overlord, bringing you a lot of the exposition around this tournament, together with the other admins, Miss Potato, and our Grand Admiral. Bunch of other guys who made this tournament happen. So we're saying super thank you to all of those as we're now setting up the defense here. So what do you think about the actual team here, Razor?
Actually, about the team, I'll take a look first at. Let me check. Alpha squad on offense. They still haven't decided to pick their picks, so I'll just take a quick look on Owly 6 because they're defenders. They have to go in outside of the spawn, so they can't swap too much around. So their lineup pretty safe. I mean, TXAO was quite doing well earlier on Tracer. Not that great as Kragi, I would say, from Team Singularity, but still just fine. And meanwhile, as you can see, Alpha Squad decided to go quite something kind of standard, but they still kept the Genji. Big Goose was really doing good job on Genji earlier, with his Dragon Blades bringing massive value for his team. And we'll see if they'll be able to push this through at the first choke.
Sao now trying to hold off the right flank here. Companies were being pushed back to not be able to go into that right side just yet. We see now Alpha going on the underground, coming up behind the team. Really great engagement going to the charge. He misses, but still is able to create some good momentum there as Genji now, Big Goose that we saw earlier in the game, really gets a challenge up on the high ground there. Unfortunately, he has to back off as he's is a little bit exposed there. Now, the Prelude is just barely going forward. Oh! Pulse Bomb already doesn't do anything, unfortunately. Sao gets 8 by a
Well, the
fire
Alpha
strike.
Squad is still pushing the payload through, so it's really looking good for them. It also spawned quite close to the payload still. And just keep pushing. Meanwhile, Owly 6 realized they can't hold it like this anymore. They have to back up, regroup, and go with Nano Blade.
Oh, did you see? Oh my god,
I mean,
lost with the fire
was really
strike
good.
of the century. No nano boost forthcoming from that Ana.
No nano visor basically. So
Oh,
Owly 6,
boy.
they managed to stabilize it, which is good.
Yeah.
They can hold it again, and they have the ultimates available. However, if you go like Dragon Blade Nano Boost versus Tactical Visor Nano Boost, usually the Tactical Visor Nano Boost will win against the Dragon Blade because you have the aimbot locked on Genji and he will die. He's forced to reflect, and after the deflect he usually dies. But of course he can slash.
Now there we go. Big is now coming in. Nano boost coming out just as predicted here, as Matt is just forced to back up a little bit, not getting the full value of his nano visor. But
neither Genji did get much of value.
Yeah, no, they traded traded time, but even so, all the payload, a great Earth Shatter coming out, ends up taking a couple of team members there from Team Owly 6 and gets a good push here. Probably just gonna get the first payload here.
Like I said earlier, the Tactical Visor Nano Boost is much better than Dragon Blade Nano Boost in this situation. However, Genji was able to get the Ana killed, and then he ran away from Soldier while Soldier still tried to kill him, and Soldier wasted his Tactical Visor so much on Genji, it didn't even work out, he didn't get any kills, and it was kind of really good, like, he really wasted time of Soldier, basically. Meanwhile, Genji got what he wanted, the Ana.
Oh, we see the ultimates now, we got some Pulse Bomb for, that just went off, didn't kill anything, fortunately. But Lolly now and Talisman have their ultimates. Big Goose gets taken down by Ana. Unfortunately, that's going to be a little bit of a hitch in the roll for Team Alpha Squad here.
Yeah, Alpha Squad has to back a bit off now. They have to regroup with those two members. They're probably waiting for Nano Boost so they can go Tactical Visor, but they should be aware that by this time Mufu has his Sound Barrier available. Also Klaus has the Earth Shatter, meanwhile Ake does not have it. It might become slightly harder for attackers to push this through, because once Owly 6 you establish this on the high ground and you have the ultimate somewhat to rotate, you should be able to hold this. And again, they got another pick, and these little picks, this buys them 20 seconds, 15 seconds easily, and this is really good for Owly 6 at the moment. They can just, even if they lose in the long run, this choke, they might be able to buy so much time that it will help them later on.
Absolutely, here we go. Sandbear is coming down from both sides here, as well as Nano Boost on Genji and Soldier respectively here for Team Alpha Squad and Owly 6. A great play there by Matt in the end. Ends up taking out Genji, Big Goose.
Exactly, like I said, Tactical Visor will get the Dragon Blade guy. And there's not much Genji can do. I mean, he forced the ultimate, so now Owly 6 doesn't have much. Like, they have the wall hog, but it's not gonna be enough. They need the third shatter pronto, like ASAP, so they can do something about it. And Alpha Squad, meanwhile...
Oh, Claus now out of position.
Yeah, he might get picked off. And that's...
Oh, Earth Shatter misses everything there from Ake, unfortunately. And he gets up and peeks out. That's a really unfortunate turn of events there for Team Alpha Squad. What happened there? It looks so good. Klaus was out of position. They got a really good edge there, but now they're just getting absolutely destroyed.
Reinhardt missed the stun on one of the support plays. I think he missed the stun on Lucio, and if he managed to stun and get the Lucio kill, it might help them a lot. But the thing is, like I said, this choke is very difficult to push through once you lose the snowball effect from the previous fight that you won on the first checkpoint. So once the team managed to position here like only 6, it becomes very difficult to retake it back. It's still doable, but it takes so much time.
Here we see now they're gearing up on the high ground here, not exactly going just yet, but Talisman jumps down on the high ground from the high ground and gets on the payload. He gets challenged by Zhao though. That Tracer's so scary, just hunting for the squishes all the time. Let me see just a little bit of your contest, and here comes Cherrydomi as he pops his whole hog and to try and push people away from the payload. And of course, the reverse comes immediately out from there. Just that whole hog is scary, but I mean, it's not gonna do much once you get charged into oblivion. Even so,
actually, Alfa Squad still has a chance of actually winning this fight here. There's still a small possibility.
Oh, Pulse Bomb comes out? Ooh,
not anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah, that seals that chapter.
The thing is, when Alpha Squad, when Owly 6 went with Tactical Visor and Nano Boost, Matt was unable to hit pretty much nobody at all, because they were all he was in a not good position. He was on the main street, and with his Tactical Visor was unable to hit anything at all, and it didn't look that good for Owly 6, and Alpha Squad had a chance, but Reinhardt managed to stabilize it with his.
Cherrydomi gets slept and hooked, taken down. That's not what we want. 5v6.
And that's the basically last actual team fight they have.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Lolly gets an auto booster here, try to go in to try and cap off that Reinhardt, but I mean he gets boosted by the sound barriers. So that can be a good time for him. So yeah, good.
Yeah, that's it. I would say. Yeah, only managed to stabilize it, because this is really difficult to hold if you do not manage to bunker up here. But because they were able to stabilize it, they just held this point, and it became very difficult to push. Now let's see how far they have to push the payload. I'm actually really curious. I think it's just slightly above, farther from the bridge at the corner, and that's. It's doable, but it's better for them to. Yeah, it's not even. No, it's actually very hard to hold this, because the payload is not even around the corner, as you guys can see, hopefully, and it's not that easy to hold this. Meanwhile, the most optimal play for Alpha Squad would be to hold the first point and pray for the best.
But do you think should they go for something more like hardcore defensy and more like a setup that is triple tank, or should they just go for like a defensive dive and just try and hold for as many points, as many team fights as possible? What do you think is like the optimal strategy here for Team Alpha Squad?
Definitely what I would say more or less for Owly 6 actually, because now they're attacking. They want to push and win the first fight, because if Alpha Squad manages to bunker up at the first checkpoint, they can win by holding the first checkpoint. Because if Alpha Squad loses the first checkpoint and Owly 6 has like 4 minutes or even more to get the second checkpoint where it's not even all the way, they will simply win. It's going to be very, very difficult to hold it, because all Owly 6 will have to do is just like, okay, even you have to waste 2 minutes, but not even that much, probably way less, to get 5-6 ultimates rolling and just outmaneuver them, or make some dry runs for some ults, because the more time you have and the less you have to push, you can afford to do such tactics, and you can exert much bigger pressure in that way. So let's take a look at the defensive lineup of Alpha Squad. I think they played this earlier, however, Big Goose is doing quite well, good job on Genji, but it seems he's getting quite a lot shut down by Tactical Visor. Owly 6 is, how should I say, they are having the Tactical Visor ready when the Dragon Blade is up, so it gets prevented. It doesn't get that much value as he would want to. Yeah, let's see. Now we see the poke war there. Cao tries to go in and do some action. There, the hook, that's really good. Down. Yeah, that was really, really well. Just shut down that Cao, and now Team Owly 6 has to back up a little bit. Exactly, because Owly 6 is playing dive with Zen, and they lost that first push momentum, and now they have to slow down. He might even go to Ana, actually, because now Alpha Squad can kind of bunker up and hold this. A great hook again from Cherrydomi. Wow, just takes drops down that. They need to get those in the backline, basically. Like you see Winston, Tracer, if they pick those, if the Hawk hooks the Winston, like that, there we go, done. Just as you said it. Yeah, that's what they have to do. That's your job. You're out Hawk against Dive Comp, who has the Winston, you hook Winston, the easiest target. If you're really good and can hook Tracer, even better. But if you're not confident, just hook Winston and works too, you know. And without their solo tank, it's gonna be difficult for them to hold. However,
They're still getting
Alpha
meters
Squad,
here.
yeah, exactly. Alpha Squad did pull a bit back so they can regroup properly. And now they will fight and contest. Here
Ah,
they
wow,
go.
Teradormi now takes out Winston, but he gets taken out in response by Mad H and that Genji. Just doing so much damage here. You see a couple picks now coming out from both teams. Claus and Slepa are down for Team Owly 6. They really want, I mean, as the only support there, or no, as the tank killer Zen, you really want to be able to be present there to take out some characters. Now we see Claus now going in, takes out Lucio. Brilliant. Now we see Mad H punished with that Dragon Blade, holds off for that first, it's not able to go through that first choke there, which is going to be enabling this team.
Exactly, and this is the scenario that I was talking about. Now Owly 6 has 4 minutes and 30 seconds to get to the corner, and this is going to be near impossible for Alpha Squad to roll because
Yeah, man.
Owly 6 can go hard to bait the ultimates and then go next fight with their ultimates to win, or just win on the first push. It's gonna go either way, but they do have the Nanovisor, I mean, Nanovisor or Dragon Blade Visor. One or the other, they have to do something. Alpha Squad has to go on defensive win now. They need to get this snowball effect going for themselves, but it's still gonna be very difficult.
There we go, Dragon Blade coming down. 2 defensive ultimates countering immediately, but that's a good play. Got a little bit of an overcommitment there from Team Owly 6 there. As there's no defensive ultimates now, where this follow-up is just from the Primal Rage and a couple of other, not even another ultimate here. That's really, but I mean, that's not going to be enough. They're just going to take it. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Yeah, easy peasy. Just like you said, you have the snowball momentum, and you get it from snowball because they're not yet in a proper position. And also, Owly 6 had 2 defensive ultimates to completely counteract the Nanovisor and Dragon Blade, so there was not much they could do. They simply outlived the aggression from Alpha Squad, and after their aggression, they just wiped them over. And also Winston got stunned with Primal Rage on from Owly 6, but it doesn't matter, even if he got pinned, even if Claus got pinned, doesn't matter because he had 1000 health, he could live easily.
Yeah.
And if I'm correct, this was the last push, yeah.
Yeah, he just hangs around, shoots down a goose. That's it. That was a very, I mean, that's not the most exciting play of the game I've ever seen, but hopefully we're going to be seeing more exciting stuff as we head into the next match. This was a very convincing show here from Owly 6, and I hope
exactly, because
more good
one thing of note is that Alpha Squad actually won Route 66 against Owly 6 previously, but this time they lost. So Owly 6 has stepped up and did manage to beat Alpha Squad. Where did they not do it before? So props to them. Now let's see which map they will decide. It's either gonna be... Okay, well, we have Nepal, Gibraltar, Eichenwald, and Volskaya. So for now, they decided to go with Nepal. It's gonna be King of the Hill. These 2 teams have not played in a King of the Hill environment previously, at least not in our tournament, so we're not aware how will they perform. However, if Owly 6 keeps playing like they are playing right now, they should be able to do just fine. However, Alpha Squad was quite well at managing their ultimates as well, so they have the pressure, they have the big Goose Genji threat, and they can pull off something as well. So it could go either way. We just have to see a couple of rounds to get a better picture.
Yeah, absolutely. And now I'm super excited to see whether or not Alpha Squad can actually manage to sum up that energy that took the took them to this victory position throughout the tournament. That'd be really exciting to see what they can bring through. Now, with players, so Zhao on that Tracer has been really instrumental for getting some of those kills. Do you think that's the linchpin is going to be in this next?
I mean, to be honest, like, it's everyone in your team, but the Tracer Pulse Bomb can set the momentum even when you're behind, or you can get ahead with the Pulse Bomb. And you can get also, it can explode in multiple people, because in King of the Hill, people are sometimes quite playing close to each other, so it's possible that you get a multi-kill, like Craig did earlier, so it's possible, definitely, but the thing comes down to also other things, like Roadhog hooks, pick-offs like that with your abilities, because if both teams are playing Reinhardt, you can't kill people behind the shield, so you have limited options what to do. You either break the shield first, so you can kill things behind the Reinhardt, or get a hook, or simply push through Reinhardt with your dive. So we'll see what they will decide, but the moment Owly 6, they are the blue team if I'm correct, they decided to go, no, they're actually the red team now. So Owly 6 decided to go with, well, they're not gonna play Orisa and Sombra. They really like picking those things, but they never stay true to it. So I'm really disappointed, guys. Come on, just give me Orisa. No, don't. So the thing is, Alpha Squad, their comp makes sense per se. They have the D.Va. They probably expect that Owly 6 will play D.Va as well, so they will just go with D.Va to block the rockets. Also, the initial choke, the block is very potent. Also gives more extra life for the Reinhardt shield, lasts longer.
Now we see here, coming in the first engagement here, it looks like Team Alpha Squad are just coming on the forefront here. Some good tank action, pushing the Team Owly 6 just away to create this first bit of momentum here that they really need to create the first little percentage push.
Exactly, and this is really good now for Alpha Squad. They established the point. They have Lally has 70% tactical advantage. He's gonna have it soon. The pressure is gonna be on. Like, even if he doesn't get nano boost, the tactical advisor, when he knows that Owly 6 doesn't have any defensive ultimate, can result in a wipe. And also Owly 6 does not play with the Reinhardt. They only have barrier from Winston. They're very vulnerable. Like Genji, Zen, Zenyatta, Tracer, Lucio, so they can all get picked off by tactical advisor very easily because there's nothing blocking it at all except one Winston.
I see Winston now, he's now going into the... has to back off as he got bioticked. So this push is not going to be able to be doing what the Team Owly Squad wants to do. We'll see if Genji can create some havoc here before this team can follow up. No! I don't know, man, that was a weird play.
I mean, yeah, that was a bit greedy, but like, Lali's doing his job good. He's getting the shots, he keeps them at bay. Now they have the ultimates to rotate, and every second it goes, it looks better for Alpha Squad. Now they have the nano boost combo with Visor. They can hold the next fight rather easily because they know that Zen doesn't have his ultimate at all because he didn't get many shots, kills at all. They might expect that Lucio might have it, but that's it. There's a nice...
Oh, wow, yeah.
Barrage,
Rocket Barrage takes out both the supports there. Nullire follows up immediately with that tactical Visor, trying to wipe out a couple members there. And both teams take heavy losses in a really great exchange of ultimates there.
Well,
but, wow.
On paper it looks heavy losses, but... Actually, it's 1v1, but they still...
No, the baby D.Va!
Well, it was heavy losses, but you have to keep in mind that Alpha Squad kept the point all this time. Even if they have to use ultimates to keep it, and it was a bit shaky, it doesn't matter because the percentage goes in their way, and it's already 85, and it's really good for them.
Yeah, here we go with another ultimate exchange here on the point. Team Alpha Squad, the blue team, are still getting in more and more percentage. And this is going to be a really rough sell here for Team Owly 6, even should this fight go in their favor. Yeah, 99% overtime. Oof, that's not going to be easy for Team Owly 6. It might even actually be impossible.
They can manage it. It's possible, but even if they manage it, it's going to be difficult to defend it all the way, you know?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now, they managed to get... It looks
yeah,
like
of course they can.
Yeah,
of course
they can.
I mean, there's 4 players there. It was doable, of course. The thing is, like, it's still... Alpha Squad has 99%, so basically all Alpha Squad has to do is win one team fight, and they have many tries. All they have to do is now bait the Zen ultimate, so they can go with their own stuff, their own ultimates, the next team fight after. So this run, Alpha Squad will go a dry run. They will try not to use anything, force some ultimates, as many as possible from Owly 6, and the next team fight go with actual ultimates.
Oh wow, what a pull! So there shows the same caliber as many other players has been doing. Baited out one ultimate there successfully.
Yeah, but it's not good enough. Like, they wanted to bait more than one ultimate. The problem is now they cannot go dry run at all, because if they try it again, then someone else will have the ultimates available, like Genji, Matt. And the most important thing they had to bait was the Transcendence, and as long as Zen has Transcendence, it's a guarantee that they will survive that tactical Visor or whatever they dish out to them. So
I see another engagement here as Klaus jumps in, and we see now Zenyatta still hanging out on top there, still not even showing an inkling towards taking that ultimate force. And wow, another great hold here for Team Owly 6. Wow.
Yeah, Owly 6 now managed to stabilize it completely. They can rotate the ultimates, they can go Dragon Blade and Transcendence if needed. They can just rotate ultimates. So basically the next two team fights can be possibly held by Owly 6 if played correctly. If they get Earth Shattered or killed by Farah, Barrage, or things heavy damage like that, then screwed. It doesn't look...
Here you go, Primal Rage here, trying to stall off the team there. Wow, it just works out really well. Takes out member after member there. this is Big Goose now even going for a switch.
My ultimate is almost ready.
Well, he needs a
88%.
tracer so he
Yeah.
gets in time. But another thing is like, Alpha Squad has ultimates. They have to go with those 4 ultimates and hope for the best. But you have to keep in mind that Owly 6 has the same. So
Yeah.
it could go either way. But
And
it looks
with that
more in favor of Owly
Transcendence-
6.
Ooh, yeah, there we go. Transcendence finally coming out. We're waiting higher match here as both teams are using ultimates in all directions here. So just barely breaking out there.
Diva got
Tracer is so. Yes, there is Tiva got a kill there on Claws. Brilliantly
Yeah,
played.
that's really good actually. Now it can go either way. It's very close, but it's also depending
Yeah.
on Tracer whether she can get some picks now.
Oh, is
But
it?
get
Oh,
this kill. Now
Dragon
it's
Blade.
over.
That's gonna be scary. Even though Reinhardt here comes in the point here, Aka trying to slam around with hammer, just barely holding on
Actually,
here.
Anna is back. Now Alpha Squad has a chance because their healer is back. She's killing them a lot. She's keeping them
Lolly
out.
as well. Soldier coming in on the point here. Both teams are just staggering. This is a little bit of 3v3, 2v2.
Oh, Genji's so low. Matt is
Oh
so
my
low.
god! It's all
Menace.
still on the point here.
Menace.
Oh, not even take it!
It
Wow!
was really good. Like, Owly 6 managed to retake this back even when Alpha Squad kinda ninja'd it from them when they were still alive. It was really well executed because at one point it looked really good for Owly 6, but the moment Genji came on the point with Dragon Blade, that's when it snowballed into massive advantage for Owly 6. So after the Dragon Blade on the point, it was very high probability chance that they would win. The only thing that would make them lose at that point is if Ana got asleep or some kind of CC on Genji, or if Genji died before he could do something with the Dragon Blade, but that was not the case. And that's why it was pretty much guaranteed at this point. But both teams are deciding to go for Roadhog now. Alpha Squad decided to go with their triple tank composition. Pretty safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're mirroring because it works. It's proven to work, and it works very well. Quite damn well on this map as well. And let's see who's gonna get the hook, break the shield first, or a pin, or maybe even a slip. It's about those 3 things, basically.
Oh yeah,
This
absolutely.
here.
See, both teams
When
are
you play
like
a
trying.
mirror.
Yeah, check it out. Both teams. Oh, hook here missed from Cherry Dormy. He's not gonna be able to have that for just a few seconds. Oh, great
Both
charge!
are
Here.
dead. This is gonna be
Both
really
Reinhardts
interesting.
taken off the map here.
Now it's up to the hook.
Let's see here. Nar misses his hook. Cherry Dormy is off the map here, trying to hang out a little bit.
Come here and get stabilized.
The Alpha Squad is trying to get the point.
Absolutely. See, Nallar now gets slept. Ooh, there we see another. Gets woken up, unfortunately, here. Cherry Dormy is still on that Roadhog, trying to figure out where he wants to go from here. Reinhardts are back in the mix here, both on the point here. Trying to see if we can get something happen there. Hook! There we go! Goodbye to that there. So, man, no more mutual exist.
Exactly, I mean, now Alpha Squad can take the... Oh, that hook was good on
Yeah,
Ana.
it was also pretty good, yeah. Yeah.
But
This
she
is
didn't die right away.
weird
That was
cut.
a problem slightly. But it's okay, I mean, because the Ana didn't die right away, they lost like maybe 4 or 5%. I mean, gave them basically to Owly 6, but other than that, it's alright. Like, Alpha Squad now will be able to hold it. They just need to make sure to get that hook going on or Earth Shatter. Because, like, in the terms of ultimates, it's true that Owly 6 has more ultimates, but you're defending, you have the positioning, so you might be able to do something about it.
Here we go, Graviton landing down, followed by Whole Hog. Both teams. Oh no, they just barely made it over to the platform. They could have been chopped off.
He hooked the soldier who was nano boosted.
Oh wow!
James only
And
was able
Aka-
to get the soldier with the hook, and that set off the game. But he got hooked off the map now. So
Oh, yeah.
it can go still either way. No, not at all anymore. They managed to stabilize. Alpha Squad managed to stabilize this. They're still holding the point percentage is going in their way. Because as Graviton, if they need it, he's gonna blow it. If it's really a must, he's gonna use it.
Oh, there you
Okay,
go.
I guess
Ursa
he was
coming
the one.
down there. Ooh! Sao gets taken out there by Aka from the behind as he charges in to try and take out that character. And wow, this is a really well played hold here from Alpha Squad.
Exactly, this is really good now for Alpha Squad because they have the position, because the attacker Owly 6 is forced to go through the little choke to come at them, and they can just shoot in that choke and get them off or hook them off. It's going to be quite difficult as well.
I hear Nano Boost now coming up, as well as Sound Barrier for both teams. And we got a little bit of an engagement here, on both sides of the points, as Aka, the right heart, gets assaulted from the side here by Claws. flying in from the sidelines with the Earth Shatter, taking out a member, and this looks like it might be it for a great little comeback from Owly 6.
Yeah, but Alpha Squad will try to stagger as much as they can. As you can see, Soldier is going there, he wants that 1% extra. You never know, maybe it helps. But the thing is, now Owly 6 has Graviton Surge, so they should be able to survive the next team fight, but it's also gonna come down to Alpha Squad Earth Shatter. If he gets a good Earth Shatter, they could just win on the spot. It's also up to the hooks. The hook can give you a great momentum here. Basically, Alpha Squad wants to be the aggressor. They want to get
there we go.
Graviton.
As we see, Alpha Squad are unfortunately being pushed off here as Owly Squad goes in for the initiative. Oh, Cherry with a great whole hog pushes Reinhardt off the map, which is brilliant for them.
They might be able to do it. It's 3v2. The thing is, Alpha Squad wanted to be the aggressor, but they let themselves get Graviton, because if Alpha Squad pushed offensively immediately, they might be able not to get Graviton or be a really bad Graviton. But they still managed to do it.
This is gonna
and
be
then Graviton
here.
allowed to get the point for sure. They couldn't even contest it. Now it's 96, it's quite good. However, Graviton Surge didn't provide many kills more than one. But it's still alright, I would say. Just need to get the Tracer off the point. Now after the Lucio, Tracer got hooked, really good. That should be it. The Nano Visor just guarantees you win this. Just like, you cannot contest this. It's so much. As you can see, they're coming through little the choke. They can't even get on the point, literally. It's that kind of a stronghold. And Alpha Squad is really playing quite aggressive. Sometimes I think they should have played slightly more aggressive, especially when you know the opponents have Graviton. You don't want to be too passive and get Graviton and wipe. You just want to go in, fight right away, and they're like, okay, if you want to Graviton, it's probably not going to be a good Graviton because we're already in your face, killing you, doing lots of pressure, things like that. But it's 1-1, so we'll see how it's going to go right in here. In terms of picks, it seems Alpha Squad decided to stick with the same composition. I think it's working really well for them, so I think it's alright. Meanwhile, Owly 6 decided to go for their DPS dive composition along with Soldier. They have the Zenyatta. I mean, like I said earlier, it can work, but it's like the nano boost value gives you so much more opportunity to get the point back faster and stronger, much stronger. Like, it has also offensive capabilities, not just defensive, like Zen's.
I see that both teams are like engaging in the skirmish activity here outside of the point, trying to.
Then just big Soldier,
wow,
that's really good. Now they have an advantage, and Owly 6 will press on. Now Alpha Squad is in a tight, small group, while Owly 6 is just pressing them on, and they should be able to get more kills. But Ake just got one kill. It's still going one or the other way. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, both of these teams are showing really strong, playing a really good off situations, try and create momentum for their own team here. Cherry with a brilliant pick there, takes out Nair as that Soldier, which is
exactly, that hook was very important. The moment he managed to hook that, they stopped their pressure with damage. However, Nyler and Liar, if I'm correct, I'm sorry, apologies on that, he is very close to the Tactical Visor, 95%, but they do not have the Nano Boost, so the Tactical Visor is much more weak. And when Talisman is gonna sound barrier, that Tactical Visor is not gonna hurt anything at all. So it's up to TXAO to get that pulse bomb on the support, possibly to kill the Lucy, so they didn't even get the sound barrier and Nano Boost, or both.
Earth Shatter! Great Earth Shatter!
Doesn't matter. But doesn't matter. Like, it was really funny because the Reinhardt Earth Shattered, but he got pulse bomb, he died, but what was stunned died anyway, so it was still very well executed from Alpha Squad. Even when for one moment it actually looked like, oh, Owly 6 might manage it because they killed the Reinhardt who stunned triple of the teammates, but didn't matter because Alpha Squad simply managed to follow on the Reinhardt stun even when Reinhardt already died. So it was very well executed by Alpha Squad. The thing is now they have the Nano Boost, they're very close to Graviton. The moment Zari gets the Graviton, they have to make sure to play around the Transcendence. If Transcendence is baited before the Graviton, it is!
There we go,
this is
it
really
happens!
Good. All Zari has to do is Graviton Surge after Transcendence and they should win the fight. Yeah, there you go, that's it!
Graviton landing there, catching two members, gets a Lucio, still fighting to get that class kill. So the kill feed is just chocked full of members from both teams here, as just looks like the Team Alpha Squad are just still holding on the point here.
Exactly, it was very expected. Like I said, the moment Zen used his ultimate Transcendence before Graviton Surge, it was a set done deal. And now the power of Owly 6 is much weaker. The Tactical Visor without Nano Boost is not going to be enough And of course, Alpha Squad doesn't have any ults, but they can't be worried with what Owly 6
There we go.
has.
Tactivizer coming in together with the sound barrier might be enough to try and hold off this defense. Get a pick on that Reinhardt. So there's a lot of defensive
Whoa, Lucy
power
double
that's left.
kill.
Yeah, Lucy just
Triple
wrecking shit.
kill!
Whoa, boy!
Time to switch to DPS. No, I'm joking. But the thing is, it was slightly an advantage of Owly 6, of course, because they had 2 ultimates, but they were not that strong ultimates in that scenario. But still, Alpha Squad managed to hold it up to 98%. Just hit one team fight, and basically you have Nano Boost along with possibly Soldier, which he should get it very soon, and that should be set done deal, because as long as they get ultimates rolling in before Zen Transcendence, or Tracer doesn't get a good bomb for Genji Dragonblade, they should be able to win this fight with rather ease.
Yeah, both teams are out. Whoa, wow. Look at that pulse bomb.
That's the bomb on Ana.
Yes, Reinhardt. Wow.
That's really good.
And Ana, yeah. Wow, that is just what we want to happen after that effective. So this, I mean, barely gets a hold here for Team Owly 6. So let's see if they repeat
this
the
is-
previous feats.
I mean, barely, not really, because TXAO was able to get the pulse bomb, get the right target, Ana was dead, they lost the pressure, Alpha Squad lost that fight, and now it's really good because Owly 6 will get the Transcendence available, and that's the trump card they need to survive the next onslaught from Alpha Squad. Without the Transcendence, if they didn't have it, they would be doomed to fail.
Do you think?
Oh, he got stunned! He got stunned!
Oh wow! Yeah,
That's it,
good night.
that's it.
Yes.
They won. Pretty much, like, that stun single-handedly changes the game. Reinhardt was able to stun Zenyatta. Zenyatta couldn't use Transcendence. Game over. there's not much you can do about that. And even with Soldier who goes Tactical Visor after his Zen already died, doesn't matter because there's Nano Boost. The Tactical Visor without Nano Boost is not a big threat. The tank can tank it. They can delay it, but it's going to be very difficult. Actually, wait, Soldier is back.
Look at
There
it.
is a chance.
It's still fighting here. It's
They
still
were
getting
slow
in.
at killing them. It could go either way at the moment. It depends if Ana lives or dies as well.
Both tanks are now into the point here, trying to get
Oh,
it.
they just lost Tracer. This is really good now.
Oh boy,
for,
let's see
Alpha
him.
Squad.
Wow,
Crystal
let's
is
see.
back. If Crystal gets hooked and killed immediately, it could have again advantage Alpha Squad. There's the
Oh
surge.
wow,
That's really good.
Graviton.
But they lost
That's
Soldier.
gonna be. Oh wow, Claus goes
But
down
still,
there.
they're getting if they get booped off, it's over. It's over time. Like it's still close. Oh, they got the sound barrier. Now they managed to stabilize it.
Oh, the time goes out. There we go.
Yeah, it was very close, but still, pretty much Alpha Squad had most of the advantage going on, especially when that Zen fiasco happened when he got stunned. The only problem with Owly 6 was, like, I mean, with Alpha Squad is that they killed them slightly too slow. They had to kill them a bit faster, especially Zen wasn't there, they only had Lucio. It seems perhaps they were missing their shots or hooks or something like that, but presumably things should have died faster, otherwise this situation wouldn't even happen, and that's really good. But now we have 2-1 for Alpha Squad. The composition for Alpha Squad is the same. They really like to run that, it's very safe. Same thing for Owly 6, it really works well here on this map, as you can see. And like I said, the three things that can happen here at the first fight when you play a mirror match like this. It's who breaks the shield first, who gets a good hook or a sleep dart. That's the important part. And also if Zarya shields the guy who gets hooked, if she can save him, that's also important. But those are the 4 defining factors of the first engagement in a mirror match like this. Most of the time. He missed the hook, so...
Yeah.
There's the pin!
Oh, wow,
Pin,
look at him.
Reinhardt!
Gets shielded though, so we're not gonna be able to get a kill.
That's really good. Lali got a pick, now it's really
Oh,
good.
yeah.
Now Alpha Squad can just hold this, they can pick the point while they're still alive. This is really good for Alpha Squad. Basically just ninja the point while Owly 6 are still alive. And they keep the point. Owly 6 has to back off because the percentage goes against their way. It's really going good for Alpha Squad at the moment. All Alpha Squad needs to do is now hold that choke and hope for the good hook or even Earth Shatter. And it's also depends, like, if you look at Bigus, 85% on Graviton Surge, TXAO only 30%. Zarya will get so quick Graviton Surge, so Alpha Squad looks really good for them.
Oh, wow,
Shatter,
what Earth Shatter!
And Roadhog as well. Runner charge off the map because they lost people, so... Or actually it was a mistake, I'm not so sure.
Probably,
But
yeah, it looked like
either
a
way,
mistake,
it was
man.
really amazing. It was really amazing, and now, as you can see, Alpha Squad, they have the Graviton Surge, they can hold the next fight with rather ease. It's true that Owly 6 has Nano Boost and Tactical Visor. They can use that, but it might not be enough when you're stuck in a Graviton Surge and the Reinhardt can simply block all of the tactical visor. So it's up to the Reinhardt Ake to block the tactical visor while they're in a Graviton Surge, if they decide to go tactical visor Nano Boost while they're in a Graviton. And here it is!
The Graviton coming up
He
there.
didn't decide to go for it.
Trying to be blocked by the Sound Bear, but that, I mean, as we know, that's not going to be a great Earth Shatter there from Ake to get sent off the map, though, unfortunately. But holy mother, that's a good wipe here for Team Owly 6, just barely managing to reverse
Exactly, the
sweep
thing,
off that.
the thing is, Alpha Squad was unable to capitalize that much on the Graviton Surge, and meanwhile Owly 6 managed to survive it and go with Tactical Visor Nano Boost after, wipe them over. And the thing of note is now Owly 6, it's true that the percentage is not in their favor, but Owly 6 has quite many ultimates, especially Graviton Surge and Earth Shatter. They can play around and hold the point for a little while longer. Meanwhile, Alpha Squad doesn't have anything much good. Here's the Graviton.
Yeah, Graviton again coming from the reverse team now. They're gonna give a much better payout here. Just absolutely taking out members of Team Alpha Squad left and right.
Exactly, and as you can see, at this point, Owly 6 will try to rotate the ultimates. Unfortunately, they're not close to rotate with any ultimates at all. They only have Earth Shatter, so it's really gonna come down for Owly 6 to break the shield fast so we can kill things behind or get...
Oh, look at Seppa, look at him!
Oh, no! On Roadhog.
That was such a cute play. Using Ana, trying to position him around there, going for the sleep maybe. That was their idea, and then following up immediately with a shatter. Really, really cool play.
This is really now good for Alpha Squad because Big Goose has Graviton Search for the next team fight, and he can cement the victory for the next team fight. It's really up to D.Va to block this Graviton Surge. That's why they pick D.Va. They want to block the Graviton Surge or block the damage while you're in the Graviton Surge because they know they have to play against Graviton Surge. And it's going to be very, very difficult for Owly 6 to retake this back. It really comes up to the pickoffs from
Big Gooses are hiding around that corner, waiting for the past that point so you can use that Graviton, or even just shoot it and lob it in on the point there. There we go! Here she comes in there, and D.Va's nowhere to be found! Team, where is the blocking? Oh no, that's not what would have happened there for Team Owly 6.
Yeah, exactly. Now Alpha Squad, they have their chatter as well. Yeah, it just cements the victory, and that should be it for this map at least. Lusa can just delay. They cannot. There's impossible to get this back from. So the execution from Alpha Squad regaining the point back, and still the moment when Alpha Squad was able to get the point back when it was 73 or 75%, and they still had Big Goose Graviton Surge available after they won the fight, the victory was pretty much kind of cemented, and that's why Owly 6 tried to go with the Zarya to make sure they could surve.
This
But this wasn't enough. No, it's not that grab.
No, I know, but it was really good.
Yeah, oh well, it was. It was alright.
Just Graviton, nice.
Okay, so now we have 1-1 for each team. So Alpha Squad has managed to win on Nepal. Meanwhile, Owly 6 managed to win on Route 66. Now we have 3 more remaining maps, which are Gibraltar, Watchpoint Gibraltar, Eichenwald. I know it's not pronounced like this in German, but the game pronounces it this way, so I will say Eichenwald. No hate to anyone. Volskaya Industries, Russian map, very good. So let's see, what will they decide to play on? I personally would like to see some Volskaya. I personally not really big fan of Volskaya, but I would just like to see for the heck of it, you know. And at this rate, the games might go best of 5 because it's 1-1. It can go back and forth, you know. So I personally I would not like to see Eichenwald or Gibraltar right away because we already seen it before from these two teams. However, this time Owly 6 is playing much better, so we will see how things go. And what did they decide to play on? Any confirmation yet?
No, they're still waiting to decide what map they're going to play on here. As we're still waiting for that confirmation from the team. I bet they're like debating that inside the team. So you think, okay, what's their strongest map? What do we think the opposing team's going to be weakest on? Wow, it looks like it's going to be Gibraltar here.
Okay, they decided to go in Gibraltar, so Owly 6 will decide Gibraltar, but I'm not sure yet about attack and defense.
Yeah, it's going to say this is going to be Alpha Squad on the defense to begin with, and Owly 6 as the attackers.
Very well, so the blue team is Alpha Squad on defense, the attacker team is going to be the red team, Owly 6, just for the viewers and for myself. So both teams are ready, the games are going to proceed. I personally think, if I'm correct, Owly 6 actually played a dive composition in Gibraltar. Meanwhile, Alpha Squad played a triple tank composition in Gibraltar. And also one thing of note is Owly 6 won Gibraltar map against Alpha Squad in the previous sets when they lost best of 3, but they still won the Gibraltar map. So will Owly 6 be able to win on Gibraltar again, or will they falter? We will see shortly.
Oh, absolutely. Now, on this map, I have a penchant for that Torbjorn pick, where the turret can be really, really good on the first point. Well, I don't think we're gonna have to see the joy of that today. But even so, I mean, a man can hope.
Exactly. I mean, I will take a first look at the defensive lineup of Alpha Squad, because the defenders have to leave the spawn room. They cannot change too many things, so we can know what they're gonna play. It seems they decided to go for... Actually, this time they're gonna play with double tank. I'm not so sure, because I'm sure that... I mean...
Well, looks like it. Yeah, it looks like a double.
I mean,
no. Someone's saying...
No. Owly 6 will definitely swap things around. They only want the Hanzo and Mei for the first 5 seconds.
I'm talking about the defender, man.
Oh, okay, but I just want to point out for the viewers who don't know, the reason for the Mei pick and Hanzo pick is so he can get a scatter arrow up on the breach corridor room, so he can see if anybody's up there, and also a Mei ice wall, so your teammates can climb up there, who usually would not be able to get up there and contest it or pick off and kill people. So that's why I usually go those tier things, but it's not standard, I would say, per se. And now the Alpha Squad defensive lineup, they decided to stick with D.Va. I mean, D.Va is quite alright per se, but if Owly 6 did play Azari, the D.Va effectiveness could be questionable. D.Va is a mobile defensive tank unit, but at the same time she can become a ult battery feed charge. So you have to be very careful how you go with D.Va against what, because it can easily become... And if also the Alpha Squad is aware that probably that Owly 6 does not play Roadhog, because a Roadhog and Zarya, or combination of both, would be fatal and you wouldn't even want to play a D.Va. But they still decided to stick with Bigus, Genji. He was doing pretty good Dragon Blades, getting pick-offs. Meanwhile, Owly 6 decided to keep with Tracer TXOO. He was also getting some decent pulse bombs, so we'll see how things go. The payload is going pushed unattended, so it's quite going alright for Owly 6 at this point, because they're just pushing it for free. However, now Alpha Squad will go contest it, and there should be a real team fight going on right now.
Yeah, but as we see, the team skirmish around, they're trying to engage each other inside that server room here, where all team members are trying to coalesce and see if we can get some slapping down here.
Look at the Lucy pushing for free.
Look,
Meanwhile,
that's
exactly what you want to do.
We're also having some severe losses here on Team Alpha Squad, so we're just gonna not only gonna get pushed for free, we're just gonna push up to the checkpoint here.
But think it like this, because Owly 6 was able to push the payload for free for at least 20 meters without being contested at the underpass or near the end, and because of that, Alpha Squad had no chance to try to defend it again after they lost the fight. Because of that extra 20 meters of pre-push, they were unable to defend it again. And that really set an advantage for Owly 6. Now Owly 6 will snowball. If you look at the ultimates, 5 ultimates available. Yep. What a bargain! They will not do this. Very unlikely. I mean, they have to pull something crazy off the bat. D.Va has to get some crazy blocks, but it's gonna be very difficult.
Ultimates are firing off here at Sao. Gets nano boosted off in the low ground there, just does so much damage to those double.
Look at the Lucio, he pushed the payload all this way pretty much by himself. Yeah. It's crazy, they're pushing it so far.
But now he gets finally some pushback.
Yeah, but it doesn't even matter, because they're pushing the... I mean, they pushed the payload so far that now, even when they stabilized it, the payload is pushed quite far and they can actually just go run it through, you know? If the payload was way more back, it would be much more difficult. But this time, because they pushed this quite far, I think it's quite doable, they can do it. And also keep in mind that Alpha Squad, they have the Dragon Blade, and they need to make something happen out of it ASAP, because the next fight might be very troublesome otherwise for them. Because if Owly 6 gets the momentum again, it's going to be very difficult for Alpha Squad to stop it.
We also know that Aka has switched off from Reinhardt into that Winston. We see like both teams now going for that dive compositions that work so really well against each other. As ooh wow, look at that takeout compared to Talisman and Aka goes down for Team Alpha Squad. That's not what would have happened as Owly are just advancing mercilessly towards that checkpoint here.
Exactly, because the payload is so close to the checkpoint, it gives less opportunity for Alpha Squad to contest it properly. However, Owly 6 did lose some players, now they kind of have to back off. Now it's gonna come down to Lali, possibly with a nano boost on him to be able to get something, and possibly even Winston knocking off people away from the payload. But you have to keep in mind that now Owly 6 will have the Dragon Blade nano boost available rather shortly, and they will be able to hold this with quite possible ease. So it's really important that Pair 2 gets the nano boost on Soldier so he can shut down the Genji with this. If he doesn't have it in time, it's gonna be weird.
The side room here, the ultimate smacking down in all directions. Especially that nano boosted Dragon Blade is just so scary. Just slice and dice, make sushi all day, but just nothing to it. Klaus has to follow up that with that primal rage, again pushing people away from the payload and to make room for Nair coming in with tactical visor and from the background there.
Well, they're still contesting delaying. It might work, but it's going to be very difficult because it's only basically 1.5 meters.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. Still, I mean,
they're
you're
buying
just getting
some time. I mean, technically, it wasn't a bad idea to buy extra time here because the people who spawn at the old spawn, they don't get back spawned and they don't get picked off. They all got safely away. So it was a good thing for D.Va to delay so her teammates could go back to safety behind.
Look at Sao now with the positioning, just like staying sneaky up there. Now engaging down on the point here, trying to find some. Fortunately, he gets picked off by Lali, and that there nano boosted tactical visor, which is just again showing itself to be so very, very strong.
Yeah, now Alpha Squad managed to stabilize it, and they have 3 ultimates going on. They will have the Dragon Blade. You will probably solo Dragon Blade, but if they suspect they have this, if they know or suspect that Owly 6 probably has Sound Barrier by now, the Dragon Blade won't be so effective. However, if Genji can pick off Lucia before he gets his Sound Barrier going on, it should be a pretty much clear wipe for Alpha Squad. Of course, things can go wrong, but it's still also depending on Math and Slepaistos to get that Dragon Blade nano boost going on as fast as possible.
And here we go now, Dragon Blade apropos, going down here from the Goose.
The self-destruct Dodana who was sleeping, that's really good.
Yeah! When the kill on Ana is just so strong here for both like any team here.
Exactly.
But now, wow, look at that, Owly Squad, Owly 6
At
are
this
not
point,
holding.
I suspect that Owly Squad will probably decide to go with Reinhardt for the last choke because it's gonna be difficult without the shield to get through. Perhaps he will still stick to the Monkey, Winston, so he can get maybe a Primal Rage going on, knock them off the high ground, make some room for the team or get some picks. But it might not be enough. It's really gonna come down to this Dragon Blade now. However, Talisman has the Sound Barrier.
Yeah, that Sound Barrier though really helps out the team. Alpha Squad here, just trying to hold off on the payload and making sure that it doesn't advance much further. But even so, I mean, again and again, we see that tactical visor coming in, and oh my god, what a biotic grenade! It's so much pressure, but even, I mean, when there's no follow-up on it,
Actually,
can't really do anything.
very hardly, but what Owly 6 did, they split pressure. Genji went to Dragon Blade by himself. Oh, there's more, there's a Graviton.
Yeah.
They can delay it, they can basically delay it. I don't think they really need a pick now. Now it's gonna be very difficult.
Yeah, it's only support staff present with
They
a
can
Winston
delay
there.
it, but
Mad H
Genji
is
got
not
to
going to
sleep.
wake
That's
up.
actually pretty good.
Yeah.
You can buy them extra time. It's
Paradoon now has to go in.
D.Va can make it to the
immediately.
point in time it could work.
Now we just see staggering here, just to try and buy as much time as
They
possible.
already delayed like 15 seconds. This is really
Yeah.
good for Owly, for Alpha Squad.
Here we go with the Primal Rage. That might even buy them some more seconds. We even see Sombra now being picked to just try and stay on that point for as long as possible.
Yeah, because when you're stealthed as Sombra, Optic Camouflage, you still contest as holding the point. And also,
Wow! Look at this. They're still going in, trying to delay it for as long as possible. They've almost bought a minute now. Yeah, there's almost a minute of bought time from just staggering back and running back in the system. That's how you want to do that, man.
indeed. Another thing about Sombra pick is it's not just because he can stealth and try to hold the point while stealth gives you speed, and Translocator allows you to get faster to the point. And if your team already has a Tracer and D.Va, it's pretty much one of the only few options that has fast mobility to get on the point, except, well, Soldier with Sprint. So that's why you see in Sombra. This is pretty much for those people who didn't know about it. So the next thing, like the hold, the delay was pretty good from Alpha Squad. 4 minutes and 47 seconds. I mean, it's okay-ish. It could be much better, but this extra delay doesn't even matter if Alpha Squad won't be able to push the whole thing. So it's important that Alpha Squad actually gets through the whole thing. And even when they do, how much time will they have? Will they have more time or less? From what we can see, Owly 6 decided to go with offensive counter dive composition. They don't play a Reinhardt because they probably suspect or think that perhaps Alpha Squad will go with the dive themselves. But it seems Alpha Squad is going with dead ball comp, or just like Reinhardt, and just push the payload. Meanwhile, Owly 6 doesn't have that. Owly 6 wants to jump on them, be the aggressor even when on defense, and get those picks on Ana and things like that. But we'll see how things will turn out.
Later developments in the tournament scene, and so like the defensive dive composition being used more and more often. What do you think the reason is behind like using big like sort of anchoring heroes like Reinhardt on the defensive side?
Well, Reinhardt here on, for the Owly 6, if they played Reinhardt, or...
Yes, so why is it that you choose to go like a very divey composition?
Yeah, because it's basically two things. They basically want the mobility with Winston so they can jump on the attackers and kill the squishies. Like that Genji, he's up there. Winston and the Genji will go on that Genji and kill him, punish him. Not let them do as they please. That's the thing as well. They want to be the aggressors.
I mean, like big news now coming from the backside there as Alpha Squad just trying to gears on towards the choke here, which is traditionally a very hard point to get through when the defenders have a high ground. But even so, we get a little bit of a split push here that allows Team Alpha Squad to just burl on through and get some more meters.
Indeed, but the thing for Owly 6 did not work at all. Their defensive lineup with Winston did not work at all, so perhaps I expect they might go with Reinhardt. If not here, after the second checkpoint, definitely. But for now, they just need to get those picks. They have to play, like they're playing the aggression comp, they have to jump on them, get some picks, especially in the backline. But it's going to be very difficult because they're playing behind the Reinhardt, they're playing together.
Then I see both Genji and Winston now going after the Soul. Been traditionally for a lot of these matches, but it's still the Soldier playing smartly, running away, using its sprint ability to the best of its content. And now for the push here, using Nano Boost on that Diva, where she shows he can challenge up on the high ground here.
There's an Earth Shatter.
Earth coming down the back line there. Aki just brilliantly catching a couple members there.
Akilizer was kinda wasted because the fight was already over, so this usage of Tactical Visor right now, when the fight was already over, could bite Owly 6 in the back very, very shortly, because the next team fight, Big Goose has the Dragon Blade, and they do not have the Tactical Visor to deal with it. So now they're at the mercy of Dragon Blade, and they actually have to aim him down. And it's very difficult to kill a nano-boosted Genji. It's not easy, but it's much easier when you have the aimbot, AK Tactical Visor. But they still got some picks, so...
This high ground here is going to be a game ball. The really clumped up, great occasion for Genji to go off. Gets 2 picks there, which is exactly what you want as that attacking team. It's looking really, really good here for Team Alpha Squad. And towards the second point, they're not probably not going to get these contested, but they're in a good spot here to get the second checkpoint relatively fast.
Exactly, they have the snowball momentum, so for Alpha Squad it looks quite well, but there's still the Dragon Blade threat from Owly 6.
And here we go, 3 or 4 ultimates here coming out immediately to boost up that Genji, trying to go in the backline and get some kills there. Unfortunately, gets taken down.
Yeah, Lali Tactical Visor was able to shut down the Genji Dragon Blade. He just shot him down, and then Big Goose just dashed him through and killed him with his. But still, Owly 6 can still delay this. It's still doable, it's still possible. They can actually still come back.
Yeah,
this was the killers, so now they can do it actually, yeah. The moment Alpha Squad lost the healers, exactly, but the moment Alpha Squad lost the healers, they became at a huge disadvantage and they were not able to hold this anymore. Because you lost your pipeline of healing and then everything falls apart, especially when the opposing team still has constant healing available.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this defensive team here looks like it's going to be well stabilized here for the next push, as we have the Soldier ready with the Tactical Visor. Unfortunately, the Nano Boost isn't quite there yet, but as we know, it charges so fast, it might as well be ready for when the combat starts here. As we have an engagement on top of the rocket ship here, as the Forces team, Owly 6, back up a little bit down to the lower ground where they don't really want to be when being engaged for the high ground. But as you see, Team Alpha Squad has to back up a little bit as they get 3 losses against them. Talisman, Ake, and Pertu ends up taking a loss down there as we're heading off into the next gear up to the next situation here. Now, as we see like the ultimate.
Well, only 6.
Here?
Yeah. Well, only 6 can rotate their ultimates now. They can hold the point with rather ease. However, things can go very wrong in a very short time.
You see Primal Rage here coming down in favor of Ake here. He's just jumping down, trying to create as much space as he can in front of the payload, push people away. Of course, I mean, that just allows Nair to show down his tactical visor and just absolutely slaughter a team that was left behind by the Wisdom who sailed off into the moonlight. Now Ake's back, trying to check out this payload. He gets summarily executed by Nair, and that soldier is doing work, man.
Yeah, the thing is, the fight was slightly shaky for Owly 6 because Ana didn't nano boost the Genji neither soldier, so she maybe wanted to save the nano boost, but now she doesn't have anyone to combo with anyway. So I'm not sure about saving it. Perhaps they should save the Dragon Blade or nano boost or visor and go the combo with nano boost, and would be much more smooth fight. Well, let's see how it goes.
We see another engagement here where Pulse Bomb goes off, does not end up getting any picks, unfortunately. So he's still fighting on off the edge here, where Team Alpha Squad are still gearing up to get in the offensive here. They only have 1 minute 10 seconds left on the clock here, which is not a lot, as the payload still being sneakily pushed back by Mufu. He's been solidly 5
Exactly, and
minutes
it's
back
becoming
from where
very
it was.
difficult now for Alpha Squad because only 6 is getting that visor available shortly. They will go nano visor, and even if Big Goose has Dragon Blade, it's not gonna be enough. So it's gonna really be up to the Diva to block the visor so Genji can do something with it. So if Diva manages to block the visor so Genji can do something with his Dragon Blade, Alpha Squad still has a shot. But if she's unable to do so and Big Goose dies, they won't get many picks or any kills at all. So
And here we see probably the last assault here coming in, where Diva's backline here. Find that Lucio. Of course, he gets challenged immediately by Winston and Tracer. As we see the fight now going off onto the as Nano Boost and Tactical Visor goes off trying to cover up the point as much as possible. Of course, he gets challenged immediately by Ake on that Winston as the Tactical Visor passes and is open and vulnerable for attack. And this looks a really, really good hold here from Team Owly 6, and yeah, well done by them to take the second map here with a convincing fashion.
exactly, Owly 6 was able to get their tactical visor nano boost going on, and Vigos couldn't do much with his Dragon Blade, and that's pretty much it. So this time, if I'm correct, Owly 6 did win against Alpha Squad in Gibraltar before, so just a repeat of the last time. And if I also remember, they actually last time Owly 6 was able to hold the point near the end, not in the second checkpoint. So this time Alpha Squad did worse than before against Owly 6. So now we have 2-1 for Owly 6.
Yep, that's
So
correct.
Owly 6 was able to win on Route 66 and Gibraltar. Meanwhile, Alpha Squad was able to win on Nepal. So as you can see, Route 66 and Gibraltar are a full payload map. And the full payload map didn't really work out for Alpha Squad. However, now we don't have full payload maps anymore. Now we have a hybrid map, Eichenwald, or 2CP, Control Point, Volskaya Industry. Instead decided to go with Eichenwald. I mean, we'll see how it goes, because the payload map didn't go that well for Alpha Squad. So we'll see how it's gonna go for, at least for the hybrid type of map. However, it's still... If I remember, actually, yeah, from what I see on my scribblings from before, whatever you want to call it, Alpha Squad actually managed to win against Owly 6 in Eichenwald, but it was a very close game that kind of came down to seconds, because they had more time, they were able to win it, kinda, so yeah. So it was still kind of close game for Alpha Squad there, but Alpha Squad was able to delay in Eichenwald at the third point, so it bought them enough time in the long run to win the game.
Now,
so we'll see how
Razor,
it's gonna go this time. Yeah, sure, Robert.
I'm wondering like what you would say we're going to be like the two biggest factors for the last map what might be the last map here on Eichenwald. What do you think that these teams have to really be aware of, like when comparing to like to the concrete opposition
The time, pretty much,
Ah.
because the last game when they played against each other, it kind of came down to the time, and if it happens again, Owly 6 has to make sure they finish the targets in time. They cannot have it 1 minute or 30 seconds delayed, because that can lead you to a loss in the long run. So it's very important for Owly 6 to not get those delays from Alpha Squad going on, because Alpha Squad is quite good at delaying, and it kind of nets them a win
absolutely.
in the long run. So let's see, they decided to defend. If I'm correct, Owly 6 decided to defend, and Alpha
Yes.
Squad decided to attack.
That's correct.
All right.
So we're going to have the Owly 6 on the defense here. We might see another one of those divey compositions that they've been really fond of on the defense. Didn't really work out so well at the start of Gibraltar, but they ended up like summing it back up when they mixed a diva into that and was able to sort of counter a little bit of that tracer action. It looked like the tracer from Team Alpha Squad was able to be shut a little bit down there, which is super good for that backline that just gets shredded by that huge DPS. Now we're looking to wait for the ready signal for both teams here. I was going to be heading into Eichenwald momentarily. I just want to take the moment to, again, thank all the amazing contributors to this tournament and just give a shout out to how great these people have been. I want to give a thanks to Siphon, to Grand Admiral, to Marv, to Miss, and of course to our co-caster LaFawn. And if I've forgotten you, it's not because I hate you, it's probably because I'm an asshole. No, we don't count Razor. We're just because so it's important to know that we us casters, we're actually just held in the basement of where Defined lives. So he just brings us out every month to showcase us to the world, and he feeds us memes to survive. That's all he does. It's quite atrocious. But I mean, you got to do what you got to do to earn your buck.
Yeah.
Now Now we're still okay. So if you're in the chat now, we would love to hear from you. Please post any questions or comments that you have. We would love to hear back from you. I mean, especially, we always seek to improve the production here. So if you have any comments or anything you would like to say to us, please do let us know either in the Discord or in the Twitch. And please do visit us on our Twitch or on our Discord channel. Heroes Never Die. You can generate links in the chat. Easy to access, I believe. So now we finally got the ready sign here from both teams as we're going to head into Eichenwald.
Here we go, yeah. Let's see how this is going to turn out. If it's going to be a repeat of history where Alpha Squad will win by basically time, or if Owly 6 will be able to make sure that Alpha Squad is unable to delay to those kind of lengths and actually win it themselves. If as you can guys know, if Alpha Squad loses this map, they're done, and Owly 6 is the winner. So it's if Alpha Squad still wants to stay in this round, in this game, they need to win this map, so they have to play afterwards on Volskaya Industries. Meanwhile, if Owly 6 wins here, it's done and they pretty much win. But let's take a quick look at the picks. We have our favorite heroes called Sombra, Junkrat, McCree. They're all very viable heroes in war. That's at least what Blizzard has told me.
Yeah, it's important to know that we actually have a price every time we have we get like the most accurate data. Of course, this is doesn't matter. What? Wait, what? There we go. We got a more solidified team composition there, with Klaus on that right heart. Zhao as that strong Zarya. I think Zhao has been one of the most consistently impressive players here. Just really strong plays, both on the Tracer and as that.
Yeah, he was doing
Zarya.
all right. Yeah. Exactly. But now we have the start of the game paired to playing our favorite hero, Risa. He's definitely not gonna go through the spawn room, but it's always nice to see her.
Yeah, it's a cool model. You know. I
It's
just
a
gotta
nice
say,
toy.
I just gotta say, to be honest, I really enjoyed the design of Risa. I think she's a really designed hero. I think she should be played more, just as a matter of fact. But I mean, since she's not very good, I can see why you're going to that. Maybe one day. I mean,
gets nerfed down.
hey,
No,
Ana
I'm
was
joking.
really bad.
Well, kinda. But let's see how the choke like. Both teams are
Oh,
playing
wow.
very safe with triple tank.
Yeah, no Mei action, no shenanigans. Just
Yeah,
pure
it's gonna
simple-
come down to the who breaks the shield first, who gets a hook, and which Zarya can shield the hook target.
Let's see, Lyre
to
now
survive.
on top of there, waiting for the Reinhardt to go through. Now
Alchemy
is able to
Surge.
challenge. Gets hooked and taken out. First pick there, second pick. All as both Lolly and Perdu goes down. Trades for Lyre as a Roadhog. That's a fair trade here. Floss
But
ends
still
up falling
3v3.
inside
No,
the house
not
here.
anymore.
Wow, yeah, the spawns coming in now
4v3.
as Team Alpha Squad has the backup limit and did not stand up
Ooh,
succeeding
the
with
delay
that
on
ult.
Reinhardt will really hurt them a
Brilliant,
lot.
yeah, that's really good.
If Reinhardt leave, they had the chance to go back again as 4v4 because the defenders take some more time perhaps to get back to that very specific location under the bridge. But still, it was very interesting. Let's see how it's gonna turn out. Like in terms of ultimates, TXO already has Graviton Surge. There's Uncharted, good block.
Block shatter.
This is really good momentum for Alpha Squad, but they still have to play around Graviton.
Here we go. Yeah, but Graviton coming in here is able to probably just clear up the team here. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Just 3 easy kills, 4 easy kills. Yeah, there's gonna be a great hold here for Team Owly 6. It's been really good for them. And now we see, heading into the next fight here, we have Matt and Slefa with their famous tactical visor into Nano Boost combo, which
Exactly, but
might be really good for them.
both teams will have the Nano Visor combination, and it's gonna be very decisive factor. It's also gonna be the Earth Shatter from there.
Both shatters
Got
now,
a good
both
sound.
going down. See, now Loser gets caught, taken down, trades for Reinhardt, which is not exactly what would happen, as Owly 6 just cleans up on the right side of the house there, easy peasy, and holds another round.
This is a really good hold so far for Owly
Yeah.
6, and you have to keep in mind they still have the ultimates to rotate, so does Alpha Squad. So what Alpha Squad needs to do now is to make sure they either have to break the shield of Reinhardt so they can get the visor going on, so they can win the offense, or they have to kill
Yeah,
the
smart.
soldier or
Using
Rana
that whole
before they do
hog.
something.
Oh wow, the positioning of Lyre brilliantly standing off the edge there, picking up and stopping that whole hog, and fires up his own. Of course, he gets countered immediately to a great effect from the.
Yeah, that's the visor right there.
Yeah,
that
that
stabilizes the game. Simple as
Wow,
that.
yeah. Just waiting for it, just separate Reinhardt from the rest of the team, going from the behind and fire off that nanovisor just gets
No, but you
so
can see,
dangerous.
that Pert was unable to nano boost the soldier Lally, and because soldier was not able to get his nano boost visor going on like Matt did, it was a very decisive factor. And now TXAO has the Graviton Surge available, and he will simply be able to hold this point quite with rather ease. However, Bigus is also nearing with the Graviton Surge. The thing could tilt over.
Here we go with that Graviton, catches a bunch of members there, takes out just, oh wow, just another clear.
But now they have an opportunity. I know it looks very grim for Alpha Squad, but they just Owly 6 just used the Graviton Surge. They only have Earth Shatter basically. So
But
if
I'm
Alpha
calling,
Squad,
Razor, I'm calling that they're going to make a misplay and Claus is going to get that perfect outshot.
well, you
That's
have
I
to
think
think
what's
like
gonna
this.
happen.
If Big Goose gets a good Graviton, and there's a nano boost in between, possibly Earth Shatter, and Claus doesn't get a good Earth Shatter, they can win this fight. On
look
paper,
at
it's very
Roadhog now.
possible.
Oh, there we go. Misses that Earth Shatter. Claus
Only got one guy.
misplayed that, unfortunately. Still,
There's the Graviton.
Graviton catches a bunch of members there brilliantly. Nano boost that Reinhardt. That should be,
should be able to
that
get the
is a
point.
very good result. That's what you want
Like
to
I
have
said,
happen here.
the previous fight, the moment Claus used Graviton Surge at 1 minute, not the last team fight, it gave an opportunity for Alpha Squad to turn things around. I mean, the TXAO, my apologies, it's called the wrong
Don't worry
name.
about it.
So the moment Owly 6 used the Graviton Surge not at the last team fight, it gave a big loophole for Alpha Squad to abuse with their own Graviton Surge and win the fight. And also you nano boosted the Reinhardt, and now it smashes everything in a Graviton. You can't exactly escape that damage, so even if you didn't get the Earth Shatter, it doesn't matter. And the Earth Shatter from Claus was not that effective. That's why it really worked well, and it was very possible big loophole that Alpha Squad could take advantage of and win. However, now Owly 6 has the high ground and the nano visor. They will go for it. They are going right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Going in there,
got hooked.
boosting Matic. Wow! He's still,
It doesn't
Matic
matter.
is still getting the kills there in the background, just taking 1, 2, 3 down, creating a good little hole there. We see now, and it's worth a note, the Big Goose switched off on Zarya into Genji, try and combat that verticality of this part of the map, it feels like. Now, which I think it's a good swap. I approve of that.
I mean, the thing about, like, I think Big Goose likes to go Genji because he's really doing well on Genji, first of all. But the problem with the Genji is, like, the tactical visor soldier can shut you down with ease, and also an LR, the Reinhardt, Roadhog can hook the Genji and stop in his tracks, so it's...
Ooh, unfortunately, Zhao gets picked off there, even though he has the Graviton up. And Graviton changed, and also just Reinhardt just exchanged for currency there, as still the hold is keeping on. And as you said, before we started here, we were talking about like a little bit of time management. Looks like Owly 6 are really milking the seconds here, just making sure that every meter costs Team Alpha Squad the maximum amount. I think is like might be what can decide this match here. I'm really
exactly, but they're just pushing it for free for now. They're not contesting it. They will drop down now.
Here we go with the Graviton and Nano Boost. That should be an easy clear here. The Nolly still stays up here as a sole member here, but wow. Both team members there. Both teams are just losing a bunch of members. Ana gets taken out, and we see again now a bunch of free meters.
Well, the thing is, Owly 6 can still contest one more time. They have the tactical visor and nano boost very shortly. They'll be able to contest this. It's doable, but they have to be very careful because sound barrier from Talisman can stop that in all tracks. And also, if Aki gets the Earth Shatter by any chance in this last team fight at the choke, basically at the checkpoint, it should also change the game stat.
Let's see. Sound barrier coming out. Oh, brilliantly enabled to Earth Shatter go down. Earth Shatter is just
that one hook changed the game state of the game immediately. Exactly. That one little hook changed everything. Because Reinhardt could not block the Soldier tactical visor, everything went south for them. And that's pretty much it. Like now, the Big Goose is getting his Dragon Surge available very shortly, and he's gonna pressure on because they're aware that Mufo, there is a very high chance that he doesn't have sound barrier. That's what they think, and it's true, he doesn't have it. And the Dragon Blade can be very effective and devastating now if Big Goose gets it. He just has to hit Hog a bit, and he'll have it. Already 91%, you see? Ult battery, right there. And he has it, he goes.
Coming in, immediately slapping down that Dragon Blade. Line, and now he's gonna go looking for the backline.
That's the momentum they needed with the Dragon Blade. And now they can go with Cherry Dormi, Wallhawk, push them away, push the payload, and that's it. Oh, even a Google Soldier! It's guaranteed, it's basically guaranteed at this point. All he has to do is press Q. Simple as that, press Q.
Wow.
Yeah, like I called it out, that Dragon Blade, Big Goose was able to farm his Dragon Blade last 30% of Roadhog. He had Dragon Blade in time before Owly 6 had the sound barrier to survive the Dragon Blade, and with that pressure plus the hooks from Alpha Squad, Cherry Dormi allowed them to win the point. And also the AK Earth Shatter in the end was just icing on the cake. Even if they didn't have the Earth Shatter, it wouldn't matter that much. You're still able to get it. So it was very well executed by Alpha Squad. They found the loopholes in ultimates of the opposing team. They realized, okay, we have our offensive ultimate, the defenders don't have the defensive ultimate. Now's the little window of time, we can do something, press on, push. They did it twice, it worked. So now we're gonna see on the defense of Owly 6, they decided to go with a Zen and lose, on offense.
Offense from we have
exactly.
Owly 6 on defense.
Yeah, I was for a second like, no way you're gonna play this on defense. It doesn't exist. So the thing is, just messed up the colors as usual. But the thing is, now as you can see, Alpha Squad on the defense, they're playing triple tank, but this time they're sticking with Winston. You might say, but why Winston? The thing is, Winston is good at shutting down Genji. If they expect a threat of Genji, Winston can just sit on Genji, zone him out, and even possibly kill him. It gives less operating room for Genji to move around and do his things, if not even kill him. However, Big Goose probably is not yet aware that Owly 6 is running a Zenyatta, and the Discord on Monkey, Winston, is very devastating, and it can simply wipe him off the game very quickly. So we'll see about that, how it goes. It also comes down to Cherry Dormi hooks. If he can hook the Tracer, Genji, the flankers, and especially Winston. Winston is very easy to hook, so it's gonna come down for the defensive lineup, how much Winston pressure Big Goose will go for Genji and flankers, and also how much pressure Cherry Dormi will do with hooks. Otherwise the attacks will have a good shot. Here's the thing, that's what they needed.
Wow, yeah, that stops the push from happening for just another more 10 seconds there. That's exactly what we want to have happen, and I'm really curious to see how this fight develops, because, Team Alpha Squad, they were really staggered at the first point here, only able to get it by the very last 10 seconds. Let's see, and if Owly Squad are able to push through a little bit faster, that could be the deciding factor for what decides this game, as they're now heading into the second fight here.
There's a pin. It could go very wrong.
Oh, the mid pin miss as
Oh,
Calzi.
he got the Zenyatta. Cherry Dormy got Zen. That's great. This is it. They stabilized the fight. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, don't worry about it. You're trying the truth.
Yeah. But basically, another hook. He
Oh,
hooked
another
two in a
hook,
row.
yeah.
Even if Anna finished with Barotic Grenade, he hooked. So the thing is, Cherry Dormy is hooking right targets. He hooked Zenyatta. Later he hooked Tracer. He's keeping the divers at bay. So at this point, the diver composition of Owly 6 will probably try to swap some things after the ultimates. They want to use the ultimates, and if after the ultimates doesn't work, they probably go to Reinhardt or something different.
Let's see now, we're gonna get into the game video. No, oh wow. To see that Cherry Dormy just brilliant play on that Roadhog, just taking out that monkey. We might see, I might be expecting some switches out of that. That Winston is not working out as they want on this push here.
Exactly, the Roadhog is getting the hooks, he's pressuring, and now Lali and Pertru have the Nano Visor combination. They should be able to survive the next offense from Matt Genji, but they don't even have Visor themselves, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, as we're heading into the next fight here, I'm super excited to see what what's cost is gonna be the end of the cycle. Oh wow, Cao ends up falling again here. Like for instance, I mean, Team Owly, they're just not able to generate any momentum here. They're being stopped at every point. Even I mean, if it's the Tracer being picked off or just the Roadhog getting a hook in, they're not working out for them.
The thing is, Owly 6 has 2 defensive ultimates. Oh, they just lost Zen, so it's again they have to wait.
Again.
But the thing is, they need those 2 defensive ultimates to survive the aggression from Alpha Squad, just to have a chance to win the fight. But the problem is, yeah, but the biggest problem is, even if they survive the aggression of Owly 6, I mean of Alpha Squad, Owly 6 still doesn't have enough aggression to kill them through Sound Barrier, because Talisman will Sound Barrier when Genji and Soldier will use ulti.
Here we go,
Oh, he's gonna use it defensively.
Here we go, might be it. We see this fight going on.
Visor now, they get wiped.
Lolly now getting checked to Visor, trying to cement this hold here, as we see both teams getting kills. Unfortunately though, this again looks to be going in favor of Team Alpha Squad in a really convincing fashion.
Yeah, Alpha Squad managed to hold it. The thing is, like, Zen decided to go with Transcendence offensively. He's probably gonna swap now. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure about the pick, but the thing is, like, the reason why Zen, like, he wanted to go offensive Transcendence, but didn't work out. Like, they're still trying to fight around me. It could work, but if the Rotok gets the hook on any player, it's immediately gonna stop. But they decide to back off. They're regrouping. They need to go with the Visor. But now it comes down to Cherry Dormy to get a good hook and Ake to get a good shutter. If they manage to do that, they will survive this push. Otherwise, it could go very, very wrong for them.
Here we go, 30 seconds left here. We see Farah now being picked up. A big goose.
He got a stun on 2 players.
Great Earth Shatter there. Takes out 2 to the smack there. And that's going to be a brilliant hold there. Deciding this map here with not really
Don't get, because Soldier is free shooting. Healer is free shooting on the payload.
He's going to be shot down there immediately. There's a Farah there just absolutely free shooting him back.
Yeah, now it's gonna be very difficult because they're only 3 seconds. They're gonna go 4 men on payload, but
Lost now coming and trying to contest it. There was still 3 people payload here, still trying to contest here, just barely. Slepa just coming in for the backline there as that. Zenyatta just firing up the ultimate fire, trying to keep him. This again, tactical wise, is like going to be really devastating as well. Ends up picking up that Zenyatta and tries to go off of that that Diva as well. Picks him up, takes out that baby Diva. Cements this hold here with Soundberry from Talisman. Well played by Team Alpha Squad for a well showing on this map.
Exactly. So it's gonna come down after all to the
5th map, Volskaya
map. So we're gonna have the favorite Ruski map. So I had to make the joke in there. I'm not Russian, but every Westerner thinks I'm Russian. But every Russian is like, who is this guy? You're definitely
you're
not
Central
Russian.
Europe, man.
Well, yeah, but still, I'm Slavic, but I'm not Russian. Still. Feels good, man. But the thing is, Alpha Squad had a very strong hold, but the mistake, in my opinion, from Owly 6 is the Zenyatta. They were sticking to this Zenyatta way too long. If Owly 6 had Nano Boost in those team fights instead of Zenyatta, they could be able to do much more. Because all these games, it comes down to the team fight, and the team that gets the ultimate going on, like the Nano Boost Visor, and hits the targets and is in a good position, you win the team fight. Like, you might have a really good aim and everything, But in teamfights like this, it really comes down to the ultimate abilities quite by far. And that's why I think Owly 6 lineup was like, we need to get pick-offs at the start of the fight, but or at the start of the team fights or before a team fight, but they didn't work out because Alpha Squad always forced a full-blown team fight, and having a Zenyatta in a full-blown team fight against Ana is not really that good, and also the Reinhardt for extra barrier shield protection, and it was very difficult for Owly 6 to do. So in my opinion, if Owly 6 decided to go with the Nana and change slightly their composition, maybe even with the Reinhardt instead of Monkey, but still, as most importantly, keep the Ana, they probably would be able to do something more in team fights with the Nano Boost and possibly would be able to win. But let's see, now we have Volskaya, 2CP. We never had Volskaya in any
No, I don't
tournaments,
think
did we?
so either. Yeah,
maybe we did some many eons ago, but who remembers that, right? So the thing is,
back when you were a player, Razorcast.
yeah, well, but the thing is, yeah, the first tournament, yeah, the Overwatch Open 1, I think we played Volskaya in there, if I'm correct, but it's a long time, so.
Well,
But
now
I'm
we're like
still
we're done with
excited.
yeah, absolutely. What do you think is going to be like one
I'm
of the?
very excited because we have our little Volskaya Industries, and who can it go? Well, the thing is, my friend, in previous best of 3, when Alpha Squad and Owly 6 played against each other, it was Gibraltar, Route 66, and Icon Vault. All these 3 maps were already played. They never played 2CP against each other. So, in that regard, I cannot tell which team is gonna perform better in a 2CP scenario because it's a slightly different meta game. However, from what I've seen, I think Alpha Squad might have a slightly better chance because they're exploiting the loopholes of ultimates of Owly 6 because they're like, okay, we just forced or you just had to use this Graviton or Transcendence or whatever defensive ultimate. Next team fight in those 30 little seconds, we have our offensive ability, you don't have anything to counteract, we will win. And they did it multiple times, and if you do that in 2CP, you also usually gonna win. So it's really gonna come down to that, I would say. And also, like, if we take a comparison between the previous game best of 3 and this best of 5 between Alpha Squad and Owly 6, it's like when they played on Route 66, Owly 6 was able to win, meanwhile Alpha Squad won previously, and this time on Gibraltar, Owly 6 won it again, just like the last time, and Icon Vault, surprisingly, well, not really, Alpha Squad managed to win it, just like the last time, but the last time it was much more closer, I would say. And for Volskaya, unfortunately, we have no information, no data. Let's see how things will go.
Yeah, we're still waiting here to go into the matches the teams are setting up. Now, this map is known for having a bunch of draws on it. Now, what do you think these teams have to do to try and make sure that this draw doesn't happen?
Well, I personally think we're not gonna see a draw. It's gonna go all the way. In case if it goes draw, I'm not sure how it's gonna be played out on this tournament. Usually you have like a King of the Hill decider.
Yeah, that's same
to...
here. Yeah.
Okay, very well. But I personally think it's not gonna be a tie because they changed the system. Because now the more people are on the point, the bigger respawn timer is for the defender, so it's way less likely to get the draw. I mean, it's still possible to do it, but we will see. If you take a look at the composition of Alpha Squad, if I'm correct, they are the red team, yes, they're the attackers. They decided to go not yet defined, I would say. They still have to finish things around.
To be defined.
Exactly, you have to make a joke or two. And they decided to go with a McCree.
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's really
Awesome.
ballsy actually. If he gets the shots, it's actually good, but if he doesn't, it's really bad.
You see now Sao coming in from the backline there as the Tracer trying to go and challenge on the backline as his first engagement here is going off. Now Team Alpha Squad are going a really roundabout way to get to the defenders here.
Yeah, this
All
is
the
usually
way
where you
around.
fight at Volskaya nowadays, like at least in team games. They want to fight up there, not at the choke. They just push through and you fight up here on the high ground like they are fighting right now.
I see a little bit of a split here from both teams and not very set. as Winston jumps on that McCree. Unfortunately, he gets combat roll all the way out of there, trying to save himself.
Yeah, but so far nothing died yet.
Yeah, nothing. Oh, there we go.
There's a pick,
McCree
two
gets
picks.
picked. Mofo gets picked. Chow gets picked. This is a really, this is like really solid here from the attackers.
Yeah, the thing is, the moment Alpha Squad lost Lucio, they lost their pipeline of speed boost, they lost their maneuverability in the team fight, and that's when they started to fall and drop like dominoes, I would say. And the thing is, if you look at the ultimate usage right now, in terms like Owly 6, they have the Dragon Blade, but just died. This is actually really good now for Alpha Squad. They can stabilize this push, because this push from Owly 6 would be really strong. But now, Alpha Squad can maybe buy a little more time so Soldier can get the ultimate going. If Soldier gets the visor with nano boost, they should be able to hold this off. However, both teams play Divas, they can block the shots. If Diva can get to block the shots, it's gonna be very difficult, but you have to keep in mind that XCAO has the pulse bomb, but he just died, so no pulse bomb. It's really bad now for...
Oh, look at that! Oh wow, with that Deadeye from the background there, Lolly gets two picks there, just one after the other on the Diva mech, and then just normal
That's it,
shooting.
I think. Alpha Squad should be not able to get this.
Yeah.
They can delay, but it's gonna be very impossible. They can delay at most, but I don't think they'll be able to get it. Because they don't have the ultimates they need to. Like, they don't have the Ala combination with Soldier. They were not able to pull it off.
Oh, look at
actually,
that!
the self-destruct
Diva?
will get blocked. Wow! How? Wow! that's
I
actually a
don't
slight
know,
throw.
man.
That's a miscalculation. That could cost them a lot, actually. A bigger delay now. Because McCree died when he didn't have to, it's gonna be a bigger delay, and now Alpha Squad can maybe even stabilize it because of that kill.
Yeah, it looks like both teams are now just barely in on.
Oh, there's
wow,
another
look at
chatter.
that's pretty sick. Matt
Sick, but
gets
Sombra's
taken down here.
delaying, Sombra's delaying, Sombra's hello, I'm stealthed, I'm delaying in the corner. And Translocator, another corner, you know, corner to corner, delaying, all good. Now Winston back, sound barrier, they're holding, this is really good. And
Yeah,
now,
look at this,
only
it's
6
still-
is running out of juice, they're running out of juice, they don't have any more offensive ultimates, like, we're running dry, we're gonna lose. Like, literally, one Diva bomb, a self-destruct that should not kill anyone because Reinhardt was protecting, somehow McCree died, and because of that kill, it allowed Alpha Squad to hold it, just because of that. One little self-destruct changed the whole gameplay. However, only 6 has 2 ticks, they have 2 ticks, so you only need to get 1 tick. You have to keep in mind that Cherry Dormy, he's playing Diva now. They have self-destruct. Maybe they can do something similar. Maybe with a Deadeye combo, like self-destruct Deadeye combo.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a slight pause. I don't know why. Anticlimactic, feels bad, man. Okay.
Sometimes the keyboard, you just have to smash it with something, and then that happens. Fight is still progressing at its natural pace. It seems like Cherry Dormy gets hooked, but unfortunately, I mean, he's in the Diva mech, so you just send that nuke back down. Oh wow, Aka with a couple kills there, brilliant, taking the points. Woo!
Lead.
Yeah, the thing is,
let
they
us
still have
please.
the momentum, but they have to keep in mind, they bought enough time
Score.
that it could help them in the long run, because
Yeah.
if Owly 6 was able to get the point at 5 minutes something, it would be much more devastating than it is now. Now it's actually doable because Alpha Squad can easily get the point at 5-minute mark. It's doable as long as you don't die stupidly in a way. I mean, you shouldn't die like that. Never, like, if there's a Reinhardt protecting you from self-destruct, stay behind the shield. He's gonna block it 9 out of 10. If he drops the shield, it's his fault. So the thing is, now let's take a look at the picks. Owly 6 on the defensive. Wait, are they? No, they're defend. Wait, I'm confused. They're gonna really play with Zenyatta.
Yeah? Yeah?
I mean, they're attacking. Okay, my
Yeah,
apologies. Yeah. No, just the colors changed for some reason. Or, I don't know. Or am I just colorblind? My apologies for that, viewers. I was confused for a sec. But doesn't matter. It's all good now. So now, as you can see, Alpha Squad on the defense, they decided to go with double tank, but they keep the Tracer. Tracer is a guarantee to bomb Diva or Winston, kill them, get them out of the picture, win the fight as well. And also thing is, the Tracer can get easily on Zen and kill him. Of course Zen can fight back, but it's not that easy. And because there's no sleep dart and burst healing, Tracer can be quite effective here and do quite a lot. So it's really gonna come down to perhaps to Tracer plays, and you have to also keep in mind that Alpha Squad, I mean, Owly is playing a really offensive setup. They only have one tank with Zen. They're gonna go through the choke, up on the high ground, and fight there. They want to jump on the squishies. They want to get the Ana, Soldier, Lucio, squishies like that. They don't want to kill first Roadhog and Reinhardt unless if they get them in a really good position per se. But let's see how they go. They go through the choke, they're gonna fight up there. Very standard for tournament play.
They're splitting up, as we've seen before. Like we see Genji and Winston just hanging out at opposite sides, and then Winston just getting almost a free corner.
Exactly. Now Alpha Squad managed to get one pick off, which is really good. It will set some less tempo for Owly 6. Now Owly 6 will just suicide. Whoa. Yeah, but now they just have to regroup at this point in time and hope for another push, because Alpha Squad is playing so far back on high ground. A dive composition is quite difficult to achieve, and that's why Owly 6 decided to get the Reinhardt themselves. They're switching composition up because they need the I mean, what I'm talking, I'm looking at the wrong team. It seems to be a bug or something with color changing. My apologies on that. So the thing is,
maybe your brain's bugged, Razor.
Possibly.
Possibly, yeah.
So the thing
as we
is,
see, both teams now are still working up at the capture point here, as Team Alpha Squad are bearing down on the point here from going down on the high ground, just trying to challenge on. And this looks like a really good edge here from Owly 6, that they're just hanging out on the point here, getting that first third. Yeah, almost getting into the second third. That's what you need here.
This should be
second third, very good.
They got this.
Yeah.
Now all Alpha Squad has to back off or die. They have two options: die now, which they did, or get.
Don't die later.
No. If you die later, you lose the game. Die later is lose the game.
That sounds about right.
Because you won't contest the point. Because now Alpha Squad has to establish themselves on the high ground. They have to go up there, defend it from there, and be in position. Especially the Soldier needs to get the Visor. But it's 90%. I mean, they can do it. Tactical Visor, it's a possibility with Nano Boost. They need to get the trolling while they still don't have defensive ultimates.
Oh, here we go. Winston now going into Dragon Blade follow-up immediately.
Here they go.
Wow, yeah, all ultimates there just banked on this. And Winston, with that Primal Rage, going to try and knock off the members off the map here, pushes Roadhog all the way off, and this gets 1/3, 2/3. And they're not going to be able to get third, but still 2/3.
They got 2 ticks. That's really good still
yeah,
for Owly 6. So the thing is, it's 5 minutes and 30 seconds. So it's not gonna be easy for Alpha Squad, but it's doable, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, getting into the next fight here, we have Transcendence here, ready to roll, well as a secondary defensive ultimate coming out from in sound barrier. So we might see just like the third tick here coming in with fairly low effort.
Owly 6 only needs 1 tick, so it's doable. They will have Transcendence to survive through offensiveness from Alpha Squad. So we'll see how things turn out.
Both teams are now go. Yeah, there we go. Transcendence popped. Bomb comp. And Mofo's just waiting for the pull that. Yeah, there you go. Sound barrier comes up to try and hold up this point there. The tick's not started yet. There we go. It started ticking a little bit here towards. I mean, Big Goose on that Pharah is a little bit scary here because you don't really have that anti-air capability that you would really need, as Sao is dead and as well as Nilair.
Yeah, basically at this point, it's just a prolonged team fight. Oh, he had to use Earth Shatter. It's actually really good. They forced the Earth Shatter off Ak. So now Owly 6 will have a stronger push in the next team fight, because they will have Mat on Genji Dragon Blade. They do have the Tactical Visor soonish. Meanwhile, Alpha Squad might have the Visor, but might not have it in time. If Genji goes with Dragon Blade and Visor right now, while there is no opposing Tactical Visor Nano Boost, they cannot survive it. I mean, they can, but it's gonna be very difficult. So now is the chance for Owly 6. If they go right now, they can do something out of it before Alpha Squad gets those ultimates in.
Oh, absolutely. Now we see that Dragon Blade coming in together with like nano boosting on, well, not nano boosting, but on the other side here. Tactical Visor coming in from Lolly just does so much damage regardless. Often seems like it charged off the map there. But Nilar now trying to bomb off the side there with his Tactical Visor. That should be it. Very good.
It's actually slightly worse time. However,
yeah, but super even.
Yeah, it's quite even, but the thing is, it might come up to this last, 10-15 seconds very easily. But you have to also keep in mind that Owly 6 noticed there was a loophole in the Alpha Squad ultimates lineup. They lacked some ultimates. They didn't have it in time, and Owly 6 went very aggressive with theirs, while Alpha Squad could not get their ultimates in time, and it kind of hurt them. And that's why they were also able to win and get the point. But now let's see how they do it on the defense. So now we have...
Yeah, we have Owly now attacking, and Alpha Squad now on.
Wait, the blue team is Owly, correct?
Yeah, man.
And they're attacking, okay. So they have...
That's how it is.
Okay. I'm terribly sorry, people.
It's late in the evening. Okay, so let's take a minute now. Just we're gonna have a more relaxed atmosphere with this Overwatch here. We're into the grand finals. We're super hyped that we have these teams that have made it so far and performed so well. And now I'm just to say, remind everyone, the top 4 teams have actually qualified for the Invitational. So regardless of who wins here, both teams get really, really amazing prize, which is the fight against some of the most amazing teams in Europe in just under a month. So I'm just hyped to sit here and enjoy some Overwatch with you, my boy Razor, my darling, my lover.
Thank you very much, Robert.
Yeah, we've had some
So
good
now-
times. We see that.
Exactly.
I mean, I just want to keep a spotlight here on a little bit on Zhao because that Tracer play has been so exciting to see. He's been playing really well positionally, trying to like outsmart the other team, trying to get in the back line, see if we can get something.
Keep in mind, Owly Squad is playing as Zenyatta on defense. Both teams have Zens now, so it's going to be very interesting. Lally got a nice pick off there, right? On
Yeah, on
Tracer.
Zhao, yeah.
This will set some momentum for Alpha Squad. So it's quite good.
Yeah, and even that Lally, I mean, season for a little bit.
If they get
but
that soldier delayed kill would be really good, but they unfortunately were not able to do so.
Yeah.
But the thing
So-
is, like, they can still regroup. Meanwhile, Owly 6 is gonna go in strong, quite strong now. Like, they will have enough time to regroup. Looks like they might have enough time to regroup, so they might get a free tick at least.
We get a challenge here on the top ground here, but they're backing up. Winston now coming in from the back line there, trying to tackle that. Oh, gets a pick on Akka, unfortunately, for Team Alpha Squad. 5v6 in this situation now, as ultimates are very, very close to getting right. Diva gets out of the mech as well. And yeah, Techno Monster smacks down. This is going to be an easy cap here for Team Owly Squad. Owly 6. Squad 6, 6 squad. Fine.
Yeah, Owly 6.
Lolly with an amazing combat roll into the fan.
Yeah, well, did he get back spawn? No. Okay, so the thing is, now Alpha Squad has only, if that's Zenyatta Transcendence, so they might be able to survive the next onslaught from Alpha Squad, from Owly 6, but it's not gonna be easy. So we'll see how that will go.
Oh no, let's see. The next fight here is going to come down a lot to the ultimates here. And we see Matt getting ready with the Dragon Blade, as well as the Primal Rage here, trying to... Oh, did
He might get knocked off!
Oh, wow! Didn't get the Zen here, but pushed him off for quite a long time here as the opposing Zen now comes in to fight here. And Ultimate is just like smacking down in all directions.
But they still have Deadeye. He might be able to do something with it.
Is he going to be able to get in here? Yeah, there we go. Comes
No.
off, picked off immediately. It's like, no sir, you're not going to shoot anyone today, you cowboy bastard. Now see, this is a really good push from Owly 6. Just getting a third here, easy peasy. Gets a fight on the Diva, gets a pick on the Diva there, no problem. Talisman comes into the background there, and gets challenged on Lolly, now switched into a more suitable soldier role. And even so, this is pretty good for Owly 6. He got two thirds there, no problem. Might even get the last third there.
They should be able
easy
to get it,
peasy.
definitely. So it's 1 minute and 22 seconds. I mean, it's still very, very doable for Alpha Squad. Just important that Alpha Squad gets the first point on the first try if possible. That would be the best scenario for Alpha Squad. The second best scenario would be the second time. If it's more than that, it's gonna be very, very difficult for Alpha Squad in the later stages of the game.
So,
Let-
let's have a little segment about like over. Have you followed Meta Athena at all this last couple of weeks?
Sort of, yeah. What about it?
Well, I mean, so in I feel like the Overwatch competitive meta has been characterized by just like so counter
It's
stuff.
slightly different. Like what you play in ladder, competitive ladder, AK solo queue, whatever might people like to call it, it slightly differs from tournament play or 6v6
absolutely.
because, for example, in Volskaya at competitive games or solo queue or dynamic queue,
ladder,
however you want to
yeah.
call it, people usually play by the truck at the choke. They hold it at the truck at the choke. Meanwhile, in the professional play or tournaments play 6 versus 6, they hold it up there at the bridge because it's much more efficient against dive compositions. Because if you get pushed through by a dive comp at the choke, at the whatever this thing is, it's like much more difficult for defenders to survive. By the truck,
Yeah,
truck. I forgot for a second. I forgot how to say truck in English. My apologies.
But I mean, you could probably say it in Slovenian.
No,
1% of the world, less than 1% of the world can actually just
not even
figure that
1%.
out.
Come on. So let's see. They're going top right. I mean, Alpha Squad.
Ooh, good reflect and absorbed. Right.
This time, Owly 6 has Ana on defense, so we'll see how things will turn out. One team has Ana, the other does not.
Yeah, but see, I can now on the point here, trying to generate some charge here as both tanks are just hanging out there, not really getting any damage done from the side here. As ooh, there we go, Big Goose ends up falling, Aka ends up falling. That's a really good situation here for Team Owly 6. They're just hanging out. I mean, if they manage to get the defend here, that'd be very good for them. Just taking the win, easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Yeah, this is exactly what Owly 6 want, to stabilize it. Now, Alpha Squad needs to win the fight, the next fight, but it's gonna be very difficult because, as you can see, Owly 6 is getting those ultimates, Deadeye. It can zone quite a lot. There's not much counterplay to Deadeye outside of, let's say, a hook.
Hide,
maybe
yeah,
if you really
or just hiding.
Hiding, but like when you're on the point.
Yeah, you're very exposed, yeah. There we go.
There it is, there's the Deadeye.
But still, I mean, holding just the shield up and just hiding behind the corner, it buys time. Then, oh god, he just
He got killed, that's actually really good now for Alpha
Yeah.
Squad. Now they can have some advantage.
Yeah, easy peasy. Oh, Klaus with that great charge ends up to taking out that Reinhardt. He gets an Earth Shadow too. Oh,
that should
nope.
stabilize. Oh, Transcendence.
Oh no! Oh, the D.Va goes in. And again, it seems like a really solid situation.
Yeah, now it looks worse and worse for Alpha Squad because Owly 6 will start to... Well, actually, there is...
They can't really rotate there, yeah.
I mean, they can't really rotate. There is a slight opportunity for Alpha Squad to do something about it, but what Alpha Squad needs to do now is kill Lucio first or bait the sound barrier. If they manage to bait the sound barrier before an Earth Shatter or Tactical Visor, they should be able to win. Or they go with Tactical Visor, bait the sound barrier and use sound barrier of your own, and afterwards go with an Earth Shatter and win team fight. But regardless, it's gonna come down to that sound barrier from Mufu, how it will be applied. There it is.
There you go, sound barrier now coming down.
Gets Earth Shatter after the sound barrier. They have a chance. Alpha Squad has still a good chance.
Oh,
there!
yeah,
He got the stun!
Brilliant.
That's it! He got the stun! That should be it.
Yeah,
If you don't win this, then
one kill,
we're kind of
two
doing
kill,
bad.
three kill. That's
That should be it, yeah.
easy
Like I
peasy.
said. Yeah, all calculated, my friend. Yeah, like I said, it comes down to ultimates. He baited the sound barrier with Tactical Visor, Earth Shatter after the sound barrier, poof, you got it. And now the thing of note is, Cherry Dormy has the wall hog, which I'm not sure how it probably will be used to push people off the point so he can cap it. Or to break the shield of Reinhardt. Meanwhile, the Nana boost might be comboed even on
Oh, here we go with a charge.
They go with the offensive sound barrier.
Oh no, Lucio gets sent off there. Mofo gets no support coming as Winston just goes in as nano boosted and just does a shit ton of damage. I mean, as you all know, I've got a bit of a thing for Winston. They just are so fun to play and really fun to watch. As Mofo now comes in.
Well, Alpha Squad still has the momentum, so this is really good for going. If they kill this Tracer quick, they should be set. He should just... Oh, he pulled it. Okay, it's fine, it's good. The hook was really good. Oh, Dirt Shuttler missed.
Oh, nothing? Yeah. That nano boosted Tracer though, that's...
Yeah, she stays
damn
alive,
scary.
so it delays. It's more for delay. It's 50% damage reduction, harder to kill. He's
Still
pooping
not
them
even
off.
up to two picks though.
Yeah, but Wall Hog and Primal Rage gets big
Yeah,
off the
there
point,
goes
so
two
they get the
picks.
6.
Oh, what an
crazy
Earth Shatter!
But doesn't
Oh,
matter, he's
Primal
alone,
Rage!
he's
Oh
alone
my god, the Primal
But
Rage!
the Primal Rage knocked him away, and even if he didn't, he could only delay. He couldn't kill 4 people by himself. He didn't have speed to get to them in time. So even with that good Earth Shatter, it didn't really matter. It didn't really matter. But like I said, Wallhawk, Primal Rage, knock people away from the point, cap the point. It is. The times is slightly worse for Alpha Squad, but it's still doable. It could go both ways. So this game could be very close, and it could come down to literally 1 second even. So we'll see how it goes. It seems Alpha Squad decided to go with the Symmetra. Yay, Symmetra!
Hot.
So the thing is, yeah, looks like they're gonna play with the Symmetra. Wait, no.
No, maybe
The-
not.
No, never mind. False hopes, false hopes. I just realized they're talking.
False alarm, people. Let's bring it back to the normal. Here we were still
Yeah.
waiting. Double tank. Oh yeah, from Team Owly 6. So we're waiting for the situation's going to be popping out from Team Alpha Squad. I mean, they might. They're building our hope up. I see they're switching into the Orisa as well. They're building our hope, man. They're yanking us along. We're getting bamboozled from the sideline. I don't want it. I don't want to be bamboozled like that. I don't want my heartstrings tugged on the side by those harlots. Fortunately, though, so we're going to have a glorious end to this match coming up as both these teams are vying for the last points. They're going to be coming out less than 1 minute here to cap for Team Alpha Squad as they're set in a very standard composition here with Winston and Reinhardt as the tanks, coming in with a Roadhog as sort of a tank too. Like,
Well,
on the
yeah.
left side there. Yeah, sort of.
That's how it's gonna
Almost.
go. Like Alpha Squad.
Ooh.
Is
Cute little
going in
hook.
quite
Doesn't
strong.
get
Diva
the
almost got
mech
killed
though.
actually. The mech almost
Yeah.
got killed very low. If you guys get Diva out of the
There we
mech,
go,
he
yeah,
did it.
Diva out of
That's
mech.
really good now for Alpha Squad.
Ooh, misses the hook. So Zhao's still in the game here at the baby diva. Not killed yet. There we go. Now gets deleted from this world. As Terradorm is doing some work on that Roadhog, man. Those hooks has been consistently pretty goddamn strong. As this point just get easy capped with 13 seconds left on the clock here.
Exactly. Now Alpha Squad is able to get the point, which is really good for them. Soldier might delay, but this is a stagger actually, which is not
Yup.
really good. Because if they speed really fast,
Yeah, now they're running all like
go super speed Sonic, you know, you get to the point, Soldier is not in position, they might be able to make something out
they
of
give
it.
it up.
But Soldier should be able to get in time but they still only have 15 seconds, so they have to make it something now. They need that Earth Shatter to be God, like the best Earth Shatter you ever seen in the game. It has to be now or never. If he doesn't get the Earth Shatter or a really sick hook, it's gonna be very unlikely for Alpha Squad to get this point. It's
Now
all
is
gonna
he-
come down to the stun.
Okay,
Oh,
now
he
it's
got the
coming
hook.
in. Wow, yeah, great hook.
He got
But still-
pinned!
Oh,
He
Earth Shatter
handed.
takes out Roadhog, but no
They're not to
force.
the point! He didn't touch
What
the
the
point!
oh
He
my
didn't touch the
God!
point! He didn't touch the point! Oh my god! How? He was literally 2 meters in front of it! Oh my god!
5,
How?
side.
How? That was insane! I mean, this could cost them the game in the long run.
I don't know,
Whoa!
man.
That's insane! That's insane! If I was in that team, in solo queue, anywhere, I would rage, personally. I would be very sad and angry, but still, it was amazing. Like, I mean, the Alpha Squad push was pretty strong. They were doing quite well, and it looked really good. He got a really solid Earth Shatter, but the problem is nobody touched the point. The runner kept the shield up 2 meters away from it, and he didn't touch it. And that little mistake can cost them the game, because now what Alpha Squad has to do to win this game is to hold the first point. If they fail to hold the first point, then they have to draw. And if it's a draw, they have to play King of the Hill. So
And who really wants to play King of the Hill? I mean, there are those who don't like playing the King of the Hill, and there are lions. As far as I'm concerned. Now, loading into what might be the last push here, we see Owly 6 getting ready to generate some action, and Team Alpha Squad just hanging out and waiting for the proverbial wave to hit the boulder. As Winston now leading charge with Zhao on that Tracer again, sneaking off to the right side there, just trying to get it in through the point there, trying to see if he can make something happen. As all the team just wanders casually into the right side, Claws now jumps in trying to create some action and try to fight Lolly there. Unfortunately, he's just not able to get a kill. Big Goose now is able
they
to get a
traded,
kill
they
in the
traded
background.
basically.
Yeah.
But they lost Zenyatta, so only 6 lost their Zen, which they suffer in their push without that healer. So it's gonna be still possible for Alpha Squad to hold this, no problem. For now, at least. All only 6 has to do is group up and get some picks off with the Monkey, Winston, and possibly a hook. But
Oh yeah, absolutely. We've seen. I mean, this.
I mean,
this
a
fight
hook
here
has
is-
to come from Alpha Squad to prevent the dive. That's what I meant. My apologies.
Big Juice get picked off by Matt there in the end. The situation here. We go in 5v6, see if we can make something happen here. Attack Visor coming from Lalilu on top of the big high ground there.
Oh, the pulse bomb
Gets
kinda helped a
countered.
lot.
Yeah, immediately.
This gave the momentum. Now it's probably gonna. They can only draw it at this point. So now Owly 6 has 1 minute to get the first point. And it's gonna be very difficult. Now Pair 2 has the nano boost, but there's nano boost to combo with absolutely nothing. And you have to look at it. They have the tactical visor. Dragon Blade about to come out. This is gonna be very, very difficult for
And not to mention
Alpha
Transcendence.
Squad Owly.
That's
Exactly.
just
This is
barely
gonna be
coming
very, very difficult. They need to pull something crazy. And now.
Let's see now. We're gearing up. Only 40 seconds left on the clock. Now we're building up. It seems are just trying to figure out what angle do they want to take on this. Where do you want to come from that gets as many ultimates as possible ready before we go in here. 30 seconds left on the clock here. Ticking down just barely. Soldier getting caught out of position there by a different Soldier. This is not what you want to have happen. Both teams are now popping up ultimates, trying to hold up. Sound barrier landing down from Owly 6.
They have to delay this.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Team Owly 6.
Remember those 10 or 15 seconds that they said it would matter?
Yep, 1,
Maybe now it matters.
2,
I mean, they can still
one
delay.
more pick. And that's all they need. Whole Hog coming out from the sideline.
That's good. The
That's
Wall
really
can
strong.
stabilize everything. And also Primal Rage can knock them off.
Oh my
They can
god,
do
this
this.
might
It's
just
doable.
be a
It's
draw.
doable.
Genji gets in there, tries to hold on. Oh my god.
Oh, he
this
got
is
pulse
so
bomb.
close.
Whoa.
Matt H
That's
still
almost got a
alive.
double kill of there.
Oh my god, Matt still hanging in there. Genji
Here comes
gets a little
Genji.
hard out.
The Winston's
Gets
gonna
challenge
get-
on. Oh
It's a
no.
draw. Looks like it's a draw.
Oh, it's a draw. Holy crap.
Holy.
Complete.
Yes. It was very insane. This was a really insane game. I'm really hyped up. I'm looking for the 6th game. Referee, please tell us where and what is gonna be played. Thank you very much. Insane. Lovely.
I don't. Let's see. So the last band. King of the Hill map was Oasis. I think it's actually Oasis. Wait a minute. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I need a judge to confirm that. It's actually going to be a play on. That is some weird stuff.
Wait, so I'm not yet sure which map will be played.
I think it's Oasis. That was the last band map.
Was it? So we're gonna get the new map, guys. Nobody wants to play Oasis, so boy, now we have to play it. So it's gonna be very interesting. I think I'm not sure if it's gonna be best. Is it gonna be best of 3 referee confirmation?
Best of 3, yeah. Best of 3. Absolutely. So we get a quick little smack-a-doodle-doo on the end here. Now, Razor, we've had a blast so far.
I'm having a really good time at this
Yeah.
grand finals. Really good games, really close games. Sometimes little throws for both teams, but it's very exciting to watch and see it happen. And the throws and mistakes or slightly misplays or like outplays can happen a lot in 2CP, and it's very exciting to see and watch.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at some serious competition here from both these teams. But as you say, I mean, you got those little mistakes that just play out so severely. Just at the end there, the Reinhardt didn't touch the point for Team Alpha Squad. In the second to last round, it was just insane. He was at the
And that self-destruct which killed McCree when it should not have killed McCree, that was also very
gross.
funny. But yeah, the thing is now, it seems it's gonna be Oasis, guys. So how do you get to play on Oasis if you're forced on it? Otherwise you never see people. If you see Blizzard, on Blizzard sanctioned tournaments, they decide what maps you play on, no map draft. So you get to play on Oasis as well, or it becomes a situation like this, and then you have to play Oasis. So it's gonna be, if I'm correct, best of 3 Oasis. How do you actually pronounce it in English, Robert? Please enlighten me. Oasis?
Oasis.
Oasis. It's so difficult for me, but I'll try my best, guys. Please hold on with me. So, okay, I'll try my best. I'm very
and
excited.
both teams now are going to, of course, play Orisa. That's the only thing that can happen now.
I mean, it's possible, but
I mean, we're on Oasis. I mean, the only reason
No. It's like if they didn't play Orisa and Ilios, it's not gonna happen neither in Oasis probably. But
Stop killing my dream, Razor!
my apologies, but one thing of note is that Pharah will be most likely played on Oasis because on Oasis Pharah is very viable, very good, and there are many maps on rounds in this type of map where Pharah is very effective with her knock blast CC, so she can knock people away, concussive shot, and also perhaps maybe some Mercy Pharah gameplay along with Lucy. It's possible, but
to be honest, the only thing, we're just waiting for like heal sluts gameplay. That's all we need in this tournament.
well, I personally think probably both teams will go with the Zenyatta. Both teams actually like to run Zenyatta as well in their dives, and this type of map Zenyatta could work, but the Mercy can also work. There is one map in particular, I'm not really sure about the name, unfortunately, where Resurrect can work quite well paired with Pharah as well and things like that.
Which map is it?
Oasis. Oh, I'm not sure of the name of the map in the map.
Okay.
My apologies.
All right.
I'm not familiar with this map names.
I think none of us would just hang out here. We just casually get angry whenever we land here in competitive, I think, is our attitude towards. So again, if you have any feedbacks or comments that you wanna give to us, please do post them in the Twitch chat. We read them vigorously, or at least I do for the duration of these matches. So if you have any comments or feedbacks or just any questions that you want to pose to either us or the production team behind, please do let us know. We would delight in taking your feedback. And also, we're again super hyped to bring you the HND Overwatch Invitational 1 Qualifiers, which is of course the event leading up to the Invitational proper, which is set to go off on the weekend 22nd and 23rd of April, after Easter, that is, where we're going to bring you some of the most exciting teams that Europe has to offer, and we're going to be absolutely stoked to bring you some of the most high-end gameplay that you've seen in quite a while. And I know that that's quite an offering to all of you, but please do stick around. Just sit and look at the stream for 20 days, and we should be right back with that content.
Exactly. So now let's see what both teams will decide to play. We have on the blue team is gonna be Alpha squad. Yes, blue team is the Alpha squad, and Owly 6 is the red team. There is a Pharah Mercy going on, something that I kind of predicted, but was quite possible because lots of teams like to run Pharah Mercy in this map at least. Of course, you still keep the Lucio for speed boosts and also for sound barrier, because sound barrier is a guarantee to survive after you get resurrected. Because if you go without Lucio in a King of the Hill, it's kind of not that good in general.
Going out without a Lucio in general feels like a mistake most of the time.
Exactly. We will see how it's turned out. Meanwhile, Alpha Squad is playing something more conservative with triple tank, and they still keep the soldiers. We'll see how things will turn out. But they're also, Owly 6 has the Diva, which can block things from soldiers. So we'll see how much effectiveness there will be.
How we see the team is just jumping up and down taking that advantage and getting on the high ground here. Great little sleep dart. Seems like the Team Owly lost their Winston. Claus went down and had to take a little nap and just get deleted. Mad Age and Slepa, of course, also just gets deleted from the map for a little while here as Team Alpha Squad just takes the first.
Now Alpha Squad managed to stabilize it, and if you look at it, Mercy still doesn't have the Resurrect, so they cannot play the Resurrect card yet. Meanwhile, Alpha Squad still hasn't accumulated the ultimates they need. They need a Tactical Visor, Nano Boost, and play around the Resurrect. Meanwhile, Tracer is getting that Pulse Bomb, which a well-placed Pulse Bomb on the right target like Ana or Soldier can change the gameplay rather quickly. And there's a pick from Cherry Dormy.
Oh snap! Yeah, Chidori just takes out Maddox, and then of course, which means that Mercy's just going to be a little bit of a burden to her team there, not going to be able to use her to the full potential. But getting a pick on Lolly as a position is pretty good as well. Even though this again just looks like a really good hold here for Alpha Squad on 33rd.
Exactly, and this is the time where Alpha Squad will start to rotate ultimates. They have the Visor combination with Nano Boost, and if there is a res afterwards, they can just go with Sound Barrier to survive if there was any pressure after the res. But or go with Ake Earth Shatter, which he should have in time. But let's see how things turn out.
Yeah, looking at this composition, we're still... Yeah, there we go.
Here they go.
Jumping up on the high ground here in concert is the team Owly just back off that high ground and trying to get out. But, I mean, this again, even with the tactical visor, it looks like team
There's the res.
Alfa. Oh wow! Yeah, look
They
at
have
that.
the follow-up.
Oh wow! I mean, even with the follow-up, they just get deleted.
No. Yes, they had the Farah follow-up, but what they meant is the Ake follow-up from
Oh,
He was
okay,
able
yeah,
to
yeah,
Earth
yeah.
Shatter people after the Resurrect.
Oh,
And because of
yeah,
that,
yeah,
and Mufu was not able to use Sound Barrier after Resurrect, because he got stunned, if I'm correct. And because of that, the Resurrect had absolutely zero value. The only way they could survive with the Resurrect is to have a Sound Barrier immediately after. But he couldn't do it, no chances to survive. Now he went to Zen, which makes more sense.
Okay, again, challenging up the high ground. Now we see the sound barrier coming out here, as well as some other ultimates here, which are Dormy just trying to co and cement the little point victory here. Now we see self-destruct.
No
Just
one
being
is
blocked, no problem. No one's being stupid and standing in the wrong position. And overtime is just tilt ticking in, and this is going to be a really tough sell for Team Owly 6. Try and get it on.
No, Owly
Even
6
should they
is
take this
taking
point
it
here.
back. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
even if they do, it's gonna be hard to keep it. But it's definitely doable because,
Yeah, we've seen them do it before.
like, if they delay it long enough, so Zenyatta can get the Transcendence going on, he should be able to survive. The team should be able to survive the offensive offset from Alpha's squad, but it's still up to question whether they will get the ults in time. They have the Primal Rage on Winston to delay it, but it might not be enough, you know. All it takes for Alpha Squad is just to win one team fight, and that's pretty much it. So let's see how it turns out.
Yeah, look at this fight here. They're still gearing up, trying to get up on the high ground here.
He
Challenge.
knocked Reinhardt off the map.
Oh wow, yeah,
Good.
good night.
That's really
Wow.
good. Now they have the advantage.
Big play. Neither and Claws just harvesting kills there. Claws even just booped off Talisman, it seemed like.
This
And
is
just-
exactly what Owly 6 needed. Now, because of that environmental kill, they managed to stabilize it. They have the ultimates rolling for them. They will be able to hold this with rather ease. It's gonna be very difficult now for Alpha Squad to retake this, because the Transcendence will make sure you survive through the Nano Visor. However, there's also the threat of Diva. Diva can easily block the Nano Visor, but you have to notice that Bigos is playing now Zarya, and he can just farm off Diva as well to get his Graviton.
Absolutely. Now see. Oh wow,
there's a good
Nyler
pull bomb.
get the kill, and Matt just follows up immediately with that rocket barrage to try and kill off a couple of more members there, gaining even more percentage. This is strong for Owly 6. They're really making good progress here.
Exactly, this is really good, and as you can see, now Alpha Squad, they have the Tactical Visor and Nano Boost. However, Zenyatta from Owly 6 still has Transcendence. It's gonna be almost impossible to make it through, and Alpha Squad really needs to make some great play with what their hook or something, or get someone out of the position, and now, or it's over.
Here we go. Sound barrier now landing for both teams. Transcendence now finally coming out, trying to block off that effort from Lally as he is nano boosted inside his tactical visor ultimate. Ake now with a great Earth Shatter gets a follow-up Earth Strike.
The Self-Destruct will zone them out,
Yeah.
but there's still the threat of the Soldier. They still might be able to do it, actually.
Yeah,
They
it looks
can
like,
still
looks like
contest it. Yeah.
Owly are just falling behind here. Only Tao left alive in his... But I mean, that might not be enough.
Now
He
Zarya
can
wants
stack-
to farm the ult of Diva as much as possible. If she can farm that ult of Diva, would be great. So she has it for next fight, but she wasn't able to do so. She's
There we
only
go.
64. but
Overtime
it doesn't
running out.
matter.
Is Winston gonna make it? Nope.
Like-
He is not.
It was very hard for them to recontest it, but if Zarya had that Graviton available, it would be more than 100% guarantee you're not gonna even touch the point. But it didn't even matter anyway. But it was a very well strong showing from both teams. They actually both had up to 99%. So, however, I think that Overly 6 will do much better if they start without Mercy, because Mercy can work, but Alpha Squad was playing around Resurrect very well, and it didn't. It was not that much effective at all. The Resurrect was basically 5v6. It didn't even help that much. And now they're gonna start with Zen from the beginning, and it might be much more effective, much better than what they have. And also, both teams now decided to go with D.Va to block those rockets, possibly from Pharah, and to make sure the Nano Visor is not as effective. However, both teams, this time neither of them run Zarya, so there's less farm, like less chance of you getting farmed of Zarya. But Owly still gives the Tracer with pulse bomb, so we... Oh, there's a pick! That's really good,
Yeah, Owly
actually.
just gets a kill with
Now Alpha Squad has the momentum they need. Even bigger momentum.
Falls off immediately. Great play here for Alpha Squad. Just absolutely holding off on the point here.
Exactly, all now they need to do is kill them ASAP, or farm some ultimates off if possible. Get as much as they can, and then bunker up and rotate ultimates and hold it. Tracer will die shortly, like... They should be able to grab the point, yeah, with this, no problem. And now you can see Lally has 70% on Tactical Visor. That's quite a lot, I would say.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So it's a very high chance that there is going to be a Tactical Visor Nano Boost in the next team fight, if not just Tactical Visor alone. And you have to keep in mind, yes, there is a threat of D.Va. They have to bait the D.Va mech or get the block off so that he can pull these things off. And even Winston Barrier, of course. There's so many things you have to play around correctly to pull your strategy off.
Oh, absolutely. And now we see Team Owly 6 are now gearing into going this whole ground, but I mean, they're getting challenged by some heavy fire from the Lally Alpha. They're like hanging out in the high ground. They have to back up a little bit, try and not get immediately destroyed. Sao gets a pick, of course, and Lally counters with a counter. And we've got more kills coming in here as the entirety of Team Owly 6 are just getting destroyed!
Yeah, and the biggest issue now for Owly 6 is now that Lally and Pertu, they didn't use their ultimates, they kept the Nano Visor, so they have the Nano Visor threat for the next team fight, which it's really good for them. So the next team fight, in terms of ultimates, Alpha Squad should be able to hold it. However, a well-placed Sound Barrier and D.Va block can prevent that Tactical Visor Nano Boost from doing anything at all, and they can get picks. Oh, there's a hook!
Yeah, just on the D.Va though, fortunately for the Team Alpha Squad. But I mean, still, that's going to be creating a little bit of destruction. So that the response is, of course, going in with that Primal Rage on Winston, trying to disrupt that attack. Which is
you can see Lally
strong,
positioning, he's alone up in the top, uncontested, shooting for free. He's doing really good job, and they still keep the Nano Visor. It's insane. Basically, they're cementing the victory so hard.
Wow.
They were not even forced to use it, and now when it's gonna be for the last fight and they're gonna do it for real, it's gonna be pretty much cemented at this point, unless if D.Va really makes a good block or Sound Barrier. Oh, there's a nice hook again.
As here we go, Sound Barrier now coming up, and oh wow, look at that self-destruct place to force Lally out of his position, but still
triple kill,
doesn't matter.
Really
that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's really good. I mean, Alpha Squad has managed to stabilize it with the self-destruct as well. And that's it. That should be it. Whoa!
Yeah. Alpha Squad did it.
Alpha Squad did it in Oasis.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be the play of the game. D.Va, she self-destructed, got a triple kill, but there was also a threat of... Yeah, she got 3 people in that room. Boom, just like that. And another thing, very good thing is there was also Tactical Visor going on with Nano Boost at the same time. So even if they did survive this, the Visor would clear them over anyway. So it was really good hold. The moment Alpha Squad Soldier and Nano were able to hold Nano Boost Visor for 2 consecutive fights, that would already show that they're in a really strong position.
Oh
and
boy.
The game's really amazing.
That was really fun. And even though I felt that the teams were tired, and I mean you and I, Razor, were...
Oh, I'm excited. I'm hyped. I'm about to explode, guys.
Oh, don't explode. This is a PG stream. We don't explode here. Don't worry about it. So, I mean, thank you to everyone who's been following us this far. All 70 of you beautiful bastards. It's been a glorious evening. We are so glad to have you here. And I just want to say again, thank you so much from all of the HND team. Do you have any closing words, Razor? Do you have anything you want to say to the public here?
Well, thank you for watching, people. I hope you guys had a good time as we did here at the caster desk.
And feel free to, like, I mean, Razor Cuts, you stream sometimes, right?
Well, not at the moment, but it's
not at the
alright.
moment. Okay, well, we're waiting for an announcement here from Razor, lasting the interrupts with his content, but keep tuned for more fantastic HND content. We'll be back at the very latest with the Invitational in the late April. That is 20th and 23rd. It'll be going off, so please do stick around and check that out. We're gonna be going to be some exciting content. And my name's been Robert. I'm pleased to have brought you this tournament together with LaFawn and Razor on the casting,
Razor
and
Cut.
together with the amazing production from Define, Grand, Marv, Miss Potato, and Siphon. I probably forgot someone, but I mean, you're the long missed, so thank you, and goodbye.